Chapter 1433. Right now, he had to think of a way to escape from the Crystal Palace. If he left rashly, it would definitely arouse suspicion. The more crucial the moment was, the more Fong Qin had to maintain a clear mind. While he was pacing back and forth in the courtyard, Bertie found him. "Kid, I'm going back to the deep water region. If my guess is correct, you should have obtained the crystal dragon scale stone, right? How about I send you off?" Bertie transmitted. Hearing this, Fong Qin stared blankly for a moment, then rejoiced. "Really?" Fong Qin asked. Bertie nodded, then led Fong Qin out of the courtyard. Because of Bertie's special identity as a sea demon, their journey was unimpeded. Soon, they left the Crystal Palace. Outside the Crystal Palace, a terrifying pressure surged in from all directions. Farewell. Bertie flapped his wings and dived into the depths of the void ocean. Fong Qin activated his perfect sword body and directly dived upwards. Crystal Palace, Peach Forest. N. The Crystal Palace Master, who was drinking, suddenly felt the aura of the Crystal Tao Comprehension Pagoda disappear from the Crystal Palace. Leave the Crystal Palace. Thinking of this, the Crystal Palace Master's face instantly turned gloomy. His divine sense spread out, enveloping the entire Crystal Palace. He discovered that Fong Qin had disappeared. Damn it! The Crystal Palace Master was furious. His figure flickered, and he rushed out of the Crystal Palace. He saw that in the distant sky, Fong Qin was fleeing with all his might, courting death. The Crystal Palace Master waved his hand. Immediately, a terrifying light beam shot toward Fong Qin. The might of a life and death emperor wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. Fortunately, Fong Qin had already left the Crystal Palace and could use the token to return to the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Voila! When that terrifying light beam shot toward Fong Qin, the latter's figure disappeared into the void ocean. Ah! The Crystal Palace Master was furious. Pretending to be a sea demon without being discovered by me? Apart from that person, who else could it be? The Crystal Palace Master furiously roared. He recalled the person he had met before. "Don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The Crystal Palace Master did not give up and continued his pursuit. Soon, they arrived at the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. He guessed that Fong Qin was hiding in the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. He immediately wanted to enter the Divine Cave to look for Fong Qin. However, at this moment, a whirlpool appeared in the void ocean. Then, an old man in his twilight years walked out from the vortex. "It's you." When the Crystal Palace Master saw the dying old man, he was infuriated. "That person just now, you were the one who incited him to cheat my Crystal Tao Comprehension Pagoda?" the Crystal Palace Master coldly asked. "I haven't seen you in so many years, but you're still the same." Realm Lord Fu Mo grinned. "Old man, you can't stop me." The Crystal Palace Master bellowed. He stretched out his hand and attacked forcefully. However, Realm Lord Fu Mo gently waved his hand, and a huge wave appeared in the void ocean. Bang! When the two collided, a terrifying aura instantly erupted. Realm Lord Fu Mo and the Crystal Palace Lord both took a few steps back. "He's my disciple," said Realm Lord Fu Mo. "No matter who he is, I'll kill him." A life and death realm monarch was deceived by a heavenly body realm cultivator. How could he not be angry? "With me here, you can't kill him." Realm Lord Fu Mo was very confident. "You're forcing me to fight." The Crystal Palace Lord didn't back down. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head and said, "At our level, if we fight with our full strength, you should know the consequences. Why don't we both take a step back?" The Crystal Palace Lord stared at Realm Lord Fu Mo with his pitch-black eyes. "For 100 years, you can attack my disciple. After 100 years, you can attack him as you wish. What do you think?" Realm Lord Fu Mo said. He was protecting Feng Qin. If he was targeted by a life and death realm monarch, he would be in big trouble. 100 years. The Crystal Palace Lord snorted. 100 years was nothing to them. It would pass in the blink of an eye. However, he couldn't take this lying down. After thinking for a long time and weighing the pros and cons, the Crystal Palace Lord made a request. I cannot attack him for 100 years, but you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Realm Lord Fu Mo raised his brows. Hand over your concealment technique. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to fight. The Crystal Palace Lord's attitude was very unyielding. Many years ago, he had been deceived by Realm Lord Fu Mo. Although he didn't know Realm Lord Fu Mo's identity, his concealment technique was too powerful. It could even deceive life and death realm monarchs. No problem. Then, Realm Lord Fu Mo threw out his concealment technique. After catching the book, the Crystal Palace Lord's expression eased a lot. I hope you'll keep your word and not stop me after 100 years. The Crystal Palace Lord said and returned to the Crystal Palace. Right at this moment, Realm Lord Fu Mo lightly coughed, and a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. My old habit is acting up again. Realm Lord Fu Mo faintly shook his head, feeling somewhat lonely. Inside the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, Feng Qin didn't know that the two peak experts had almost come to blows. Fortunately, they didn't chase after me. Feng Qin inwardly rejoiced. Soon after, with a thought, he arrived at the control hall. The mansion guarding steel was quietly standing in the hall. Let's begin. Feng Qin took out the crystal dragon scale stone and activated the star pagoda in his qi. All of a sudden, the wild power of the stars surged into the crystal dragon scale stone. Hiss! Hiss! The dragon scales on the surface of the crystal dragon scale stone were instantly activated. Now's the time. Feng Qin placed the crystal dragon scale stone in the groove of the mansion guarding steel. Voila! The entire hall was instantly illuminated. The mansion guarding steel burst out with resplendent light. The crystal dragon scale stone was activating the mansion guarding steel. Seeing this, Feng Qin was very excited. The inscriptions on the mansion guarding steel moved rapidly. Around half an hour later, the glow on the mansion-suppressing boulder gradually dimmed. Feng Qin carefully looked and found that the crystal dragon scale stone had been completely consumed. Begin refining. The mansion guarding steel was activated and ready to be refined. According to the chants left behind by Pangyua Warrior Immortal, Feng Qin easily grasped the refining technique. Placing both hands on the steel, the refining technique appeared in his mind. He thought that it would take some time to refine the mansion guarding steel. However, as soon as he started refining, he found that the refining was already completed. Feng Qin was a little shocked. This refining speed was too fast. At this moment, Feng Qin could clearly see every corner of the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave with his mind. He could even control everything in the cave. Close. With a thought from Feng Qin, the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave closed instantly. He was now the absolute owner of the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave. After closing, no one could enter. Good. A large amount of information appeared in Feng Qin's mind. After looking at the information carefully, he found that the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave was actually a space-type treasure. How strong would one need to be to refine such a space-type treasure? However, thinking of the Pangyua Warrior Immortal, Feng Qin understood. Can I bring it out? This place was filled with celestial qi, and it was the best place to cultivate. Since it was a space-type treasure, he naturally wanted to take it out. However, after Feng Qin tried, a helpless expression appeared on his face. He couldn't take the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave away. Only creation tier cultivators can take the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave away. This was the message left by the Pangyua Warrior Immortal. Feng Qin was speechless, but he couldn't do anything about it. His cultivation was only at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier now. Anyway, the coiling moon fairy cave would always be here. He could take it when he reached the creation tier. Thinking of this, Fang Qin prepared to leave the coiling moon fairy cave. With a thought, he left the coiling moon fairy cave. Then he went through the tunnel of time and returned to the old Hua Islands. Taking a deep breath, Fang Qin looked around. He was finally out. He had gained a lot in the coiling moon fairy cave, especially when he became an in-name disciple of the Pangyue warrior immortal. When Realm Lord Fu Mo found out, he was extremely excited. Let's go back to the old Eastern Alliance first, Fang Qin thought. Look, that person looks so familiar. Hey, isn't he senior brother Fang Qin? The disciples of the old Eastern Alliance immediately discovered Fang Qin. 88. Oh, then they quickly sent the news back. Instantly, the entire old Eastern Alliance was shocked. During this period of time, the old Eastern Alliance sent all of their disciples out to search for Fang Qin. Now they finally found him. What? Fang Qin is back? Hurry, I have to go and welcome him personally. Chapter 1434. Off in the distance, Lan Ju saw a magnificent city. It was the heart of the old Hua Islands, Tianxia City. You're finally back. Fang Qin grinned. However, right at this moment, his expression changed drastically. He felt the air ripple, as though a powerful enemy had arrived. Fang Qin's aura surged and he raised his guard. However, when he saw the black mass of people coming out of Tianhua City, he was instantly stunned. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the Gu Alliance arrived before Fang Qin. Fang Qin, you're finally back. Ha, it's good that you're back. Behind him was the leader of the Sword Dao faction. Because of Fang Qin's sudden rise, his status in the old Eastern Alliance had also risen. Many of the leaders greeted Fang Qin. They all knew that Gu Hua had already decided that Fang Qin would be the next leader of the alliance, so they treated Fang Qin with friendliness. Fang Qin wasn't used to so many people coming to greet him. Thank you, everyone. Fang Qin cupped his hands in greeting. Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong exchanged a look, their faces full of smiles. The old Hua Alliance had mustered a large force to welcome Fang Qin back. Everyone, including the leader of the Gu Alliance, was very excited. On this day, the alliance held a banquet to welcome Fang Qin back. Fang Qin also drank to his heart's content until midnight, when he left the banquet in a drunken stupor. The next day, a blinding light shone in. Fang Qin's fingers twitched, and then his whole body began to move. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, pain spread through his entire body. It hurts. Fang Qin couldn't help but cry out. He recovered a little, then clambered to his feet. He'd had too much to drink last night and was still groggy. Thump, thump, thump. Bai Wuzong had arrived. Brother Fang, what do you think? Bai Wuzong smiled. Fang Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly, then asked, Brother Bai, is there something you need from me? Alliance leader told me to call you. He seems to have something to tell you. Bai Wuzong said. Fang Qin nodded and said, then let's go. The reason he'd joined the old Eastern Alliance was to complete the mission given to him by Realm Lord Fu Mo. Now he had become the most powerful young master on the old Hua Islands. Unless it was a genius of the purgatory, no one in the heavenly body tier was a match for him. His mission was complete, and he couldn't advance in the old Eastern Alliance. Therefore, Fang Qin prepared to leave. However, before he left, he wanted to go to the peak of Sword Mountain to comprehend the sword embryo. Before long, Bai Wuzong brought Fang Qin to the main hall. Alliance leader Gu Hua stood alone in the main hall, waiting for Fang Qin. Alliance master, Fang Qin called out. The alliance leader turned and nodded to Fang Qin, then motioned for Bai Wuzong to leave. Once Bai Wuzong was gone, the alliance leader chuckled. Fang Qin, you've just returned, so I should let you rest. However, the old Eastern Alliance has run into some trouble, and we need your help. Alliance leader, you must be joking. If even you can't solve it, how can a heavenly body tier cultivator like me solve it? Fong Qin said. The Alliance leader shook his head. Fong Qin, things aren't what you think. Subsequently, Alliance leader Gu Hua began to explain to Fong Qin. Not far from the Old Hua Islands, there's a place called the Sword Demon Valley. The disciples of the Sword Dao faction are trapped there, unable to leave. So, Alliance leader, you want me to go save him? Fong Qin already knew who the Alliance leader was talking about. In the Sword Dao faction, there was only one genius who could match him, Xiaofeng. The Alliance leader nodded. Fong Qin looked directly at the Alliance leader. Alliance leader, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. When the Alliance master heard this, he smiled awkwardly. Then he said, Fong Qin, to tell you the truth, the reason why I chose you is firstly because you're extremely powerful and invincible in the heavenly body tier. Secondly, there's a sword manual in the Sword Demon Valley. It is said that this sword manual was left behind by a powerful swordsman from the immortal realm. Fong Qin's heart trembled. A sword manual left behind by a powerful swordsman from the immortal realm? This sword manual is very important to sword cultivators. I want to ask you to go to the Sword Demon Valley for the sake of the old Eastern Alliance's Sword Dao faction. Fong Qin fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, Tell me more about the Sword Demon Valley. The Alliance leader was very happy that Fong Qin agreed. The Sword Demon Valley is a very strange place in the Sword Sky Islands. Only sword cultivators can enter. Moreover, only those below the creation realm can enter. This is why we've chosen you. With your strength and frightening skill in the Sword Dao, it is very likely that you will obtain the sword manual. I'm not worried about your safety once you enter the valley. However, if you obtain the sword manual and leave the valley, you will be attacked by the Sword Sky Islands elites. At that time, the creation realm elites of the old Eastern Alliance will come to your rescue. However, you must be careful. After all, you will be in the Sword Sky Islands, the Alliance leader said. Fong Qin had a general understanding of the Sword Demon Valley from the Alliance leader's words. Then he asked, When do we leave? Today. Fong Qin nodded. The old Eastern Alliance has already prepared a Starfield flying ship for you. Alliance leader, I have my own Starfield flying ship, Fong Qin said. The Alliance leader thought for a moment, then nodded. Fong Qin left the old Eastern Alliance alone. No one knew except for the Alliance leader. He was very strong now. If he went to the Sword Sky Islands, he would cause panic among the heavenly body tier cultivators. Thus, it was better to keep a low profile. Fong Qin went to a secluded place, activated the token, and disappeared. In the next moment, he was back in the demon subduing realm. He silently went to the third level of the demon subduing realm and found his main body. Fong Qin planned to leave his clone in the demon subduing realm to cultivate while his main body went to the Sword Sky Islands. The little mouse poked its head out and said with a smile, Boss, are we finally going out? I'm so bored. Let's go. He exchanged a glance with his clone, then went to the teleportation formation. Whoosh! There was a flash of white light, and Fong Qin appeared in the Sword Sky Islands territory. Boss, where are we? The little mouse asked. The Sword Sky Islands. Boss, why are we here? The little mouse asked curiously. To find the sword manual. In truth, Fong Qin wanted to tell the Alliance leader that he was leaving the old Eastern Alliance to train. He wanted to use this as an excuse to return to the demon subduing realm. However, he was curious to learn about the sword manual from the Alliance leader. Where are we going now? The little mouse asked. Fong Qin looked up at the sky and said, The Void Metal God Master seems to be living in seclusion on the Sword Sky Islands. After he said that, the map that the Void Metal God Master had given him appeared in Fong Qin's mind. They were heading to the Void Metal God Master's place of seclusion. Fong Qin had received the red glass sword, the black void silver, the glazed tungsten, and the wooden sword when he handed it over to his clone. Since he had come to the Sword Sky Islands, he could ask the Void Metal God Master to help him improve the red glass sword's quality. Once the red glass sword reached the 7th level, his strength would increase again. There were reasons why Fong Qin chose to come to the Sword Sky Islands with his main body. First, his main body was slightly stronger than his clone. Second, his main body had a golden heart. It would be easier for him to find the sword manual. 3 days later, Fong Qin arrived at the Void Metal God Master's place of seclusion. Fong Qin sighed as he gazed at the towering mountain peak. The Void Metal God Master's place of seclusion was quiet. Soon, he arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a palace here that looked simple and low-key. As soon as he approached the palace, a cultivator shouted, "Retreat! This is the Void Metal God Master's place of seclusion. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." Fong Qin was startled, but he cupped his fists and said, "Little brother, please report that an old friend of yours, Fong Qin, wishes to see the Void Metal God Master." "Humph, do you think I'll believe you just because you say that? How laughable. I see many people like you every day," sneered the cultivator. He didn't believe Fong Qin was telling the truth. Fong Qin frowned, a bit displeased. "You can ask the Void Metal God Master whether it's true or not," said Fong Qin as he did his best to suppress his anger. "Brat, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite," raged the cultivator. Chapter 1435. He was supposed to treat him with respect, but the other party did not know how to appreciate his kindness. Fong Qin did not need to reason with him anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the warrior did not even have time to react before he realized that he had disappeared. Where is he? The warrior felt a gust of wind blow past him, and then Fong Qin disappeared into thin air. "Yes. How dare you barge into the mansion? You are courting death," the warrior shouted in a low voice. Then his figure flashed, and he directly chased into the mansion. Whoosh! Whoosh! The warrior went straight to the resting place of the Void Metal God Master. "Brat, stop right there." At this moment, he saw Fong Qin walking toward the Void Metal God Master's residence and shouted angrily. Fong Qin ignored him and continued walking. The warrior finally could not take it anymore and attacked. Rumble! An extremely dense aura appeared around him as he threw a punch at the back of Fong Qin's head. He wanted to force Fong Qin to retreat. However, he met Fong Qin. Bang! Fong Qin did not even turn his head as he walked toward the Void Metal God Master's residence. However, the martial artist who attacked him was directly sent flying. How is this possible? The martial artist's eyes widened as he looked at this scene in disbelief. How can his defense be so strong? The commotion outside alerted the resting Void Metal God Master. Creak! The door opened and the Void Metal God Master walked out. Yes, seeing Fong Qin, the Void Metal God Master was also surprised. He smiled and said, "I did not expect you to come here." The warrior who fell to the ground was completely stunned. This person really knew the Void Metal God Master. "Oh no." He quickly stood up and said apologetically, "Brother, I am really sorry for what happened just now." He took the initiative to apologize, hoping to get Fong Qin's forgiveness. Otherwise, if the Void Metal God Master blamed him, he would definitely be expelled. One had to know that his family had paid a huge price to be able to learn from the Void Metal God Master. If he was expelled, he would not be able to answer to his family. What happened? The Void Metal God Master asked. Fong Qin gave a brief account of what had happened. If Fong Qin had not traded the token with him, he would not have been able to enter the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. It was even more impossible for him to obtain the ancient refining method, to avoid Iron God Master. This was more important than his own life. Therefore, he regarded Fong Qin as his benefactor. Moreover, he already owed Fong Qin a favor. Who would have thought that when Fong Qin came looking for him, a little acolyte would almost ruin his plans? "Humph, you're on your own now," Su Tai-shin Master waved his sleeve and said coldly. Then he brought Fong Chin into the hall, leaving behind the martial artist who had a look of unwillingness. In the hall, "Little friend Fong, I thought you would come to find me as soon as you came out of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Who would have thought that I would have to wait for so long?" Voi Tai God Master smiled. "I had some matters to attend to, so I came late." Fong Chin was very modest. Voi Tai God Master waved his hand and said, "What junior or senior? That makes us seem so distant. If you don't mind, you can call me Old Brother Voi Tai." Fong Chin was not a pretentious person. He was also very happy to befriend someone like Voi Tai God Master. "Old Brother Voi Tai," Fong Chin said, "you came to find me to improve the quality of your divine weapon, right?" Voi Tai God Master went straight to the point. Fong Chin nodded and took out the red glass sword. Then he took out the 3 materials. "Old Brother Voi Tai, what other materials do you need?" "Give me a list, and I'll go look for them," Fong Chin said. "Brother Fong, there's no need to be so courteous with your old brother. I'm still a 7-star divine blacksmith. If I can't even take out these few materials, how can I show my face in the future?" Voi Tai God Master said. Fong Chin was touched when he heard that. He did not know Voi Tai God Master. It was only because he had made a deal with him in the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. In truth, Fong Chin had only seen it as a deal. However, Voi Tai God Master did not think so. Without Fong Chin, he would not be who he was today. "Stay here for a few days. I'll help you improve the quality of your divine weapon right now," said Voi Tai God Master, "within a certain luxurious city on the Heavenly Sword Archipelago." This city was called the City of Hanqing. In truth, this wasn't the original name of the city. However, almost no one remembered its true name. Countless years ago, a peerless expert had appeared in this city. He had used his absolute strength to subdue all the experts in the city. Then he had used this as a foundation to establish his family. After many years of development, his family had become the hegemon of the city. Even the surrounding 10,000 miles had become their territory. That family was the Han family. The Han family was the absolute hegemon of the city of Hanqing. In the eyes of outsiders, the city of Hanqing belonged to the Han family. Even the master of the Heavenly Sword Archipelago was unwilling to interfere with the Han family's matters. He was even more unwilling to fall out with the Han family. This was enough to show how powerful the Han family was. It was said that the Han family had an old ancestor who had lived for 1,000,000 years. However, this had always been a legend. No one had seen the Han family's old ancestor in person. Today, in a certain mansion in the city of Hanqing, Han Tong was furious. He had paid a huge price to send his son to the Voi Tai God Master to learn how to forge weapons. However, his son had been banished by the Voi Tai God Master. If it had been some other reason, he would not have said anything. The Voi Tai God Master had a wide network. The Han family was not willing to provoke him. However, after hearing his son's complaints, Han Tong finally understood. His son had been banished by the Voi Tai God Master because of a cultivator named Fong Chin. That damned bastard. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Han Tong roared in anger. In the meeting hall, his son, Han Yu, sat on the armchair with his head lowered. He did not dare to make a sound. "Stay in the mansion for now. Don't go out. Don't let the upper echelons of the family see you." Han Tong looked at his son and said unhappily. His branch was considered a powerful branch of the Han family. He was currently competing for the position of elder of the Han family's enforcement hall. Initially, he had sent his son to the Voi Tai God Master in order to rope him in. This would increase his chances of winning this competition. If the upper echelons of the family learned that his son had been banished by the Voi Tai God Master, they would definitely make a big fuss about it. It would be very disadvantageous for him. "I understand, father," Han Yu said in a low voice. The mansion of the Voi Tai God Master was empty. Apart from a few heavenly body tier servants, there was almost no one else. Fang Chen was very bored as he waited for the Void Tide God Master to arrive. On this night, the weather was hot and humid. Fang Chen prepared to go out for a walk and admire the night scenery of the Sword Sky Archipelago. Standing on the mountain peak, a gentle breeze blew past his face. It was very comfortable. How good would it be if I could continue living like this? Fang Chen thought to himself. However, he immediately cut off his thoughts. He still had many things to do. He could not slack off. He would go to the Luo clan to find his mother, and then go to the immortal realm to find the star and moon. For now, these were Fang Chen's two major goals. Just as he was thinking, suddenly a ripple appeared in the void. Although it was very faint, Fang Chen still caught it. Fang Chen collected his thoughts and frowned slightly. He pretended not to notice and continued to admire the night scenery. Someone is hiding nearby. Fang Chen thought to himself. However, the other party did not move. Moreover, they seemed to have a treasure that could conceal their aura. He could not determine the other party's exact location. Just like this, Fang Chen continued to wait. 1 hour later, Fang Chen pretended to be a little sleepy and absent-minded. Right at this time, the martial artist hiding in the dark suddenly appeared. Die. This cultivator was dressed in black robes, and he used his trump card the moment he attacked. You're seeking death. Fang Chen smirked coldly. I have finally been waiting for you to attack. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand, and he fiercely swung it. He used the green lightning instant kill technique, and a cold light flashed past. Instantly, the black-robed cultivator fell to the ground, lifeless. 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Fang Chen was a little confused. He had just arrived at the Sword Sky Islands, and he had not offended anyone. Why would someone attack him? Could it be that they have come for the Void Metal God tier? Fang Chen shook his head. This was even more impossible. Void Metal God tier was who knew how much stronger than him. If a 9th level heavenly body tier cultivator came here, wouldn't that be seeking death? What on earth is going on? Fang Chen racked his brains, but he could not understand. In the end, he decided not to think about it. Meanwhile, in Han Cheng's residence, Han Tong's expression darkened as he looked at the shattered life tablet in his hand. Chapter 1436. In order to improve the quality of the red glass sword, he had to refine the black void silver and glazed ferrotungsten. The other materials were easy to refine, but these two materials were extremely difficult to refine. Even a void metal divine master, a 7-star divine blacksmith, would find it difficult to refine them in a short time. Therefore, Fang Chen had been waiting in the mansion where he lived in seclusion. On the 3rd day, Fang Chen encountered an assassination attempt. The martial artist who tried to assassinate him this time was obviously much stronger than the previous one. However, he was still killed by Fang Chen. The 2 consecutive assassinations finally caught Fang Chen's attention. His face was gloomy as he pondered carefully. Could it be that these people were here to avenge the Sword Star? But that shouldn't be the case. For a moment, Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, he remembered the martial artist who was expelled by the Void Metal Divine Master. Immediately after, he quickly found a few people who were doing odd jobs in the mansion and asked about the situation of that cultivator. As expected, Fang Chen's intuition was right. Han Clan. According to the servants, the Han Clan was very powerful in the Sword Sky Archipelago. They even occupied a city. Even the master of the archipelago was unwilling to interfere with the Han Clan. One could imagine how powerful the Han Clan was. The martial artist, who was expelled by the Void Metal Divine Master, was a young disciple of the Han Clan. It's very likely that the Han Clan is taking revenge on me, Fang Chen thought to himself. Of course, this was only his guess. He wasn't sure yet. However, he kept an eye on it. In a residence in Han City, Han Tong's face was extremely gloomy. The second martial artist he sent out had failed. Looking at the shattered life slip, Han Tong's heart was burning with rage. damned bastard. Han Tong was furious. Father, why is that guy so powerful? Han Yu asked in confusion. So what if he's powerful? He offended the Han clan. I'll tear him into pieces. Then, Han Tong ordered the 9 earthly demons to attack. Seeing this, Han Yu was overjoyed. He was very clear about the strength of the 9 earthly demons. He could be said to be invincible in the heavenly body tier. The 9 earth fiends were not originally from the Han clan, but by chance and coincidence, the 9 of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Han Tong saved the 9 of them, and the 9 of them swore to follow Han Tong to their deaths. After bringing them back to the residence, as time passed, Han Tong was shocked to discover that the potential of these 9 people was extremely heaven-defying. In the short span of 3 years, he had advanced from the 1st level of the heavenly body tier to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. This kind of improvement was extremely fast. The potential of these 9 people attracted Han Tong's attention. After that, Han Tong increased his efforts to nurture the 9 of them. They didn't disappoint Han Tong either. Although they still hadn't broken through to the creation tier, it was almost impossible for the 9 of them to find a match for them in the heavenly body tier. These 9 people became Han Tong's trump cards. There were some things that a manifestation realm expert would appear to be too ostentatious when they took action. And when the 9 earth fiends attacked, they could do it silently. Han Tong was very happy about this. He hoped that the 9 of them would be able to step into the manifestation stage. That way, the strength of his faction would increase greatly. Sending the 9 earthly fiends to kill Fong Qin also showed how much Han Tong valued this matter. That night, the 9th earth fiend used the teleportation formation to head to the place where the Void Metal God teachers lived. The place where the Void Metal God teachers lived in seclusion. In the pitch-black night, one couldn't even see their own fingers. At the peak of the mountain, there was a simple and unadorned mansion. At a certain moment, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted from the sky above the mansion. Immediately after, a scorching aura instantly spread out. Fong Qin was also alarmed by this phenomenon. He hurriedly walked out of the courtyard and looked up at the sky. Instantly, he felt a familiar aura. Did the red glass sword succeed? Fong Qin muttered to himself. However, Fong Qin soon realized that it probably hadn't succeeded yet. He felt that although the red glass sword's aura had increased, it hadn't reached the level of a level 7 divine weapon yet. The scorching aura in the air didn't dissipate for a long time, and in the weapon forging room, the Void Metal God teachers were very happy. After these few days of refining, the Void Black Silver was finally completely refined. Next, it was time to refine the glazed ferro tungsten. Moreover, the refining speed would be greatly increased. He could use the Void Black Silver to refine the glazed ferro tungsten. The night was silent. Early the next morning, the glazed ferro tungsten was also refined. The Void Metal God teachers started to improve the quality of the red glass sword. The Void Black Silver and the glazed ferro tungsten were all added into the red glass sword, along with the other supplementary materials. Finally, the wooden sword was placed beside the red glass sword. In the mansion, Fong Chan waited leisurely. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At a certain moment, the door of the weapon forging room opened. However, the red glass sword's aura had increased to a level that even Fong Qin was surprised. It's a success. Fong Qin looked at the Void Metal God teachers and asked. The Void Metal God teachers nodded and handed the red glass sword to Fong Qin. Fong Qin held the red glass sword and immediately felt a vibrating aura coming from the sword. Buzz. There seemed to be intermittent information being transmitted into his mind. Brother Fong, the forging of the red glass sword was surprisingly smooth. This is the most powerful weapon I have forged in the past few decades. The Void Metal God teachers grinned. The red glass sword had undergone a transformation after fusing the 3 rare materials. In terms of grade, it was at least the peak of the 7th rank. In terms of power, it might even be comparable to an 8th rank divine weapon. This was the most outstanding weapon that the Void Metal God teachers had ever forged. He was very excited. "Thank you, Brother Void Metal." Fang Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. The Void Metal God teachers shook his head and said, "Brother Fang, I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to have such great enlightenment on the path of weapon forging." The Void Metal God teachers had benefited greatly from the process of upgrading the red glass sword. All right, the wooden sword has already fused with it, but it won't be able to produce sentience in a short period of time. It needs to be nurtured. The Void Metal God teachers reminded. Fang Qin nodded and understood. The intermittent information just now must have been sent by sentience. He was very much looking forward to the moment when sentience appeared. Since the red glass sword had been successfully forged, it was time for Fang Qin to leave. He had already wasted a few days here. "Brother Void Metal, thank you for helping me improve the red glass sword. Since you've succeeded, I have to leave." Fang Qin sighed. You're leaving?" The Void Metal God teachers were a little reluctant. "To tell you the truth, I came to the Heavenly Sword Archipelago for 2 reasons. Firstly, I came to look for Big Brother Sutai. Secondly, which is also the most important reason, is to enter the Sword Devil Valley." Fang Qin looked at God Master Sutai and said in a deep voice. The Void Metal God teacher's eyes flashed and he nodded. "You came for the sword manual?" Clearly, the Void Metal God teachers also knew about the sword manual. Fang Qin nodded. "You're a sword cultivator, so it's natural for you to look for the sword manual. I hope you can find the sword manual," the Void Metal God teacher said. "Thank you, brother. With your strength, you're almost invincible among the heavenly body tier cultivators of the Sword Sky Archipelago. Your chances of obtaining the sword manual are very high," the Void Metal God teachers said. "However, you can't be careless because of this. Who knows? There might be some hidden freakish prodigies." "I know," Fang Qin said. From the insignificant ancient sword continent to where he was now, Fang Qin had experienced a lot. After bidding farewell to the Void Metal God teachers, Fang Qin hurriedly left the mountain peak and headed toward the Sword Demon Valley. This place wasn't very far from the Sword Demon Valley. Fang Qin estimated that it would only take a day's journey. When he was halfway through the journey, the sky gradually darkened. "Who?" Fang Qin stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look ahead. After passing through this mountain range, he would see the Sword Demon Valley. However, this mountain range was very large, and it would take at least 1 night to pass through. "I hope everything goes smoothly," Fang Qin thought to himself. Then he plunged into the mountain range. However, just as he entered the mountain range, the sound of whistling wind rang out in the distance. 9 figures instantly appeared. "He's entered the mountain range. Go in and kill him." The 9 earth fiends had caught up. After learning that Fang Qin had left midway, they madly chased after him. Finally, they caught up to Fang Qin here. In the eyes of the 9 earth fiends, this mission was too simple. There was no challenge at all. Thus, they didn't conceal their auras. They weren't afraid of being discovered by Fang Qin. Fang Qin, who was rushing through the mountain range, naturally felt the aura of the 9 earth fiends. Are they from the Han clan? Chapter 1437. Fang Qin smirked coldly. He did not expect that the Han family would send martial artists to assassinate him again. "Catch up to me first." Fang Qin did not want to waste time. Activating the time intent, his figure instantly disappeared into the darkness. The 9 earth fiend who was chasing madly suddenly had a drastic change in expression. "He escaped." Can't escape," the leader said coldly. Immediately, the 9 earth fiends' speed soared again. In the pitch-black mountain range, a chase unfolded. The time intent reached the 7th grade realm. Not to mention heavenly body tier martial artists, even creation tier elites would not be easy to catch up to Feng Qin, unless they relied on a speed-type magic treasure. Otherwise, it was simply impossible. The more he comprehended, the easier it was for him to use the time intent. Moreover, ever since the true meaning of time and space had reached the 7th grade realm, Feng Qin had gradually realized how overbearing the true meaning of time and space was. It was as if the difference between the absolute true intent was gradually revealed. Hu won his face. Wisps of cool breeze blew past. Feng Qin's speed was directly concealed in the void, advancing continuously. And behind, the 9 earth fiends' figure gradually went further and further away. Feng Qin turned his head to take a look, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. The Han family must have underestimated his strength, thinking that sending 9 heavenly body tier martial artists would be enough to kill him. Truly laughable. In a blink of an eye, Feng Qin left the 9 earth fiend far behind. Behind, the 9 earth fiend already gave it his all, but the distance between him and Feng Qin was getting further and further. This scene made the 9 earth fiend's expression completely darken. "Boss, what do we do?" The others looked at the leader of the group and asked. The 9 earth fiends were as close as brothers, and they listened to the boss's orders very much. "Grandfather Han treated us like this. This mission, we must complete it," the boss said solemnly, his words full of unquestionable authority. "His speed is too fast, we can't catch up," the second boss said. "His speed is indeed beyond our expectations. But if we give up like this, it's not in accordance with our 9 earth fiends' rules." The boss's face revealed a hint of a sly smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, he led the other 8 people in a different direction and quickly advanced in another direction. "Many years ago, I was helping Grandfather Han with a mission and came here. He is very familiar with the terrain of the mountain range. If we take a shortcut, we will be able to stop him before daybreak." After saying that, the 9 earth fiend quickly moved forward. On the other side, the true will of space-time lasted for 6 hours. Feng Qin felt that he had long shaken off the 9 people chasing after him. Immediately, he withdrew his aura and slowed down. It wasn't that he was afraid of those 9 people. He just didn't want to waste time. Sword Demon Valley. Feng Qin raised his head and looked ahead, muttering to himself. The reason he came to the Heavenly Sword Archipelago was to obtain the Sword Scripture. Therefore, he couldn't waste any time. The most important thing was to enter the Sword Devil Valley as soon as possible. Just like that, their journey was unimpeded. When it was almost dawn, Feng Qin was finally about to leave the mountain range. The Sword Devil Valley was right in front of him. Feng Qin was very happy. He quickened his pace and prepared to leave the mountain range. However, at this moment, 9 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Feng Qin was stunned. Then his eyes widened as he looked ahead. "Brat, you think you can escape because you are fast?" The leader sneered. "You will definitely die." The 9 earth fiends spread out and surrounded Feng Qin in the middle. "You're really haunting me." There was a hint of dissatisfaction between Feng Qin's brows, and he said coldly, posturing. "Death is at hand, and you still dare to be stubborn." The 9 earth fiend was very confident. As long as they made a move, this brat would definitely die. Feng Qin sneered and said, "Since you guys are courting death, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Originally, Feng Qin didn't want to make a move, but the 9 earth fiend kept pestering him, and killing intent rose in his heart. "Boss, why talk nonsense with him? Just kill him directly." Instantly, the 9 earth fiend attacked at the same time. A wild aura spread out from the 9 heavenly body tier martial artists. In Feng Qin's hand, the red glass sword suddenly appeared. He stared at the red glass sword, grinned, and said, "The red glass sword's grade has been upgraded. The first time it is unsheathed, I will use the blood of the 9 of you as a sacrifice." As Feng Qin's voice fell, the green thunder instant kill was suddenly used. Voila! The red glass sword instantly expanded, and then a thick sword light appeared in the sky. The sword light contained an extremely terrifying power. The level 7 divine weapon, red glass sword, was too powerful. So strong! Fang Qin couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately he waved his hand. Instantly, the red glass sword carried a terrifying pressure, sweeping across the 9 earth fiend. Puchi! The sword was swung out, and instantly Puchi sounds could be heard. The 9 earth fiend's powerful attack stopped abruptly. Fang Chen held the red glass sword in his hand, standing quietly in the middle. The vast aura on the red glass sword quickly dissipated. The surrounding towering trees fell to the ground instantly, turning into ruins. Bang! The 9 earth fiends' heads all fell to the ground, and their corpses also crashed to the ground. The 9 earth fiend, who was still extremely powerful just now, was killed by Fang Qin in the blink of an eye. And after doing all this, it was only one sword strike. As if nothing had happened, he put away the red glass sword and quickly left the mountain range. Soon he saw the Sword Demon Valley. That's the Sword Demon Valley? Fang Chen's heart trembled. Although the distance was very far, he could still feel the soaring aura in the valley. Outside the Sword Demon Valley, there were many martial artists looking inside. These martial artists were mostly low-level heavenly body tier, and there were also middle-level martial artists. They were too weak. Although they were qualified to enter the Sword Demon Valley, they didn't dare to take the risk. Fang Chen's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. He didn't think at all and directly went into the Sword Demon Valley. Another one coming to die. Yeah, everyone wants to get the sword manual. How could it be so easy? Most of the martial artists who enter the Sword Demon Valley this time will die inside. Many martial artists discussed softly. Han City, Han Tong's residence. Han Yu sat quietly, peeking at his father's expression from time to time. Ever since his father saw the 9 earthly fiend life slip shattering, he had been silent. Logically speaking, his father should be furious that the 9 earthly fiend was killed. However, there was no expression on his father's face. This didn't make sense. After a long time, Han Yu mustered up his courage and walked in front of his father, asking carefully, "Father!" Hearing this, Han Tong looked up at Han Yu and then said, "What's the matter?" "Father, the 9 earthly fiend." Before Han Yu finished speaking, Han Tong waved his hand to stop him. "I won't let this matter go," Han Tong said. "However, this person can kill the 9 earthly fiend, which means he's very strong. Before investigating his identity, I won't act rashly." Just as Han Tong was speaking, a servant came with news. "Lord Han, a spy reported that the person who killed the 9 earthly fiend has entered the Sword Demon Valley." Sword Demon Valley. Hearing this, a sly look appeared on Han Tong's face. "All right, you can leave." On the Sword Sky Archipelago, in an extremely desolate mountain range. This was a forbidden area for cultivators. Usually, almost no one was willing to come here. There were many mountains here, some reaching into the clouds, and some are very short. On one of the mountain peaks, there was a thatched cottage. On the mountain peak, 2 old men were looking into the distance. After a long time, one of the old men said, "The appearance of the Sword Demon Valley's sword manual has stirred up a storm on the Sword Sky Archipelago." That's right. Every time the sword manual appears, heavenly body tier cultivators will fight fiercely and rivers of blood will flow. However, in the end, almost no one can obtain the sword manual, the other old man said with emotion. They had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had experienced far too much. In these hundreds of thousands of years, the sword manual had appeared 5 times. Every time it appeared, it would stir up a storm, and this time it was the 6th time it appeared. I can vaguely feel that the appearance of the sword manual this time is extraordinary. That's right. The 6th time it appears, it might really be obtained by a cultivator. Just as the 2 old men were chatting, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. "Master, what are you doing?" A bell-like voice traveled into the ears of the two old men. Instantly, the two old men's faces were filled with smiles. The two of them were teaching a disciple together, and they were very satisfied with this disciple. "My good disciple, under our guidance, you've improved rapidly. I've already discussed with your second master, and we're planning to let you go out to train. Go out to train." Chapter 1438. On the Sword Sky Archipelago, on a special wasteland, there were towering mountains everywhere. There were many valleys below. However, most of the valleys were nothing special. There was only one valley where countless cultivators gathered at the entrance. This valley was the legendary Sword Demon Valley. According to legend, there was once a great battle between elites from beyond the heavens. In the end, one side was defeated, and their corpses fell into the Sword Demon Valley. After the baptism of countless years, the Sword Demon Valley was filled with extremely dense sword chi. This sword chi enveloped the Sword Demon Valley. In the years that followed, the sword manual appeared 5 times. Each time it appeared, it would cause a commotion on the Sword Sky Archipelago. This was because the sword manual was extremely precious. Even creation tier sword cultivators couldn't resist its temptation. Unfortunately, only ancient martial art practitioners below the manifestation realm could enter. This also caused the reclusive old monsters to summon their disciples to enter the Sword Demon Valley to search for the sword manual. The Sword Demon Valley was a space of its own. Although it wasn't big, it was still bigger than a city. So powerful. Fong Qin stood quietly on the ground of the Sword Demon Valley, his face filled with confusion. Extremely dense sword qi permeated the air. This sword qi made Fong Qin feel very oppressed. Moreover, Fong Qin discovered that the sword Dao aura here was different from the one he cultivated in. I wonder how powerful that fallen sword Dao Great Elite was. Fong Qin muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, he took out his communication jade pendant. Then he sent a message to Xiaofeng. After a while, Xiaofeng sent a message to Fong Qin, telling him the location. Then Fong Qin quickly headed toward the place where Xiaofeng was trapped. There were many strange places in the Sword Demon Valley. One of them was a layer of rock. From its appearance, it was only an ordinary layer of rock. However, the truth was that there were many god tools inside this layer of rock. The numerous heavenly body tier cultivators that entered the Sword Demon Valley fought over it. Xiaofeng was one of them. However, because he was a disciple of the Old Hua Archipelago, he was rejected by the disciples of the Sword Sky Archipelago. As a result, he was trapped in a formation inside the layer of rock, unable to leave. Fortunately, Xiaofeng was not weak, so his life was not in danger for the time being. At a certain moment, Xiaofeng was desperately resisting the attacks of other martial artists when he suddenly heard Fong Qin's sound transmission. Immediately, a wild smile appeared on his face. Hold on. As long as Fong Qin was here, the clowns outside were nothing to be afraid of. Just you wait. When senior brother Fong comes, he will definitely kill all of you. Bang, bang, bang. After about an hour, the martial artists outside launched a fierce attack. Xiaofeng finally could not hold on any longer. Damn it! Xiaofeng cursed as his body was sent flying. The martial artists outside finally could not endure any longer, and all entered the array formation. Xiaofeng, you can die now. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the leading cultivator. The long sword in his hand suddenly shot out, piercing toward Xiaofeng. When the latter saw this, fear rose in his heart and he quickly retreated. Just as the leader's sword was about to pierce into Xiaofeng's body, suddenly a ripple appeared in the void. Immediately after, Fong Qin's figure appeared. His body blocked in front of Xiaofeng, and his fingers clamped down on the leader's long sword. When the latter saw this, he increased his strength, wanting to kill Fong Qin as well. However, he was shocked to find that no matter how much strength he used, he could not break free from this person's control. Finally, The leader felt a trace of fear. "Who are you?" The leader asked coldly. Fang Chen's fingers gently exerted force, and suddenly, with a crack, the leader's sword broke into two. This scene caused the faces of the martial artists behind to change greatly, and they kept retreating. "Your divine weapon is too weak." Fang Chen shook his head, turned to Xiaofeng, and asked, "Are you okay?" "Senior brother Fang, I'm fine." Seeing Fang Chen appear, Xiaofeng was very excited. "Brat, who are you? You even dare to interfere in my business." Hearing the leader's threat, Fang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, "If I were you, I would have left long ago." "Let's go together and kill him," the leader roared angrily. Suddenly, more than 10 martial artists attacked together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Using the space-time true intent, Fang Chen's figure shuttled between more than 10 martial artists. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen returned to his original position. At this time, there was a bang, bang, bang sound on the ground. More than 10 martial artists all fell to the ground. They widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen, unable to believe everything in front of them. "Oh my God, how strong is he? What kind of existence did we provoke?" These martial artists were full of horror. Get lost. They were too weak, and Fang Chen did not even bother to kill them. Hearing this, more than 10 martial artists rolled and crawled, quickly leaving this place. "Thank you, Senior Brother Fang." Although Xiaofeng was prepared, he was still shocked when he saw Fang Chen make a move. "You and I are from the same sect, so it's only right," Fang Chen said. "How did you get trapped here?" "There are divine weapons under the rock layer. I came in after discovering them, but I was surrounded by them." Xiaofeng explained what had happened. Fang Chen nodded and then waved his finger. The array's aura spread and the array shattered. "Go and collect the divine weapons, then we'll leave here," Fang Chen said. Xiaofeng nodded and went deep into the rock layer. Soon he brought out all the divine weapons. "Senior brother Fang, pick a few," Xiaofeng said. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "You keep them." With powerful divine weapons like the Hidden Star Sword and the Red Glass Sword in his hands, Fang Chen would not be interested in these divine weapons. Although there were 7th-level divine weapons among these divine weapons, in Fang Chen's eyes, they were far from comparable to his Red Glass Sword. Seeing this, Xiaofeng was shocked again. No wonder he was the first on the Tianhua list. He did not even care about 7th-level divine weapons. After putting away the divine weapons, Xiaofeng was very happy. "Senior brother Fang, where are we going now?" "Do you know where the news of the sword manual was spread?" Fang Chen asked. "Senior brother Fang, are you here for the sword manual?" Xiaofeng asked. Fang Chen nodded. Xiaofeng chuckled and said, "It said that the sword manual was last seen on the Sword Demon Cliff." "Lead the way," Fang Chen said. Xiaofeng led Fang Chen to the Sword Demon Cliff. After a period of time, all the powerful warriors had gathered in front of the Sword Demon Cliff. The Sword Demon Cliff was located in the center of the Sword Demon Valley. It was a very large rock platform. Many martial artists gathered in front of the Sword Demon Cliff. There were even some martial artists who had hidden themselves from the world. There were 5 people standing in front of the Sword Demon Cliff. The man in green on the left was called Emo Lun. He was the disciple of a 9th-level heavenly body tier elite. He was very strong, even stronger than Jian Xing, who was once the first on the sword heavenly ranking. The second man in black was called Hei Feng. He was skilled in the path of shadows and had a high-level true meaning. In the path of assassination, no one could compare to him. Although he had no backing and was a lone cultivator, no one dared to underestimate him. The man in white in the middle held a folding fan in his hand and looked very elegant. He was the strongest martial artist among the many martial artists who had entered the Sword Demon Valley this time. This was because he was the son of the master of the sword Heavenly Islands, Jian Sundown. He had a prominent status and was always in seclusion. He was so strong that he was even unwilling to be ranked on the sword heavenly ranking. The appearance of the sword manual had caused him to come out of seclusion. Jian Sundown was determined to obtain the sword manual. The two on the right were from the Han clan of the Han city. These two were very old. They were elites of the older generation who had lived for several hundred years. Because of the limit of their potential, they were unable to break through to the creation tier. Thus, they had been studying themselves and increasing their strength. Their individual strength might not be comparable to Jian Sundown's, but when they fought together, even Jian Sundown would be wary. The numerous martial artists behind these 5 people were inferior. Everyone present was at least at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Those below the 9th level did not dare to court death. 88.8. However, Fang Chen's arrival broke the rules. He was only at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier, and he caused a commotion as soon as he arrived. A 7th level heavenly body tier coming here to court death? Brat, you're too weak. You don't have the right to come here. He had just arrived at the Sword Demon Cliff, and some martial artists were already making things difficult for him. Is there a rule that states 7th level heavenly body tier cultivators cannot come here? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 1439. Weaklings don't have the right to come here. What a joke. Who set this rule? Fang Chen's attitude was strong, not backing down at all. Fang Chen's words angered some cultivators. The 5 elites, standing at the front, also frowned. The Han clan was the first to speak. Humph. What's the point of having a sharp tongue? Trash will always be trash. Since the Han clan had spoken, some bootlicking cultivators naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Several cultivators walked to Fang Chen's side and surrounded Fang Chen. Their eyes were unfriendly, and they were ready to kill Fang Chen. You'd better think carefully. I don't attack easily. Once I attack, there will definitely be blood. Fang Chen sneered. He was laughing at the ignorance of these cultivators. Brat, who are you trying to scare? That's right. How strong can a 7th level heavenly body tier cultivator be? Brat, do you believe that I'll chop your head off? I don't believe you, Fang Chen said directly. Fang Chen's rebuttal made the fat cultivator very displeased. He felt that he had lost face. Then he let out a low roar and attacked forcefully. Hung long long. A long sword soared through the air, and sword chi swept out. The fat cultivator's sword cultivation was very strong. He swung the long sword in his hand and stabbed it directly at Fang Chen. Pum! A simple punch shot out. The subsegment smashed the fat martial artist's long sword and sent him flying. Dong! This sudden scene shocked everyone. Many people were shocked. A bare-handed attack could shatter a level 5 god weapon. This brat was too strong, wasn't he? The other cultivators who were about to make a move suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked at Fang Chen with fear in their eyes. Humph, so what if you're strong? The Han clan members said again. Attack together and kill him. With the Han clan backing them, these cultivators attacked Fang Chen without any fear. Too weak. Fang Chen sneered and threw out punch after punch. The perfect sword body was activated, and the sword-shaped runes were activated. His body's defense reached the highest level. These martial artists couldn't even break through his defense, let alone block his fists. Wherever the fist passed, the martial artists were instantly sent flying. In just a breath's time, the 4 or 5 warriors who had attacked Fang Chen were all sent flying. It was only at this moment that everyone had a clear understanding of Fang Chen. The faces of the 2 Han family experts at the front darkened. Fang Chen slapped them in the face with his actions, which made the 2 of them very unhappy. On the contrary, Jian, sunk in oblivion's eyes flickered as he became curious about Fang Chen. As for the other 2, their expressions were calm. No one knew what they were thinking. If anyone disagrees, feel free to make a move, Fang Chen said. His voice was not loud, but it spread across the land. All the martial artists looked at each other. They couldn't help but step back, making way for Fong Chen. Fong Chen looked around and walked straight to Jian Sunken Oblivion's group of 5. "Brother, you don't look familiar. Where are you from?" Jian Sunken Oblivion asked. This person shouldn't be from the Heavenly Sword Archipelago. Otherwise, there was no way he wouldn't know. Old Hua Archipelago. Fong Chen did not hide it. "Oh, isn't Kushu the strongest of the Old Hua Archipelago's younger generation? When did such an outstanding martial artist like you appear?" Jian, Sunken Oblivion, waved his fan and grinned. Fong Chen did not say anything. "Brat, you don't have the right to stand here." One of the Han family experts attacked. Boom! He threw a punch at Fong Chen, not giving the latter any time to retaliate. "Die!" The Han clan's powerhouse bellowed. His figure flickered as he chased after Fong Chen. When Fong Chen saw this, he used the true meaning of space-time and disappeared. The Han clan's expert's attack missed. By the time he reacted, Fong Chen had already appeared behind him like a ghost. Bang! He used the space-time strangulation and sent the Han family expert flying. Humph! He glanced at the Han family expert, snorted, and walked to the side. When the other Han family expert saw this, he became wary. Even Jian sunk into oblivion's eyes revealed a complicated expression. Where did this martial artist from the Old Hua Archipelago come from? Why was he so strong? Jian Sunken Oblivion felt that this person had not used his full strength yet. It seems like this person is a strong opponent, Jian Sunken Oblivion thought. He glanced at the others from the corner of his eyes. They also regarded Fong Chen as a strong opponent. Whoosh! Just as Jian Sunken Oblivion was thinking, countless balls of light suddenly appeared above the Sword Demon Cliff. Charge! Many martial artists roared and rushed toward the Sword Demon Cliff. Jian Sunken Oblivion and the others leaped onto the Sword Demon Cliff and reached out to grab the incoming balls of light. When Fong Chen saw this, he used the true meaning of space-time and was much faster than the others. His divine sense spread out and enveloped the balls of light. There's so many balls of light. One of them must be real. Fong Chen quickly scanned the balls of light and suddenly found something strange. At the edge of the Sword Demon Cliff, there was a ball of light moving at a different speed than the others. This ball of light is strange. Fong Chen did not say anything. His figure flickered and arrived in front of the ball of light. Then he grabbed it in his hand. At the same time, the other martial artists also grabbed the balls of light. However, to everyone's surprise, the excited martial artists were shocked to find that the balls of light in their hands were quickly dispersing. What's going on? Jian Sunken Oblivion looked at the dispersing balls of light in his hand with a gloomy face and was puzzled. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of balls of light were all dispersing. Suddenly, someone saw the ball of light in Fong Chen's hand. He has a ball of light in his hand. This sentence attracted everyone's attention, especially Mo Luen, Black Bee, Jian Sunken Oblivion, and the others. There must be a sword manual in his ball of light. The crowd roared. Suddenly, a large number of martial artists rushed toward Fong Chen. At this moment, Fong Chen held the ball of light in his hand, the golden heart beating rapidly. He could feel that there should be a sword manual in this ball of light. The golden heart seemed to be communicating with the ball of light. With a thought, he put the ball of light into the golden heart. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Chaos Element Killing Array was set up. Hong Long Longa, large number of martial artists were trapped in the Chaos Element Killing Array. Pu Chi, the power of killing, appeared and attacked the martial artists in the killing array madly. Numerous, miserable screams were heard. Many martial artists could not withstand the power of the Chaos Element Killing Array and died on the Sword Demon Cliff. Jian Sunken Oblivion and the others did not move. They were waiting for these martial artists to exhaust Fong Chen's power. I didn't expect this person to be an expert of formations, Emolyn said. This killing array is very scary. Once trapped, even I can't break through it, Blackbee said. It's really unimaginable that a 7th level heavenly body tier can explode with such power. Jen, sunk in oblivion, pursed his lips. Then he looked at the other 4 people. This person is very strong, and his killing array is very scary. If we fight him alone and get trapped in the formation, it'll be very difficult to defeat him. Why don't we work together and defeat him first, then use our own abilities to seize the ball of light? Jen, sunk in oblivion, asked. Jen, sunk in oblivion's prestige was very high. The other 4 naturally agreed with his words. That's right. Let's kill this person first, the Han clan members said angrily. As the 5 of them spoke, a large number of martial artists were trapped in the chaos element killing array, dying. There was also a group of martial artists who died directly. Let us go. We'll leave immediately. We definitely won't become enemies with you. Many martial artists were begging for mercy. Fang Qin felt that it was about time. He did not want to kill the innocent. With a wave of his hand, the chaos element killing array was removed. The many martial artists who had survived the calamity nearly cried. They all fled. Seeing this scene, Xiaofeng's heart surged with shock. Senior Brother Fang's power was beyond his understanding. Infinitely close to the creation tier, Xiaofeng murmured. In the blink of an eye, there were only 6 people left on the Sword Demon Cliff. Jian, sunk in oblivion, and the other 4 stood side by side, their auras suffusing and suppressing Fang Qin. Brother, you'll be punished for killing the innocent on the Sword Sky Islands. However, if you hand over the ball of light, I, Jian, sunk in oblivion, can guarantee that you'll leave safely, Jian, sunk in oblivion, said. CCC Pavilion. Fang Qin shook his head, his eyes cold. The ball of light is in my hands. If you want it, then come and take it. Brat, you're seeking death. Mo Luan shouted. Humph, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being impolite. Blackbee's figure flickered in and out of existence, preparing to attack. The 2 Han clan members also glared at Fang Qin. Looks like I was too gentle just now. Chapter 1440. Ever since his original body came out from the star relic, he had not gone all out. But now, Fang Qin could finally show his skills. He stared at the 5 of them and waved his hand. Instantly, the Chaos Origin killing array was set up. Then he took out the array core and placed it into the Chaos Origin killing array. Immediately, the power of the Chaos Origin killing array was raised to the maximum. Rumble, a terrifying murderous aura filled the air. The 5 of them were trapped in the Chaos Origin killing array. Kid, do you think a mere killing array can trap the 5 of us? The one who spoke was Emolan. A wild aura of array Dao emerged around him as he prepared to break the array. The other 4 were shocked. They did not expect Mo Luan to have hidden his strength so deeply. Mo Luan made his move. He had been hiding his strength. Other than his master, no one knew that he was a divine array master. His attainments in array Dao were very high. At such a young age, he had already reached the level of a 6-star divine array master. But now, seeing Fang Qin setting up the array, Mo Luan sneered. He attacked crazily to break the Chaos Origin killing array. However, when Fang Qin merged the array core into the killing array, Mo Luan's expression changed drastically. Not good. Mo Luan shouted, attracting the attention of the other 4. The killing array's power has increased by a lot. I can't break it, Mo Luan said with difficulty. All I can do is to buy time for you. As soon as Mo Luan finished speaking, he focused on dealing with the Chaos Origin killing array. Without the obstruction of the killing array, Jian Shenluan and the other 3 quickly made their move. Whoosh! The first to appear in front of Fang Qin was He Feng. Among the 4, he was the most proficient in assassination. With a high-grade true intent, his assassination skills were unparalleled in the entire Sword Sky archipelago. Kid, you're dead meat. Hei Feng smiled sinisterly and immediately used his shadow-type true intent. Shadow-type true intent. Fang Chen felt that it was ridiculous. Hei Feng actually dared to use his shadow-type true intent in front of him. Without a second word, Fang Chen unleashed the space-time true intent, and then his body tunneled into the void. Not long after, with a bang, Hei Feng kicked Hei Feng out. How is this possible? Jian Qinluan's face was very gloomy. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Black Bee's high-grade true meaning is unable to contend against him. Sword sink into oblivion, howled madly. Black Wasp was sent flying by Fang Chen and suffered a great blow. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I, Black Bee, have a high-grade true meaning. He's not my match. Black Bee mumbled. He had already entered a state of madness. Soon after, a dark aura appeared around him. Black Wasp pushed his high-grade true meaning to the extreme and launched an assassination attempt on Fang Chen. At the same time, the two powerhouses of the Han clan also made their moves. One on the left and one on the right, they launched powerful attacks at Fang Chen. As for Sword Oblivion, he was the last to make a move. A flexible sword appeared in his hand. This flexible sword contained a terrifying aura as it pierced towards Fang Chen. Wu Shi activated his perfect sword body and forcefully withstood the attack from the Han family's expert. Then, Fang Chen quickly counterattacked. The fist that had been accumulating power for a long time suddenly blasted towards the two Han family powerhouses. Bang! The two Han family's experts were sent flying. At the same time, Jian Qinluan's flexible sword also approached Fang Chen. Whoosh! The red glass sword was unsheathed, and a red light streaked across the sky. The green thunder insta-kill was suddenly executed, and a strange sword light pierced towards Jian Qinluan. Bang! Bang! With a swing of the sword, Jian Qinluan was forced to retreat. Damn it! Jian Qinluan's face was gloomy and his aura surged. After forcing Jian Qinluan back, Fang Chen executed the space-time strangulation again. This time, Blackbee was unlucky. He failed to dodge Fang Chen's attack and was heavily injured by the space-time strangulation. Bang! Black Bee's body was sent flying and fell below the sword demon cliff. Blood flowed all over his body, and he was on the verge of death. Black Bee took out a pill with difficulty and put it in his mouth. Instantly, his aura calmed down. He raised his head and looked at the battle on the sword demon cliff. Black Bee's heart was filled with fear. His figure flashed, and he immediately fled. The moment he was sent flying, Black Bee had given up the fight. When facing Fang Chen's attack, Black Bee felt that death was approaching, and he was filled with regret. After severely injuring Black Bee, Fang Chen and Jian Qinluan started to fight. The two experts of the Han family wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack Fang Chen. However, he was stopped by the sudden appearance of the little mouse. Do you think my boss is a sick cat if the tiger doesn't show its might? Little Mouse glared at the two experts of the Han family and said coldly, "You're courting death." The two experts of the Han family attacked together. Roar! Little Mouse executed its innate ability, Extreme Piercing. The terrifying purple spear, which carried an awe-inspiring aura, pierced through the defenses of the two experts of the Han family. It pierced through the bodies of the two experts of the Han family. At the same time, the innate ability Devour was executed, and a terrifying attractive force enveloped the two experts of the Han family. Hiss! The two experts of the Han family struggled with all their might, but it was useless. They could feel that death was approaching. Blood gushed out from their bodies, and their vitality was disappearing. Under Little Mouse's continuous attacks, the two experts of the Han family died. This scene caused Jian sunk into oblivion to be extremely shocked. Damned guy, where did he come from? As time passed, the battle between Feng Qin and Jian Qinluan entered a white-hot stage. As the son of the archipelago master, Jian Qinluan had many trump cards. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have been killed by Feng Qin long ago. After Little Mouse killed the two experts of the Han family, it jumped in front of Emo Luan. Pucci! Its claw grabbed Emo Luan's body, interrupting his attempt to break the formation. Emo Luan let out a miserable cry. He executed his final move with all his might, and his body turned into black smoke, disappearing from the primordial killing formation. Humph! Consider yourself lucky to run fast. Little Mouse was too lazy to chase after him. His gaze fell on Jian Qinluan's body. Roar! The innate ability Devour was executed, and a terrifying attractive force enveloped Jian Qinluan. It instantly caused Jian Qinluan's attack to deviate, giving Feng Qin a good opportunity. Pucci! The red glass sword pierced Jian Qinluan's arm, and blood splashed into the sky. Then, Little Mouse executed extreme piercing and pierced Jian Qinluan's arm. Jian Qinluan screamed miserably, and blood splashed into the sky. His body was trembling. It was the first time in his life that he had been so seriously injured. It was also the first time he felt so close to death. Die. The green thunder insta-kill was executed, and the red glass sword stabbed Jian Qinluan at lightning speed. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged from Jian Qinluan's body. This terrifying aura made Feng Qin's expression change drastically. This is, Feng Qin exclaimed. Little Mouse jumped onto his shoulder with a whoosh. In the sky above Jian Qinluan's head, a terrifying aura spread out and turned into a phantom. The strongest creation realm expert of the Sword Archipelago, the master of the archipelago, Jian Chongtian. Brat, how dare you hurt my son? You are courting death. Jian Chongtian was very domineering. As soon as he appeared, he immediately berated Feng Qin. As the master of the Sword Archipelago, Jian Chongtian's strength was terrifying. Apart from those life and death realm emperors who lived in seclusion, no one was his match. Jian Chongtian had lived for tens of thousands of years and only had one son, Jian Qinluan. Therefore, he was very protective of his son. He gave his son countless resources and the best cultivation environment. Every time his son went out, he would leave his consciousness on Jian Qinluan's body, fearing that an accident would happen. And this time he thought that his trip to the Sword Demon Valley would be foolproof. Who would have thought that his consciousness would be forcibly activated? This was a warning that Jian Qinluan was in danger. Jian Chongtian was very angry. If I hit the young, the old will come out. Feng Qin was not afraid of Jian Chongtian. He could not enter the Sword Demon Valley, as it was merely a wisp of his consciousness. Brat, if I want to kill you in the territory of my Sword Archipelago, you have nowhere to run. Jian Chongtian threatened. Father, kill him. Jian Qinluan roared. Jian Chongtian stared at Feng Qin and said coldly, Brat, hand over the ball of light, and I will spare your life. Old bastard, you want to threaten my boss with just a wisp of your consciousness? Little Mouse's temper flared up, and he directly went berserk. Hearing this, Jian Chongtian burned with anger. Crash! Jian Chongtian waved his hand, and the Chaos Origin killing array shattered. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant, Jian Chongtian said. Then why don't you attack? Feng Qin concluded that Jian Chongtian's consciousness could not be too strong. Chapter 1441. If it was any other time, he would have slapped someone to death if they dared to talk to him like that. However, this was the Sword Demon Valley. No matter how strong Jian Chongtian was, he had to abide by the rules here. His consciousness wasn't strong, otherwise, he would have already made a move. He left his consciousness on Jian sunk into oblivion to prevent accidents from happening. Once an expert made a move, Jian Chongtian's consciousness would definitely be able to intimidate the other party. The Lord of the Archipelago wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, the reckless were afraid of the reckless, and the reckless were afraid of the reckless. You're courting death. Jian Chongtian's consciousness made a move. Roar! Little Mouse didn't care so much and used his innate ability, extreme piercing. A terrifying purple spear shot out and pierced towards Jian Chongtian. Jian Chongtian's expression changed drastically. When the purple spear pierced his body, his consciousness was collapsing. Old man, you're just SOO. Little Mouse sneered. Jian Chongtian's consciousness was collapsing, and he was extremely furious. Brat, if you dare to touch my son, I, Jian Chongtian, will definitely kill you. With that, Jian Chongtian's consciousness dissipated. The sudden change startled Jian sunk into oblivion. Immediately, he looked at Fong Chen with some apprehension. Boss, what should we do? Why don't we just kill him? Little Mouse said. Since he had offended Jian Chongtian and would be hunted down when he went out, he might as well kill his son. At the very least, it would make Jian Chongtian's heart ache for a long time. Fong Chen walked towards Jian sunk into oblivion step by step, his heart filled with killing intent. At this moment, not far from the Sword Demon Cliff, there was a beautiful figure in yellow who was moving forward quickly. There's a battle ahead. The sword manual should be there. There was a smile on Princess Xian's face as she flew quickly. This time, she came to the Sword Demon Valley under the orders of her two masters to find the sword manual. After a while, Princess Xian saw the Sword Demon Cliff. However, when her gaze fell on the Sword Demon Cliff, the smile on her face instantly froze. It was replaced by excitement. Her delicate body trembled, and tears appeared in her eyes. Tears of joy. He didn't expect to see Fong Chen in the Sword Devil Valley after so many years. Fong Chen. Princess Xian's mind was blank as she ran madly. On the Sword Demon Cliff, Jian, sunk in oblivion, continuously retreated. He was very afraid of Fong Chen. Suddenly a shout was heard. Then, Fong Chen stopped in his tracks, and his expression changed. Jian, sunken sword, caught sight of Fong Chen's expression and turned to look at Princess Xian. His eyes turned, and a black pearl appeared in his palm. He threw it out and it exploded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he leaped to the bottom of the Sword Demon Cliff. Before Princess Xian could react, she was entangled by the flexible sword of sword descent. Sword Oblivion. Fong Chen withstood the explosive power of the Black Pearl. When he saw Princess Xian being captured by the Sword of Oblivion, he was furious and his eyes turned scarlet. Let her go. Fong Chen jumped off the Sword Demon Cliff and roared furiously. Brother Chen. Although Princess Xian was restrained, when she saw Fong Chen, her pretty face was full of tears. Boy, if you dare come over, I'll kill her. Sure enough, the threat of Jian sunken oblivion was very effective. For Princess Xian's safety, Fong Chen didn't act rashly. Jian sunken oblivion held Princess Xian hostage and quickly retreated. Fong Chen followed closely behind, looking for an opportunity to kill Jian sunken oblivion. However, the latter had been staring at him and didn't have a chance to make a move. Brother Chen, don't worry about me, Princess Xian said while crying. I will never let anyone hurt you, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Princess Xian was very excited. 2 hours later, Jian, sunk in oblivion, found the exit. At this moment, Fong Chen and the little mouse were ready to make a move. However, Jian, sunk in oblivion, was the first to notice. His flexible sword pierced into Princess Xian's neck. Immediately, blood stained Princess Xian's white neck. If you dare to make a move, I will kill her. Jian, sunk in oblivion, fell into madness. In order to survive, he had no other choice. As expected, Fong Chen was intimidated by his actions. Release her, and I will let you leave, said Fong Chen coldly. Humph, do you think I'm stupid? Jian, sunk in oblivion, held Princess Xan hostage and quickly left Sword Demon Valley. Whoosh! The moment he left Sword Demon Valley, Jian, sunk in oblivion's heart relaxed. He knew that outside Sword Demon Valley, Fang Qin couldn't do anything to him. Whoosh! Fang Qin and the little mouse rushed out of Sword Demon Valley. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure descended. Then a shocking aura spread out. Not good. Fang Chen and the little mouse's figures flashed and entered Sword Demon Valley. Dong, a terrifying aura fiercely collided with Sword Demon Valley's restriction. The entire ground trembled, and Jian Chongtian's clone appeared out of thin air. Jian, sunk in oblivion, are you all right? Asked Jian Chongtian. Father, I'm fine, said Jian, sunk in oblivion. This woman knows the person who killed me. Jian, sunk in oblivion, told Jian Chongtian what had happened. When the latter heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face. Bring this woman back. I don't believe that brat will hide in Sword Demon Valley forever, sneered Jian Chongtian. Jian, sunk in oblivion, nodded and shouted at Sword Demon Valley. Brat, if you want to save her, come to Void Dragon Mountain. After saying that, Jian Chongtian left with Jian, sunk in oblivion. Within Sword Demon Valley, Fang Qin clenched his fists. His eyes were scarlet and his teeth were about to crack. Boss, calm down, advised the little mouse. That bastard Jian, sunk in oblivion, roared Fang Qin. Boss, Jian, sunk in oblivion, wants to use Princess Xan to force you to submit. You can't go out, said the little mouse. No, I must save Princess Xan, said Fang Qin. This caused a huge commotion in the outside world. Jian Chongtian spread the news of Princess Xan throughout the entire Sword Sky archipelago. Countless cultivators were secretly paying attention. They did not know if Fang Chen would ascend Void Dragon Mountain for the sake of a woman. If he did, the sword manual would fall into Jian Chongtian's hands. When Void Tai Divine Master heard the news, he was very anxious. He immediately decided to help Fang Chen. Although he was not strong, he had connections. Find an expert to pressure Jian Chongtian. Void Tai Divine Master quickly contacted his good friends. The news spread further and further. Fang Chen, who was hiding in Sword Demon Valley, was furious, but there was nothing he could do. After the initial madness, he gradually calmed down. He was thinking about how to avoid everyone's gaze and quietly leave Sword Demon Valley. Then, he would think of a way to save Princess Xan on a hidden mountain peak. The two old men, black and white, stood quietly. Their faces were gloomy and very unhappy. "Oh, Old White, it seems that many people have forgotten about us after not showing up for so long," said Old Black in a deep voice. "That's right. Jian Chongtian is too bold. He even dares to kidnap our disciples." "He's courting death," said Old White. There was no aura around them, as if they were ordinary people. "However, I'm curious about that Fang Chen. Who is he? Is he the man that Xaner yearns for day and night?" The two of them discussed. After a long time, the two of them shook their heads and said, "No matter what, we won't let Jian Chongtian off so easily this time." "Old White, I feel that we don't need to show up so early," said Old Black. "Why?" asked Old White. "We'll watch from the shadows. Once Xn is in danger, it won't be too late for us to act. We can use this opportunity to test that guy called Fang Chen and see how he treats Xn. Said Old Black. "Old Black, when did you become so smart?" Old White clapped his hands, very supportive of Old Black's idea. "Humph, do you think I'm the same as you?" After bickering for a while, the two of them thought of something. "Old White, that kid is trapped in Sword Demon Valley. There must be many experts in the outside world watching. The sword manual is very attractive. He can't even leave Sword Demon Valley. How can he save Xr?" "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Let's go to Sword Demon Valley first and secretly help him. Let's see if he'll go save Xan after he comes out." The two of them reached a consensus and their figures flashed as they tore through space and disappeared. Sword Demon Valley. 88. Oh, the sky gradually darkened. Fang Chen had already thought of a way. He would use darkness to conceal himself in the middle of the night and then travel through space to see if he could leave. However, just as he was about to take action, an erratic voice entered his ears. "Kid, leave from the third circle on the left." Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this voice. Chapter 1442. Although he didn't know who was secretly guiding him, he didn't know. However, Fang Chen was still prepared to give it a try. The reason for that was because he was extremely anxious. After so many years, he met Princess Xian again. Who would have thought that there would be such a result? Jian Chongtian, the Lord of the Archipelago, would do such a despicable thing. This made Fang Chen feel very helpless. "Let's go." Fang Chen glanced at Little Mouse and shouted. Hearing this, Little Mouse instantly jumped up, and his expression changed greatly. Whoosh! Fang Chen took Little Mouse and followed the mysterious man's guidance into the third circle without hesitation. Of course, Fang Chen didn't go in blindly. He was still a little cautious. When he went in, he secretly used the perfect sword body to defend himself. However, after he went in, he realized that he was indeed overthinking. After entering the circle, he seemed to have entered a transmission array. Everything in front of his eyes turned white. Then his body appeared in the middle of a wild forest. Where is this? Fang Chen looked around and was very confused. Wasn't he in the Sword Demon Valley? Even if he came out, he should be outside the Sword Demon Valley. Why did he appear in this strange place? Was it the means of the mysterious expert who secretly guided him? Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen looked up at the sky and thanked him with cupped fists. Then he took Little Mouse and disappeared into the darkness. In the clouds, the black and white old men stood quietly and looked down. Fang Chen's every move was under their control. Looking in the direction Fang Chen was going, the black and white old men smiled with relief. Looking at the direction this kid is going, he should be going to the Void Dragon Mountain. Yes, it seems that this kid is a person who values friendship. We didn't help him in secret in vain. The two old men, black and white, approved of Fang Chen. Old White, let's go. Then the two old men tore through the void and left. During the night, Fang Chen secretly contacted the Void Tai Divine Master. This was because the Void Tai Divine Master was the only one who had a good relationship with him in the Sword Sky Archipelago. Brother Fang, where are you? After Fang Chen sent a voice transmission, the Void Tai Divine Master immediately replied. His voice was full of concern. Brother Void Tai, I have successfully escaped from the Sword Demon Valley, Fang Chen said. Brother Fang, I'm looking for helpers. Come to me quickly. Once I'm done, I will send you out of the Sword Sky Archipelago. Hearing the words of the Void Tai God Master, Fang Chen felt warmth in his heart. But he couldn't just leave Princess Xian be. Thank you, Brother Su Tai, but I don't plan on leaving. Fang Chen transmitted, I want to save Princess Xian. After saying that, Fang Chen directly cut off the voice transmission and rushed toward the Void Dragon Mountain. In the mansion of the Void Iron God Master, many creation realm martial artists were gathered here. If an outsider was here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because most of the creation realm martial artists here were high-level martial artists. They had a lot of prestige on the Sword Sky Archipelago. The reason why they were gathered here was because of the Void Tai Divine Master. Void Tai, why did you call us here? A 7th stage creation realm martial artist asked. That's right. Void Tai, did you encounter some danger? These creation realm martial artists were very concerned about Void Tai. When the Void Tai Divine Master heard this, he cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, Everyone, I'm very happy that all of you are here. Today, I have a favor to ask of all of you. Void Tai, there's no need to be so polite with us. That's right. Voitai, we all owe you a favor. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have achieved what we have now. All the creation realm martial artists were perverted. The Voitai divine master nodded and said, "All of you have heard about what happened on the Sword Sky archipelago. Fong Chen is my brother. The person who was captured is his good friend. He wants to save his good friend. As his brother, I can't just watch him die," the Voitai divine master continued. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. "Voitai, your brother is our brother. That's right. We admire such a person who values friendship." Everyone nodded and agreed to help Voitai. "I won't beat around the bush. This trip might be dangerous. Moreover, we might become enemies with Jian Chongtian. If anyone is unwilling, I won't force you," the Voitai divine master said. Everyone shook their heads. No one chose to back down. This scene made the Voitai divine master feel very touched. Soon after, under the command of the Voitai divine master, everyone headed to the Void Dragon Mountain. In a few days, countless martial artists gathered at the foot of the Void Dragon Mountain. Everyone was waiting for Fong Chen to appear because he had the sword scripture on him. The sword scripture had appeared 5 times, but no one had obtained it. The sword scripture had appeared 6 times, but an unknown person had obtained it. Many creation realm martial artists had their eyes on the sword scripture. More and more martial artists gathered at the foot of the Void Dragon Mountain. At the peak of the Void Dragon Mountain, there was a cross with a person tied to it. Upon closer inspection, it was Princess Xan. Her face was pale, as if she had been injured. Jian Shenlun stood beside Princess Xan. 3 days. I'll give him 3 more days. If he doesn't come, I'll kill you myself, Jian Shenlun said gloomily. The reason Jian Shenlun dared to be so fearless was because he knew that his father, Jian Chongtian, was secretly watching. Once Fong Chen appeared, his father would kill him with lightning speed and seize the sword scripture. Even his father, Jian Chongtian, wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the legendary sword scripture. Humph! You want to use me as bait to plot against Fong Chen? Dream on. Princess Xan said stubbornly. Jian Shenlun no longer paid attention to Princess Xan. He walked to the side of the mountain and looked down. Countless creation realm martial artists had gathered here, but none of them dared to ascend the mountain. With Jian Chongtian's fame, unless a life and death realm martial artist appeared, no one dared to provoke him. Fong Chen, who was rushing over, heard news about Princess Xan along the way. The more he heard, the more unsightly his face became. Damn Jian Shenlun! Killing intent surged in Fong Chen's heart. If it weren't for Jian Chongtian, Jian Shenlun would have already died by his hands. However, even with a backer like Jian Chongtian, Fong Chen swore inwardly. He would definitely cut Jian Shenlun down. Princess Xan, wait for me. Fong Chen's eyes were scarlet as he said coldly. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, the foot of the Void Dragon Mountain was calm. Fong Chen didn't appear, and everyone was somewhat disappointed. The 3-day deadline was approaching, but Fong Chen still hadn't appeared. It seemed that he was either trapped in Sword Demon Valley or had already escaped. Thinking of this, many martial artists felt that it was a pity. At the peak of the Void Dragon Mountain, Jian Shenlun's face became more and more gloomy. Damn Fong Chen, is he really not going to appear? Jian Shenlun said coldly. Princess Xan, who was tied to the cross, secretly prayed that Fong Chen wouldn't appear. Jian Chongtian had set up an inescapable net. Once Fong Chen appeared, he would die without a doubt. Young master, it seems that Fong Chen doesn't dare to appear. If he doesn't appear, what should we do? Kill her? A few of his subordinates asked. Wait for another 5 minutes, Jian Shenlun said impatiently. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. Fang Qin still hadn't appeared. Jian Xinluan finally couldn't bear it anymore. A soft sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The soft sword danced, and a terrifying sword light shot out, floating in the sky. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Humph, I thought you were very important to Fang Qin, but it seems that you're just SOSO. Jian Xinluan sneered. Immediately, the soft sword in his hand suddenly pierced toward Princess. In the clouds, Lao He wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by Lao Bai. Lao Bai, don't you want a disciple? Lao He widened his eyes and said angrily. Lao He, sense it carefully, Lao Bai said with a smile. Hearing this, Lao He spread out his divine sense. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his gloomy face. This kid is finally here. Just as Lao He finished speaking, an accident happened at the peak of the Void Dragon Mountain. Ripples appeared in the void. Just as the soft sword was about to pierce Princess Xan, Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared. Then he threw a punch at Jian Xinluan. Bang! Jian Xinluan's attack was blocked, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Fang Qin. Chapter 1443. Princess Xan was very conflicted. She hoped that Fang Qin would come, but she didn't want him to come. If Fang Qin was willing to take the risk for her, it meant that she was in his heart. She didn't want him to come because there was an inescapable trap here. Once he came, he would definitely die. You finally appeared. Jian Sundown laughed sinisterly. Fang Qin turned his head and looked at Princess Xan. Are you okay? Princess Xan shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Her pretty face was covered with tears. Go quickly. Don't worry about me. Princess Xan cried. Fang Qin shook his head, his eyes firm. No matter what, I won't leave you alone. Just as Fang Qin was about to untie Princess Xan, Jian Sundown launched an attack. Fang Qin, you're courting death. Jian Sundown's soft sword was like a small snake, constantly slithering in the sky. Vast sword chi erupted from the soft sword, and a strange sword light appeared, stabbing directly at Fang Qin. If it weren't for your father, you would have died long ago. With the red glass sword in hand, he used both the Cyan Thunder Insta-Kill and the Space-Time Strangulation technique. In an instant, Fang Qin erupted with his strongest fighting strength. Boom! The two collided, and Jian Sundown's body was directly sent flying. Unable to put up any resistance, he was defeated by Fang Qin in one strike. If it weren't for Jian Chongtian, you would be nothing. Fang Qin looked down at Jian Sundown from above. He didn't continue to attack, because, in his opinion, today was also a day of certain death. Jian Chongtian must be in the dark, and he couldn't kill Jian Sundown. Sure enough, when Jian Sundown got up, the void tore and Jian Chongtian appeared. Jian Chongtian put his hands behind his back and looked at Fang Qin with a smile, saying, You know there's a tiger in the mountain, but you still go there. There's almost no one like you in the younger generation. However, on the path of martial arts, only the one who survives in the end is the winner. It's useless to let emotions affect your decisions. A person like you will die in the future, even if you don't die today, said Jian Chongtian. As Jian Chongtian spoke, his aura rippled. The aura of a 9th-layer creation realm was instantly unleashed, and it was extremely vast. Plop caught off guard, Fang Chen's body was squashed to the ground on one knee. His heart was roaring, and his golden heart was beating rapidly. With all his might, he gradually stood up and glared at Jian Chongtian. Fang Qin was actually able to stand up under his powerful pressure. This was beyond his expectations. 2 old men, one black and one white, watched this scene quietly from within the clouds. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. In front of Jian Chongtian, you have no fear. That's rare. That's right. Even under Jian Chongtian's pressure, he was still able to stand up with his unyielding will. This kid's future is limitless. He's also worthy of Xr. The two old men still did not appear. They were watching. Hand over the sword scripture, and I'll give you a quick death. Jian Chongtian took a step forward, and his aura became even sharper. Fang Chen's 7 orifices were bleeding. However, he had an unyielding will. Even if I die, I won't give it to you, Fang Chen said. Humph, I can still get the sword scripture after killing you. Jian Chongtian was a little unhappy. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Fang Chen. Have mercy. At this moment, a large group of Creation Realm experts appeared at the foot of Void Dragon Mountain. The leader was a Void Tai Divine Master. Jian Chongtian, have mercy. The Void Tai Divine Master rushed to Fang Chen's side and stopped Jian Chongtian from attacking. Behind him were more than a dozen Creation Realm experts. Their appearance caused an uproar at the foot of Void Dragon Mountain. Many martial artists were shocked that the Void Tai Divine Master would go against Jian Chongtian for Fang Chen. For a moment, everyone was guessing Fang Chen's identity. You want to be my enemy. Jian Chongtian stopped attacking, and his aura fluctuated. He looked at the crowd and said coldly, Jian Chongtian, Fang Chen is my brother. Please give me some face and let him go. How about it? The Void Tai Divine Master said. Jian Chongtian, you're the master of the archipelago. Attacking a heavenly body tier cultivator is a disgrace to your status. The sword scripture has a spirit. It chose Fang Chen when it appeared for the 6th time. Why do you have to take it by force? Jian Chongtian didn't suffer any substantial injuries. How about we just drop the matter? The Creation Realm experts who came with the Void Tai Divine Master all expressed their opinions. They had a high status on the Sword Sky Archipelago. Although they couldn't compare to Jian Chongtian, even Jian Chongtian would have to think twice when facing over a dozen of them. Jian Chongtian narrowed his eyes and stared at the Void Tai Divine Master. Fang Chen injured my son and almost killed him. Moreover, he offended me again and again. If I don't punish him, how can I convince the others? Jian Chongtian said. But the Void Tai Divine Master still wanted to argue. But Jian Chongtian stopped him. If you want to make an enemy out of me, I won't hold back. Jian Chongtian's aura soared into the sky. When the Void Tai Divine Master and the others saw this, their expressions darkened. They had thought that with their combined strength, they would be able to negotiate with Jian Chongtian. Now, it seemed that they had thought too much. Jian Chongtian didn't fear them at all. I'll give you a chance. If you leave now, I won't pursue this matter. If you insist on doing so, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Jian Chongtian's robes fluttered even though there was no wind. The dozen Creation Realm experts looked at each other. Then they looked at the Void Tai Divine Master. Void Tai, what do you think we should do? Those who could come with the Void Tai Divine Master were all people who had been through life and death situations with him. They wouldn't back down because of Jian Chongtian. I, the Void Tai Divine Master, am a person who values friendship. Fang Chen is my brother. I can't sit by and do nothing, the Void Tai Divine Master said. Good, we support you. Jian Chongtian's face darkened when he heard this. This was the first time someone had publicly angered him since he became the Lord of the Archipelago. Good, very good. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from Jian Chongtian's body. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and punched at the crowd. Attack together. The Creation Realm experts joined forces and fought Jian Chongtian. Rumble, the strongest battle had erupted on Void Dragon Mountain. The crowd below was shocked. While the battle was going on, Fang Chen untied Princess Xan. The latter rushed into Fang Chen's arms. Why did you come here? You knew you were going to die, but you still came. Do you know how stupid you are? Princess Xan cried. She was very touched. Fang Chen gently stroked Princess Xan's hair and whispered, It's too dangerous here. You should leave first. What about you? Princess Xian raised her head and looked at him. Fang Qin shook his head and looked at Divine Master Voitai. Big Brother Voitai came for me. How can I abandon him? No, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. Princess Xian's attitude was firm. However, just as Fang Qin was about to persuade Princess Xian, a deafening sound erupted from the peak of Void Dragon Mountain. Shortly after, Fang Qin was shocked. Divine Master Voitai and the others were suppressed by Jian Chongtian. Jian Chongtian, you actually took that step. Everyone was shocked and retreated. Jian Chongtian was extremely powerful. With a punch, he forced Divine Master Voitai and the others back. They had surrounded Jian Chongtian, but in the end, they were suppressed by Jian Chongtian. At this moment, Jian Chongtian displayed his incomparably powerful battle prowess to the world. All the martial artists had the same thought. Jian Chongtian was too strong. Divine Master Voitai and the others looked at each other helplessly. Jian Chongtian had taken the final step and touched the threshold of the life and death realm. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Divine Master Voitai sighed, as if he was waiting for his fate to decide. Jian Chongtian looked at everyone with a gloomy expression. Those who offend me, Jian Chongtian, won't have a good ending. Jian Chongtian's voice was deafening. However, you are all from the Sky Sword Archipelago. If you leave now, I won't make things difficult for you. Jian Chongtian changed the topic. Divine Master Voitai wanted to refuse, but Fang Qin stopped him. Big Brother Voitai, you won't be able to help even if you stay here. Leave, Fang Qin persuaded. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about the brothers behind you. Brother Fang, Divine Master Voitai was in a lot of pain. He hated himself for being too weak and unable to save Fang Qin. Fang Qin shook his head as a faint smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he no longer cared about life and death. Who? Chapter 1444. Princess Xian's words made Fang Qin and the others feel apprehensive. Reading books, what? Someone's hiding in the dark. Many martial artists were astonished. Just who was it that was hiding in the dark? Fang Qin, Voitai Divine Master, and the others raised their heads to look at the sky, but they didn't discover anything. Soon after, Fang Qin looked at Princess Xian in astonishment. He saw a trace of dissatisfaction on Princess Xian's face. Just a moment ago, she had sensed her master's aura. Across from Fang Qin, Jian Chongtian frowned. Even he hadn't sensed it. Unless the other party was a life and death sovereign, or there was no one at all, Princess Xian was just making a spectacle. I'd like to see who's coming to save you. Jian Chongtian sneered and extended his hand, grabbing at Princess Xian. Princess Xian didn't dodge. Seeing this, Fang Qin didn't hesitate and directly charged in front of Princess Xian. Careful! Princess Xian turned pale with fright and cried out. Just as Jian Chongtian's large hand was about to touch Fang Qin, two figures appeared in the clouds in the sky. These two old men seemed like ordinary people. They didn't emit any aura from their bodies. However, Jian Chongtian's heart was in turmoil when he saw the two of them. His expression greatly changed, and he couldn't help retreating a few steps. How is this possible? Even someone as strong as Jian Chongtian lost his composure at this moment. Voitai Divine Master and the others were dumbstruck as they looked at the two. Although they didn't know who these two were, their appearance made them feel extremely pressured. I didn't expect this girl to have such a deep background. Voitai Divine Master and the others' expressions relaxed a lot. Their hearts were finally at ease. The two old men, one black and one white, were smiling as they stood at the peak of Void Dragon Mountain. Princess Xian coldly snorted and turned to look at Fang Qin. She seemed very dissatisfied with her two masters. Xian, now that you have someone you like, you don't want to see us two old men anymore? Old Black asked. Who told you not to come out in the beginning? Princess Xian said. Aren't we just testing this kid? Senior White smiled awkwardly. Fong Qin was shocked. He didn't expect Princess Xian to take these two experts as her masters after so many years. After exchanging a few words with Princess Xian, the two old men turned to look at Jian Chongtian. Jian Chongtian, you're becoming more and more capable. You're personally dealing with a heavenly body tier cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed? Senior White asked bluntly. Humph. As the master of the archipelago, instead of properly managing the Heavenly Sword archipelago, you're actually doing such a disgraceful thing, Old Black said. Who was Jian Chongtian? He was the master of the Heavenly Sword archipelago. To think that he would be reprimanded by two old men like this. Furthermore, the most shocking thing was that Jian Chongtian was not angry. His expression changed, as if he was afraid of the two old men. If I had known that she was the disciple of the two seniors, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't have dared to make a move against her. Out of everyone's expectations, not only was Jian Chongtian not angry, he even apologized to the two old men. Even Jian Chongtian, who was standing behind Jian Chongtian, was confused. Father, the sword shouted. Pa! Jian Chongtian turned his hand and slapped Jian Chongtian's face. Suddenly, a huge handprint appeared. Shut up! Jian Chongtian reprimanded. Jian Chongtian was stunned by his father's slap, and he did not utter a word. As for Jian Chongtian, he chuckled and walked in front of the two old men, apologizing and saying some good words. What's the use of apologizing? Our disciple was actually kidnapped by you on the Void Dragon Mountain for so long. Do as you see fit, Old Black said. Voila! Jian Chongtian waved his hand, and Fong Qin instantly felt a ripple appear around the three of them. By the looks of it, Jian Chongtian doesn't want others to eavesdrop on their conversation, Fong Qin thought to himself. At this moment, Princess Xian walked to Fong Qin's side. There was a sweet expression in her beautiful eyes. Brother Qin, I didn't think that I would see you here, Princess Xian said with a smile. That's right. Why are you on the Heavenly Sword archipelago? Fong Qin asked. Princess Xian told Fong Qin the news of her being abducted by her two masters in full detail. After hearing this, Fong Qin was also stunned. He hadn't thought that Princess Xian would be so lucky to be chosen by two experts. Originally, these two experts were from the Old Flower archipelago, but for some reason they had come to the Heavenly Sword archipelago and lived here in seclusion. This time, they had sent Princess Xian to Sword Demon Valley to search for the sword manual. If not for that, who knew when the two of them would be able to meet again? Brother Qin, have you found your wife? Asked Princess Xian. Fong Qin's expression darkened, and he shook his head. I'm sorry. Seeing Fong Qin's expression, Princess Xian lowered her head. It's fine, said Fong Qin. As the two of them spoke, the ripple disappeared. Jian Chongtian and the two old men had reached an agreement. Seniors, please come to my residence, said Jian Chongtian. Forget it. We don't have time for that. Old Black waved his hand. We'll be leaving first. Don't forget what you said, said Old White. Soon after, the two old men walked to Princess Xian's side. Let's go. Princess Xian looked at Fong Qin with some reluctance. Kid, you should come with us too. Hearing this, Princess Xian was very happy. Voila! The void tore apart and the four disappeared. At the peak of Void Dragon Mountain, many experts looked at each other. Jian Chongtian didn't have the face to stay here any longer, so he returned to his residence. As for Jian, his expression was complicated as he left Void Dragon Mountain unwillingly. The happiest ones were Void Tai Divine Master and the others. Void Tai, your brother isn't simple. Yeah, your brother's two masters are too strong. I'm guessing that they should be life and death emperors. One black and one white. Have you heard of a legend? What legend? Asked Void Tai, Divine Master. It said that a long time ago a powerful sect appeared in the Old Flower Archipelago. At its peak, this sect might shook all the nearby islands. However, due to some mysterious reasons, this sect was defeated in the end. However, tens of thousands of years after the sect's defeat, two martial artists who claimed to be disciples of this sect reappeared. They ruled the Old Flower Archipelago with absolute strength, and then disappeared without a trace. You're talking about the Black and White Heavenly Lords? When they heard this, many Creation Realm powerhouses turned pale with fright. They had naturally heard of the legend of the Black and White Heavenly Lords. All along they had thought that it was just a legend, and that it didn't really exist. Even if it did exist after so many years, the Black and White Heavenly Lords would have died long ago. Now that they thought about it, these two might really be the Black and White Heavenly Lords. Heavens, it's actually the Black and White Heavenly Lords. Heavenly Body Realm martial artists might not be able to understand the strength of the Black and White Heavenly Lords, but Creation Realm martial artists were the clearest. With the appearance of the Black and White Heavenly Lords, Jian Chongtian wouldn't dare to act rashly, even if he had 10,000 guts. No wonder Jian Chongtian became dispirited as soon as the two old men appeared. On this day, the news of Void Dragon Mountain's peak spread throughout the Old Flower Archipelago. The reappearance of the Black and White Heavenly Lords caused a huge commotion. Many martial artists were discussing the identity of the disciple of the Black and White Heavenly Lords. If they could be related to her, it would be amazing. However, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any clues. While the outside world was discussing, Fang Chen followed the Black and White Heavenly Lords back to the mountain where they lived in seclusion. At the peak of the mountain, the Black and White Heavenly Lords sat on a bluestone. Fang Chen and Princess Xan stood under the bluestone. Su Tai Divine Master asked Fang Chen if the two old men were the Black and White Heavenly Lords. Fang Chen also received some other news. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the two old men. Suddenly, Old Black said, "Kid, you did well. You're loyal. You have the same demeanor as us in the past," Old White said. "Brother Chen." Seeing Fang Chen in a daze, Princess Xan nudged him gently. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. Then he apologized to the two old men. "Thank you for saving me." "We didn't save you. We saved our disciple," Old Black said. "Kid, you've passed our test. You're worthy of our precious disciple. I want to know how you feel about our Xan Old White said directly. Princess Xan blushed and lowered her head. Fang Chen was a little helpless, but he still asked. Chapter 1445. The Black-White Skymasters didn't force Fang Chen to stay. After all, they couldn't interfere in this kind of thing. Princess Xan stayed. She wasn't strong enough to finish her apprenticeship. She wanted to stay as well. She wanted to become stronger so that she could help Fang Chen in the future. In the end, Fang Chen left. With the Black-White Skymasters there, even Jian Chongtian wouldn't dare attack Fang Chen. Fang Chen returned to the Old Hua Islands with ease. Of course, he brought the sword manual with him. The Black-White Skymasters took a look at the manual, then returned it to Fang Chen. The two of them sighed. The master of the sword manual was too strong. At least, they couldn't reach that level yet. When he returned to the Old East, the League leader summoned him. How did it go? The League leader asked. Fortunately, I didn't fail, Fang Chen said. You got the sword manual? Fang Chen nodded. The League leader was very happy. It was the sword manual. Even a fated realm cultivator couldn't resist its temptation. Let me see it. Fang Chen had already opened the orb of light. All the information was imprinted in his mind. He copied it from his memory and gave it to the League leader. Ha ha ha. Fang Chen, you've done a great service. The League leader was very happy. He praised Fang Chen. Tell me, what do you want as a reward? I'm a disciple of the Old East. This is what I should do. In fact, Fang Chen was telling the truth. Moreover, Fang Chen was about to leave. This was his way of repaying the Old East's kindness. After chatting with the League leader for a while, he returned to his residence. Only now did he have the time to sit down and study the sword manual. He sat down cross-legged, and suddenly a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Everyone thought the sword manual was an offensive technique. They didn't know that it was about understanding the way of the sword. This enlightenment was extremely powerful. Even after Fang Chen finished reading it, he still could not understand it. The sword manual had a total of 6 levels, and each level was extremely profound. According to the owner of the sword manual, heavenly body tier cultivators could only comprehend the first level at most. Those in the blessed realm could comprehend the second level. Those who were able to comprehend the third level were considered the cream of the crop among those in the manifestation realm. As for comprehending the 4th layer, only life and death realm monarchs could do it. The 5th layer was something that transcended the life and death realm. Once he comprehended the 5th level of the sword scripture, his strength would be sufficient to step into the divine realm. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. From this, one could see how powerful the sword scripture was. It covered all of the sword scripture's masters' understanding of the way of the sword. It was not something that Fang Chen could comprehend. What about the 6th layer? Fang Chen continued reading. The owner of the sword scripture had very little introduction to the 6th level. There was only a short paragraph. Over the endless years, the universe changed. Other than him, there was almost no one else who could cultivate to the 6th level. It was not that those peerless experts were unable to cultivate. It was just that under normal circumstances, the peerless experts would walk their own Tao. It was difficult for them to accommodate the Tao of others. As for the weaker warriors, if they wanted to cultivate to the 6th level of the sword scripture, they would need to be very talented. According to the owner of the sword scripture, if one cultivated to the 6th level, their achievements in the future would be at least comparable to him. They could even stand at the peak of the universe. After reading all this, Fang Chen was very excited. Only he knew how important the sword scripture was to him. Immediately, he began to comprehend the sword scripture. The golden heart beat rapidly, and a strong wave of the sword aura pervaded its body. In just one day, Fang Chen had completely cultivated the 1st level of the sword scripture. Of course, the golden heart had contributed a lot to this. Otherwise, it would take him at least a month or more if he had to rely on himself. After cultivating the 1st level of the sword scripture, the most obvious change was that his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened. When he used the way of the sword secret technique, its power increased by more than 30%. So powerful. Fang Chen used the green thunder insta-kill and could not help but sigh. The sword scripture had indirectly increased Fang Chen's strength. Whoosh! Fang Chen was looking forward to the day when he would succeed in cultivating the 6th level of the sword scripture. After cultivating, Fang Chen stood up and left the courtyard. Before long, he was at the foot of the sword mountain. Looking at the sword embryo, the golden heart began to beat again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen climbed up the mountain. When the disciples saw Fang Chen, they all greeted him. He had replaced Ku Shu as the new number 1 on the Tianhua rankings. His status in the ancient East was very high. Fang Chen swept his eyes over the crowd and saw Kong Zhong, elder brother Fang. Kong Zhong was a little nervous and ran over to greet Fang Chen. "You've made good progress." Fang Chen looked at Kong Zhong and smiled. When Kong Zhong heard this, he relaxed. He thought that Fang Chen's status would be different from before. Now it seemed that he had thought too much. "Thank you for your guidance." Kong Zhong was very grateful to Fang Chen. If it weren't for him, he would still be working hard to become an official disciple. Once upon a time, Kong Zhong had dreamed that one day he would be able to climb the sword mountain and cultivate in front of the sword embryo. Now he had finally gotten his wish. The more he cultivated in front of the sword embryo, the more his potential was stimulated. Now, Kong Zhong had attracted the attention of the leader of the sword sect. Your way of the sword is more feminine. You can try to cultivate the illusory way of the sword, Fang Qin said. Thank you for your guidance. Kong Zhong was very excited. The more he cultivated, the more confused he was about his future. Fang Chen's words woke him up from his reverie. He was instantly enlightened. Crash! Fang Chen pointed, and suddenly a large amount of information appeared in Kong Zhong's mind. This is my understanding of the illusory way of the sword. You can refer to it. Fang Chen said, however, in the end, you have to rely on yourself. The help others can give you is limited. Elder brother Fang, don't worry. I won't let you down. Kong Zhong nodded. The surrounding people were envious of Kong Zhong. It was a great honor to be able to receive guidance from the strongest person on the Tianhua leaderboard. At the same time, many people looked at Kong Zhong in a different light. All right, you can go and comprehend it first, Fang Chen said. Kong Zhong nodded and left the sword mountain. Fang Chen walked to the sword embryo, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the energy waves of the sword embryo. Buzz! Fang Chen could feel the sword embryo vibrating. Traces of energy waves were emitted from the sword embryo. At this moment, the demon sword hidden in Fang Chen's interspatial ring suddenly changed. I feel a familiar aura. The demon sword's hoarse voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. Yes. Fang Chen's heart shuddered upon hearing this. A familiar aura. That's right. I feel that the aura in the sword embryo is very similar to the aura in my body, the demon sword continued. Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Could it be that the sword embryo was born from the demon sword? Try to communicate with the sword embryo. Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart and transmitted a message to the demon sword. The demon sword did not say anything and went silent. However, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen felt the energy waves of the sword embryo. What's going on? Why is the sword embryo reacting so strongly? The sword cultivators on the sword mountain stopped cultivating and widened their eyes in shock. The sword embryo is reacting strangely. Could it be that someone is communicating with the sword embryo? Quickly call the sect leader. Tell him that the sword embryo is reacting strangely. At the peak of the sword mountain, the vibrations of the sword embryo became more obvious. The Sword Path sect leader rushed over. Soon, the Guhua Alliance's sect leader arrived as well. The other sect leaders were also attracted by the vibrations of the sword embryo. What's going on? The Guhua Alliance's sect leader asked. The Sword Path sect leader was the first to arrive. He should know what was going on. However, his face darkened and he shook his head. He did not know. The sword embryo has never acted like this before. Could it be because of them? The Guhua Alliance's eyes fell on Fang Chen. The aura from the sword embryo was getting stronger and stronger. Many of the sword cultivators could no longer bear the pressure and left the mountain. 88, only Fang Chen remained. He was the closest to the sword embryo. His eyes were closed and he seemed to be meditating. Could it be because of him? The other sect leaders looked at Fang Chen with wide eyes. Seal the mountain. No one is allowed to approach. The Guhua Alliance's leader made the decision. He could vaguely sense that Fang Chen had communicated with the sword embryo. This could change the fate of the ancient East Alliance. The Alliance's leader did not dare to be careless. Chapter 1446. At the peak of the sword mountain, Fang Chen closed his eyes. His body was filled with the aura of the sword. He could clearly feel the star tower in his sea of qi shaking. As the golden heart beat, the demon sword in his interspatial ring began to emit a blinding light. I seem to have thought of something. The demon sword was communicating with the embryo, but Fang Chen didn't know what was going on. Upon hearing the words of the demon sword, Fang Chen hurriedly asked, How is it? From within the body of the demon's sword, a deafening sound rang out as a wild and savage aura erupted forth. At the same time, the embryo seemed to be resonating with the demon's sword. The embryo is the core of my body. Millions of years ago, I was severely injured and lost it. The demon's sword's voice was hoarse. Fang Chen's heart trembled. The embryo was the core of the demon's sword? How was that possible? However, Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart when he thought of the miraculous nature of the sword embryo. You! Before Fang Chen could say anything, the demon's sword made its move. Crash! The demon's sword's aura once again floated in the air. All of a sudden, a wild aura gushed out from the body of the demon's sword, sealing the entire space. All of a sudden, the higher-ups, including Alliance leader Gu Hua, couldn't see anything clearly. Is it the sword embryo? Gu Hua's face darkened as he racked his brains. The sword embryo was of utmost importance. It was the Alliance's greatest asset. Over the years, because of the sword embryo, the Sword Dao faction had produced countless strong swordsmen. A long time ago, Alliance leader Gu Hua had suspected that the sword embryo was the core of a peerless divine weapon. However, he had never been able to figure out what kind of divine weapon could possess such a sword embryo. And now he vaguely guessed one thing. Space was sealed, and the demon's sword's aura was cut off from the rest of the world. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the demon, sword floating in the air. The demon's sword emitted a fiery aura as it tried to communicate with the embryo. After a long time, the embryo moved. It broke free from the barrier of light and appeared in front of the demon's sword. Hum! The sound of a sword chime resounded through the sky. The hidden star sword and the red glass sword appeared from the interspatial ring and stabbed into the ground. They bowed in the direction of the demon's sword and the sword embryo. Seeing this, Fang Chen turned pale with fright. At the same time, all the long swords on the Old Hua Islands bowed in that direction. On the square of the Sword Dao faction, many sword cultivators were cultivating. All of a sudden, the swords in their hands began to tremble. Then they floated in the air uncontrollably. Then, with terrifying power, it pierced into the ground. All the swords gathered together and swayed in the direction of the Sword Mountain. Worship of 10,000 swords. Alliance Master Gu Hua glanced at the Sword Dao faction and was shocked. Others might not know, but as the owner of the Old Hua Islands, he knew it very well. The worship of 10,000 swords was something that only a very small number of great swordsmen could achieve. He was certain that the sword embryo was related to Fang Chen. It must have been Fang Chen who triggered the sword embryo. That was why such a situation had occurred. At the same time, the same thing happened to all the swords on the Old Hua Islands. On this day, there was a huge commotion on the Old Hua Islands. All the martial artists were shocked. What was going on? Why were all the swords bowing in the same direction? Later, some people guessed that the leader of the Sword Dao faction had a breakthrough, because the swords were bowing in the direction of the Old East faction. The leader of the Sword Dao faction must have had a breakthrough. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big commotion. Even if he had a breakthrough, there shouldn't be such a big commotion. I think it has something to do with the sword embryo. What's going on with the sword embryo? Is the sword embryo out of control? Many sword cultivators were trying to find out more, but in the end they knew nothing. In the Old East faction, Alliance Master Gu Hua and the others waited with serious expressions. The space had been sealed. Even if they worked together, they couldn't open it. They didn't know what was going on inside, so they could only wait patiently. At the peak of Sword Mountain, the demon's sword had finished communicating with the sword embryo. While Fang Chen was still in shock, the sword embryo slowly moved and arrived before the demon's sword. Then, it emitted traces of Sword Dao energy. Finally, it plunged into the demon's sword. Dong! The ground trembled. The altar at the peak of Sword Mountain was instantly shattered by the energy waves emitted by the demon's sword. Fang Chen was sent flying by the powerful qi waves. So strong! Fang Chen looked at the demon sword in the sky with shock. After merging with the sword embryo, the demon sword's aura grew even stronger. Fang Chen felt his heart palpitate. It was too strong. Even when facing life and death realm members, he didn't feel such pressure. Buzz! In 15 minutes, the demon's sword had finished merging with the sword embryo. I've finally regained my memories. The demon's sword's voice was filled with joy. It was happy that it had recovered after millions of years. I am the Yuan demon sword. I am the Yuan clan's supreme treasure, the demon sword said loudly. Fang Chen's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. The Yuan demon sword is the supreme treasure of the Yuan clan. The Yuan clan was the leader of the 3 god clans. Its power wasn't much weaker than the demon subduing world. And the demon sword he'd obtained from Ingress Island was actually the Yuan clan's ultimate treasure, the Yuan demon sword. Wasn't this too exaggerated? He didn't even know that the demon sword was in his hands. Thinking of this, Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Buzz! After a long time, the demon sword retracted its aura and returned to its original state. Then it came before Fang Chen. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the demon sword had undergone a tremendous change. Little guy, thank you very much. The Yuan demon sword spoke in a gentle voice. If you hadn't woken me up from Clear Sky Island, I don't know how long I would have been lost. Are you really the supreme treasure of the Yuan clan, the Yuan demon sword? Fang Chen asked again. The demon sword shook its body and said with certainty, Yes, I am the Yuan demon sword. Fang Chen reached out and gently grasped the hilt of the demon sword. Immediately, a wild aura surged into his body. Little guy, your talent in the sword Dao is the strongest I've ever seen. You're a natural sword cultivator. One day, you'll reach the peak of the sword Dao, said the demon sword. I'll definitely work hard, said Fang Chen, clenching his fists. If that day really comes, I'll follow you. This seemed to be the promise of the demon sword. Fang Chen grinned. His smile was brilliant. I've left the Yuan clan for millions of years. Now that I've recovered, it's time to go back, said the demon sword. Fang Chen nodded. He already understood when he found out that the demon sword was the supreme treasure of the Yuan clan. The demon sword couldn't follow him. It was destined to be separated from him. Don't be sad. If one day you think you're strong enough, you can come find me in the Yuan clan. With that, the demon sword turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Fang Chen stared blankly in the direction the demon sword had disappeared, speechless for a long time. Whoosh! The demon sword disappeared, and the spatial seal was lifted. Alliance Master Gu Hua and the others rushed in and realized that the sword embryo was nowhere to be seen. Their gazes landed on Fang Chen. Fang Chen, where's the demon sword? Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't know. I saw the demon sword fly away. Fang Chen lied. He didn't want others to know about him and the demon sword. After all, the Yuan clan was involved. He wasn't strong enough to fight against them with his current strength. Are you all right? Asked Alliance Master Gu Hua. Thank you for your concern, Alliance Master. I'm fine, said Fang Chen. Alliance Master Gu Hua nodded and told Fang Chen to rest. After Fang Chen left, the higher-ups began to discuss the demon sword. After all, it was too important. The 3 god clans were separated from the rest of the world, and they were located in 3 different parts of the universe. The Yuan clan's sacred land. Today, the Yuan clan was shocked. The demon sword, which had disappeared for millions of years, had returned to the Yuan clan. This made everyone, including the Yuan clan's leader, very excited. The Yuan clan knew very well what the demon origin sword represented. After millions of years of searching, the demon sword had finally returned. The return of the demon sword made the Yuan clan even more fearless. Their confidence swelled, and they even thought of attacking the other 2 god clans. However, to be called a god clan, they must have a very deep foundation. Even if they wanted to attack, they had to think twice. Chapter 1447. Before leaving, the Origin Demon's sword gave Fang Qin some insights into the way of the sword. As the Yuan race's most precious treasure, its master had always been the leader of the Yuan race. It was so powerful that almost no one in the entire universe could match it. One could only imagine how rich the sword Wei aura within the original demon sword was. After 3 days of comprehension, Fang Qin felt that his understanding of the sword scripture had deepened a little. 3 days later, he stopped cultivating. He'd wanted to try taking the sword with him, but who would have thought something like this would happen? This made Fang Qin feel a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. The Origin Demon's sword had returned to the Yuan race, so there was no need for him to stay in the ancient East. However, in order to not arouse suspicion, he had to go. Fang Qin found the leader and told him his plan. What? You want to go to the purgatory? The leader was shocked. Fang Qin nodded. Leader, I won't be able to train in the ancient East. I've heard that the purgatory is full of geniuses, and I want to experience it for myself. Fang Qin, you should know that the purgatory is no child's play. It's a war between races. Once you enter, it's very difficult to leave. And because there are so many geniuses and powerful cultivators, you can die if you're not careful. Fang Qin already knew this. He remembered the last time he was in the purgatory. He'd killed the 4 holy sons of the alien race, which had angered them. He'd had no choice but to return from the purgatory. This time he was strong enough for a heavenly body tier cultivator. It was time to train in the purgatory. Of course, the most important thing was the legendary inheritance of the 4 emperors. The inheritance of the Sword Emperor attracted Fang Qin's attention the most. After a moment of silence, the leader nodded. Fang Qin, purgatory is very dangerous. You have to be extra careful, Alliance Master Guhua warned. I will. After bidding farewell to the leader, Fang Qin returned to the demon subduing world. Come see me quickly. As soon as he arrived, he heard the Realm Lord's voice. After a while, Fang Qin came to the garden. The Realm Lord was still fishing. When he saw Fang Qin, he put down the fishing rod in his hand. Earlier than I thought, Realm Lord Fu Mo said with a grin. The reason he gave Fang Qin the task of becoming the most powerful warrior among the younger generation on the Old Hua Islands was to train him. Fang Qin had already completed his mission in the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. It was only because of the sword scripture that he was delayed. Fortunately, I didn't fail you, Fang Qin said. Realm Lord Fu Mo thought highly of Fang Qin. The more he interacted with Fang Qin, the more extraordinary he felt he was. Although the current Fang Qin was only a disciple of the 3rd heaven, Fang Qin was still a 3rd heaven disciple. However, Realm Lord Fu Mo treated him even more seriously than those disciples of the 7th heavenly layer and above. He's invincible in the heavenly body tier. Even if he encountered the prodigies of the purgatory, he wouldn't fear them. This was Realm Master Fu Mo's evaluation of Fang Qin. After hearing this, Fang Qin scratched his head awkwardly. Realm Lord, I want to enter the purgatory, Fang Qin suddenly said. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded as if he had already guessed Fang Qin's thoughts. Your idea is not bad. With your current strength, the outside world is indeed unable to train you. The purgatory is the best place for you. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. The purgatory was full of battles. Cultivators had to survive in battles. Only those who survived on the edge of life and death would be the most outstanding. With your strength, as long as you don't encounter any creation tier cultivators, you won't be in any danger, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. In fact, Realm Lord Fu Mo wasn't too worried about Fang Qin. This was because he knew the purgatory well. The battlefield between creation tier cultivators and heavenly body tier cultivators was slightly different. As long as one didn't cross the border, it would be very difficult to encounter creation tier cultivators. When you come out of the purgatory, I'll give you a great opportunity, Realm Lord Fu Mo said mysteriously. Great opportunity? Fang Chen was very curious, but Realm Lord Fu Mo didn't say. In the end, Fang Chen bid farewell to Realm Lord Fu Mo and returned to his residence. The demon subduing realm was very quiet. The disciples either went out to train or were in seclusion. It was as if things outside of cultivation had nothing to do with them. Fang Chen originally wanted to meet up with Manlong and the others, but the three of them weren't in the demon subduing realm. In the end, Fang Chen left the star, concealing sword to his clone. What's this? When he took out the star, concealing sword, Fang Chen found a scroll. He was a little curious. When did such a scroll appear in his spatial ring? Immediately he opened the scroll. Instantly he was stunned. At the front of the scroll there were 5 big words. 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Isn't this Jian Wuhong's ultimate technique? Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was Jian Wuhong's 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique in his spatial ring? Fang Chen carefully recalled in his mind. After a while, he finally remembered. After he returned to the ancient Eastern Alliance from the Moon Cave, Jian Wuhong came to find him. She gave him some things. At the time, he didn't care too much and put them all into his spatial ring. I didn't expect her to. Fang Chen had long forgotten the promise. Who would have thought that Jian Wuhong still remembered? This 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique is an upgraded version of the Lightning Fall Technique. It shouldn't be weak. Fang Chen opened the scroll and carefully read it. After half an hour, his face was filled with joy. The 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique was stronger than he thought. Cultivate. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Naturally, one couldn't have too many life-saving techniques. Fortunately, with the foundation of the Lightning Fall Technique, it was very easy to cultivate. In just 2 hours, he'd cultivated the 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique to the beginner level. After that, Fang Chen continued to cultivate. With the help of the Golden Heart, 3 days later, he'd cultivated the 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique to great success. If Jian Wuhong knew that Fang Chen's cultivation speed was so fast, she would have been shocked. Phew, in the courtyard, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. The 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique's attack was completely different from the green lightning instant kill technique. When using the 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique, he could summon 10,000 lightning bolts in the void and fuse them with his sword energy to form the strongest attack. Let's try it. Fang Chen tried to use the 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Rumble in the sky, there were continuous lightning bolts. However, when there were 3,600 lightning bolts, he'd already reached his limit. Phew, Fang Chen withdrew his energy, and the lightning bolts in the sky disappeared. 10,000 lightning bolts is the limit. I can only summon 3,600 lightning bolts now. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, the transformative stage 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique's attack power was the strongest. Fang Chen handed the matter of cultivating the 10,000 Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique to his clone. He quietly stepped onto the teleportation array to Purgatory. With a flash of white light, the teleportation began. A moment later, Fang Chen appeared in Whitebone City. After so many years, Whitebone City still looked the same. The city was still bustling with activity. Countless overlords were either selling goods or recovering their strength. There were also some weaker cultivators who poked their heads out to see what was going on in Purgatory. In order to prevent the alien races from recognizing him, Fang Chen had used a concealment art to disguise himself before he came. No one knew that he was Fang Chen, the man who killed the 4 Holy Sun a few years ago. He was just a newbie who wanted to enter Purgatory. Soon, Fang Chen completed the registration process. After waiting for half an hour, he gathered enough people to enter the purgatory. Then the teleportation gate opened and everyone entered purgatory. In the meeting hall of the city, Lord's mansion in Whitebone City. The city lord of Whitebone City was one of the most powerful overlords of the human race. He was in charge of the Whitebone City to protect purgatory and supervise the war. Today, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was very tense. After a long while, the city lord of Whitebone City broke the silence and said, "There are many prodigies among the alien races." City Lord. The number of alien races who participated in the war increased tremendously. Among them, some were as strong as the four holy sun. On the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, we were defeated. I don't know what happened, but the alien races attacked us like crazy. Everyone spoke one after another. After hearing everyone's words, the city lord of Whitebone City's eyes flashed. Then he asked, "What did the intelligence say?" "It's not clear. It seems that something happened to the alien races. They urgently need to expand their territory, so they attacked us on a large scale," someone said. "Of course, this is only our guess." "What about the other battlefields?" the city lord of Whitebone City asked. "In the other battlefields, we can still hold on. We won't be defeated like the heavenly body tier." Chapter 1448. Purgatory, the human race's main camp. Fang Chen's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. What a dense, killing aura. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but sigh as he felt the long-lost killing aura in the air. Only in purgatory could one clearly understand the law of the jungle. And in the outside world, although they understood this principle, the pressure wasn't enough. In the outside world, if you wanted to kill someone, you had to look at the other party's background. You couldn't act casually, or you would be killed. But in purgatory, you didn't need to think about this. In any case, as long as you saw a foreign race, you could just kill them. Of course, if you weren't strong enough and died at the hands of a foreign race, the human experts wouldn't avenge you. After all, there were too many geniuses in purgatory. It was impossible to take care of every martial practitioner. It wasn't the first time Fang Chen entered purgatory, so he naturally understood this principle. He stayed in the human race's main camp for a while and prepared to leave. "Kid, if you act alone, it's easy to be surrounded by foreign races. How about following me?" Suddenly, a plump man spoke. Fang Chen stopped and turned to look at the fat man. Then he shook his head and said, "Sorry, I like to act alone." Then he turned and left. Seeing Fang Chen's back disappear, the fat man sneered. It's obvious he's an idiot who entered purgatory for the first time. Many martial practitioners entered purgatory for the first time and didn't understand the cruel situation in purgatory. So they liked to act alone and wanted to get a lot of badges. But they didn't know that they would be killed by foreign races soon. This fat man thought that Fang Chen was also a hothead. But what he didn't know was that the person he had just mocked was the peerless genius Fang Chen, whose name shook purgatory a few years ago. He had killed the four holy son of the foreign races by himself, angering the foreign races. In the end, they were forced to leave purgatory. As time passed, the non-human kind gradually forgot about what happened back then. Bloody battles resumed in purgatory. As he hurried, Fang Chen encountered several battles. However, they were all one-sided. The human experts had the absolute advantage. He did not participate. If the human martial artists were in danger, perhaps he would lend a helping hand. Unknowingly, Fang Chen found a galaxy. "Boss, let's go cultivate in the Star River." It was said that the Celestial River liquid existed at the bottom of the Celestial River. It would be best if he could obtain it. With a whoosh, the little mouse jumped into the Milky Way. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was speechless. The power of the stars in the Milky Way was too strong. Even he would not dare to jump in like that. The body of a god-devouring rat is too strong. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The little mouse had accompanied him all the way from the ancient Sword Continent. So Fang Chen was most familiar with the heaven-devouring divine rats. In the entire universe, other than the heaven-devouring divine that had accompanied Emperor Zongjian back then. There was only the little mouse. So far, he was the only one in the universe. Under normal circumstances, powerful demonic beast clans would have innate magical abilities. However, even beast kings and beast emperors, or even higher beings, could only have one innate magical ability at most. However, the little mouse had two innate magical abilities. This was something that other powerful demonic beasts could not compare to. Fang Qin even guessed that when the little mouse reached the peak, it would have even more innate magical abilities. Of course, this was just a guess. The little mouse entered the Milky Way, cultivating while helping Fang Qin find the celestial river liquid. Meanwhile, Fang Qin leaped and floated in the sky above the Milky Way. He absorbed the wild power of the stars in the Milky Way. Heavenly body tier cultivators absorbed the power of the stars for their own use. The power of the stars in the Milky Way was much purer than the outside world. Soon, the star pagoda in his sea of qi was full. So good. Fang Qin smiled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Fang Qin was cultivating, a foreign race was approaching. This foreign race was a member of the 10,000 flood dragon race. He felt the fluctuation of a human's aura. Human, you're too arrogant. Fang Qin did not restrain his aura and was cultivating. The 10,000 flood dragon race thought that Fang Qin was too arrogant and was very angry. Whoosh! The 10,000 flood dragon race appeared beside the Milky Way and directly used their innate magical ability. When Fang Qin saw the flood dragon shadow behind the 10,000 flood dragon race, his expression changed slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure. 10,000 flood dragon race. A few years ago, he had killed the holy son of the 10,000 flood dragon race, Wan Longzi. Whoosh! Fang Qin took out the red glass sword and swung it. He used the blue thunder instant kill technique. A terrifying sword light slashed at the flood dragon shadow behind the 10,000 flood dragon race at an extremely tricky angle. Crack! After the flood dragon shadow was hit by the terrifying sword light, it could not withstand the heavy pressure and instantly shattered into pieces. Pucci! At the same time, the member of the 10,000 flood dragon race vomited blood and was sent flying. Kill! Facing a foreign race, Fang Qin would not be merciful. The red glass sword ruthlessly stabbed into the foreign race's heart, instantly killing him. Too weak. This member of the 10,000 flood dragon race was at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. However, in Fang Qin's eyes, he was too weak. With my own strength, I have nothing to fear even if I face a 9th level purgatory genius, Fang Qin said. After killing the foreign race, Fang Qin continued to cultivate. However, the moment he turned around, the 3 pieces of the broken sword in his spatial ring vibrated slightly. Fang Qin caught the vibration of the broken sword, and his expression changed drastically. The divine masters spread out and covered the surroundings, but found nothing. In the end, Fang Qin's gaze locked onto the foreign race's spatial ring. Voila! With a suction force, the foreign race's spatial ring fell into his palm, and he directly opened it. The foreign race was dead, and the spatial ring became an ownerless item, so it was easy to open. As expected, there was an identical broken sword lying there quietly. Fang Qin took out the broken sword, feeling very excited. I wonder how many broken swords there are in the purgatory, Fang Qin thought to himself. In the sky above a galaxy not far from Fang Qin, a foreign race suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were golden, his hair was golden, and he had 6 arms. He was a member of the multi-armed race. Wanhezi was killed. The multi-armed race member sensed Wanhezi's death, and his expression changed drastically. Broken sword. Whoosh! The multi-armed race member's figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the place where Wanhezi's aura had last fluctuated. Damn it, my broken sword! Not long ago, Duo Mo had accidentally obtained a broken sword. Although he did not know the exact use of the broken sword, he felt that it was extraordinary. He originally wanted to carry the broken sword himself, but he was coincidentally being chased by experts. So he temporarily handed the broken sword to Wanhezi and had him take the broken sword back to the foreign race's headquarters to wait for him. Who would have thought that he would sense Wanhezi's death just as he escaped the pursuit of the human experts? Whoosh! Whoosh! 15 minutes later, Duo Mo saw Fong Qin. Human die. Without another word, Duo Mo spread open his 6 arms, and an earth-shattering light blasted towards Fong Qin. Multi-armed race. Fong Qin was slightly surprised. He did not expect to encounter the multi-armed race. He had heard rumors of the multi-armed race. The multi-armed race's innate mystical power was on their 6 arms, and they were very difficult to deal with. Once they were entangled by the 6 arms, it was very difficult to break free. Fortunately, this multi-armed race member was only at the 8th level of the heavenly body tier. With the red glass sword in hand, Fong Qin used the myriad lightning heaven fusion technique. In the sky, 36 bolts of lightning instantly descended and merged with the red glass sword. Then, Fong Qin swung his sword. Instantly, the red glass sword directly slashed one of Duo Mo's arms with an unstoppable force. Humph, you're courting death. Seeing Fong Qin take the initiative to attack, Duo Mo sneered. The arms of the multi-armed race were very hard. An adult multi-armed race member's arm was as hard as a level 7 divine weapon. He did not believe that a human's weapon could cut off his arm. Huh. Duo Mo shouted in a low voice, and his arm went up, wanting to break the red glass sword. Poochie! However, something unexpected happened. When the red glass sword landed on Duo Mo's arm, it directly cut off one of his arms as if it were tofu. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Duo Mo's mouth. Blood spurted, and Duo Mo looked at the red glass sword in shock. You! Duo Mo realized the might of the red glass sword, and his figure flashed, preparing to flee. Wanna leave? The red glass sword slashed and red light flashed. Duo Mo instantly lost his second arm. He fled with all his might, and his remaining 4 arms used their innate mystical power. Chapter 1449. Pu Chi 4 consecutive strikes severed 4 of Duo Mo's arms. Duo Mo, who only had 2 arms left, continued to flee frantically, not hesitating to burn his own blood essence. Damn it! How is this human so strong? Duo Mo screamed in his mind. A human at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier had battle prowess comparable to a 9th level heavenly body tier elite. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come to die. Pu Chi, his 5th arm, was severed by Fong Qin. At this moment, Duo Mo's body had already fled, but Fong Qin quickly caught up to him. Fong Qin thought to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Burning one's blood essence in itself consumed a lot of vitality. After being chased for so long, Duo Mo's vitality was about to completely dissipate. He was unwilling to accept this. He was a rising star of the multi-hand race, and once he broke through to the creation tier, his future would be limitless. Yet now he was being chased to such an extent by a human. He refused to accept this. I can't die. Duo Mo roared in his mind, and flames instantly spread all over his body. He had already burned his blood essence to the very end and was going all out. At this moment, there were 2 foreign races chatting nearby. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically. Isn't that Duo Mo of the multi-hand race? He's burning his blood essence. He's being chased to such an extent by a human. They were both foreign races, and they hated humans very much. Thus, the 2 foreign races attacked without hesitation. Humans, stop! The 2 foreign races roared, and their figures flashed, dashing toward Duo Mo. Seeing this, Fong Qin smirked coldly and the red glass sword danced again. The myriad lightning heaven fusion technique, which had reached the level of great accomplishment, was instantly unleashed. The powerful might filled Duo Mo's heart with despair. No. When the sword light engulfed Duo Mo, he screamed in agony. Pu Chi Duo Mo's head was separated from his body, and at the same time, the sword light dissipated. The two foreign races hurried over, but they were still a little too late. Seeing Duo Mo's corpse, the two foreign races' expressions became very dark. Brat, you dare to kill Duo Mo in front of us? You're dead meat. Attack! The two foreign races attacked. Too weak. The two foreign races were slightly stronger than Duo Mo. However, even if they joined forces, they still couldn't defeat Fong Chen. Fong Chen used the Myriad Thunders fusion technique to force back the two alien races. At the same time, his primordial spirit left his body and suddenly used the Five Thunders tribulation technique. Rumble thunder rumbled in the sky. The third level of the Five Thunder tribulation technique was too powerful. The terrifying lightning transformed into a laser beam and shot toward one of the foreign beings. Bang, no matter how hard the alien tried to defend himself, he was still hit. His primordial spirit was injured, and his body swayed unsteadily. Let's end this quickly. Another foreign race member roared after discovering Fong Chen's strength. While Fong Chen was fighting the two alien races, at the bottom of the Celestial River, the little mouse found some Celestial River liquid and happily walked out. Boss, I found some Celestial River liquid. As soon as they came out, the little mouse's voice had just faded when it noticed the residual aura fluctuations in the air. The little mouse sensed carefully. Then, its figure flashed as it went to help its boss. After a while, the little mouse came back. Boss, let me help you. The little mouse used its innate divine ability, extreme piercing. The terrifying purple spear pierced toward the alien race member, whose primordial spirit had just been injured by Fong Chen. Pucci, the alien race member's body, did not have any resistance and was directly pierced by the purple spear. Fong Chen seized the opportunity and killed the alien race member with one strike. Oh no! The other alien race member saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. However, he was killed by Fong Chen and the little mouse together. Whoosh! Looking at the three corpses on the ground, Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Then he put the three badges into his bag. Boss. The little mouse walked to Fong Chen and handed him the Celestial River liquid. Fong Chen nodded. Many human martial artists were secretly watching this battle. Fong Chen's thunderous method of killing the alien race member caused a sensation. Many human martial artists exclaimed in surprise. There were even some human race warriors who walked out directly. Brother, you are indeed a young hero. You killed 3 alien races all by yourself. We are envious of such a battle record. Those who dared to walk out were all of similar strength. Those who were weaker naturally did not have the courage to walk out. Fong Chen turned his head to look at these people. Fong Chen saw greed in their eyes. Sure enough, after exchanging a few polite words, an ordinary-looking warrior laughed and said, Brother, I'm Chu Xiongfeng. I saw your spirit pet, and I like it very much. I wonder if you can part with it and give it to me? Hearing this, the gazes of the other ancient martial art practitioners fell on Fong Chen. They joined forces to put pressure on Fong Chen. Fong Chen frowned and was somewhat displeased. Seeing that Fong Chen did not speak, Chu Xiongfeng continued, Brother, your spiritual pet is extraordinary at first glance. Only I, Chu Xiongfeng, can unleash its potential. What he meant was that Fong Chen's potential was limited and he was not qualified to have such a spiritual pet. You want me to follow you? Dream on, the little mouse said coldly as its eyes widened. The little mouse had gone through thick and thin with Fong Chen. How could it leave just like that? However, Fong Chen spoke at this moment. Brother Chu, You also know that my spiritual pet is extraordinary. If I were to give it to you directly, my loss would be huge." Fong Qin chuckled. Hearing this, Chu Xiongfeng instantly understood. "Brother, what do you want? I will give it to you." Fong Qin thought for a moment and said, 100 ordinary badges." "Brother, do you know the importance of badges?" Chu Xiongfeng's expression changed slightly. "My spiritual pet is worth 100 ordinary badges, and with Brother Chu's strength, it will be easy for you to get the badges," Fong Qin said calmly. Ordinary badges were relatively less valuable. The most valuable badges were the commander badges. Chu Xiongfeng and the others had been fighting in purgatory for a long time and definitely had a lot of badges. Chu Xiongfeng could take the opportunity to blackmail him. "Brother, for my sake, how about 50 emblems?" Chu Xiongfeng tried to argue with him. However, Fong Qin was stubborn and shook his head directly. "If you don't give me 100 badges, no way." Fong Qin's attitude was firm. The few people beside Chu Xiongfeng had gloomy faces and were furious. They sent a voice transmission to Chu Xiongfeng and asked him to kill Chu Xiongfeng directly. However, Chu Xiongfeng refused. For the sake of his spiritual pet, he had to be patient. "Okay, I agree." Chu Xiongfeng took out 100 badges and handed them to Fong Qin. "Cancel the contract," Chu Xiongfeng said in a low voice. Fong Qin nodded, then looked at the little mouse and waved his hand. Following this, several auras burst out from his and the little mouse's bodies. Finally, a layer of white halo disappeared from the little mouse's body. "Poochie!" Fong Qin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was a little pale. If the contract was cancelled, the owner would suffer a backlash. Since it was an act, of course it had to be more realistic. "You can follow Brother Chu from now on," Fong Qin said to the little mouse. The latter was in low spirits and was very unhappy. Then it jumped onto Chu Xiongfeng. "Thank you, brother." Chu Xiongfeng laughed heartily. Then he turned around and left with a few human clan warriors. "Brother Chu, why didn't you kill him?" "Yes, Brother Chu, with our strength, it's not a problem to deal with him." Chu Xiongfeng was full of killing intent and said, "After this little guy recognizes me as its master, I will take back the badge. It's not that easy to take what belongs to me." After saying that, Chu Xiongfeng and the others disappeared. Seeing Chu Xiongfeng's back view, Fong Qin was secretly happy. Then he disappeared. Chu Xiongfeng found a safe place and asked the other human warriors to protect him while he signed the contract with the little guy personally. Buzz! The process of signing the contract was unexpectedly smooth. After a while, he succeeded. The contract was clearly successful, but why couldn't he control this little guy? "Come here." Chu Xiongfeng tried to give the little mouse an order. However, what was unexpected was that the little mouse spread its paws and jumped onto a big tree. Then it looked down. "You're really stupid. I don't have time to play with you." After saying that, the little mouse disappeared directly. Damn it! At this moment, Chu Xiongfeng realized that he had been deceived. I'm going to kill you." Chu Xiongfeng roared angrily, and his killing intent was full of killing intent. "Brother Chu, what's wrong?" The other humans didn't know what was going on and asked curiously. Chapter 1450. Chu Xiongfeng was furious when he realized that Fong Qin and the little mouse had teamed up to deceive him. However, Fong Qin had already returned to the galaxy and was waiting for the little mouse. Why isn't he here yet? Did something go wrong? Fong Qin looked into the distance and anxiously waited for the little mouse. With his understanding of the little mouse, Chu Xiongfeng shouldn't be able to trap him. If he wanted to leave, he might not be able to stop him even if he used all his strength. After a while, the little mouse returned. "Boss." The little mouse smiled slyly. How did Chu Xiongfeng react? Fong Qin asked. The little mouse shrugged and said, What else can he react to? Of course he's furious. I think he's on the way here now. Fang Qin nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's enter the galaxy." In advance, Fang Qian and the little mouse had agreed to enter the bottom of the galaxy to check it out after tricking Chu Xiongfeng. Fang Qin could vaguely feel that the bottom of the galaxy was unusual. Plop! Fang Qin and the little mouse jumped into the galaxy. The purple light around the little mouse surged, and it was completely unafraid of the pressure of the galaxy. Fang Qin, on the other hand, was slightly suppressed. The sword-shaped runes around his body circulated, and his perfect sword body was activated to the extreme, forming the strongest defense. What a strong pressure! The deeper he dived, the more Fang Qin felt that the pressure from all directions was too strong. Unknowingly, Fang Qin had already dived more than 1,000 meters. At this time, he could already see the bottom of the galaxy. "Boss, this galaxy isn't too deep. It's only about 1,000 meters deep," the little mouse said. Fang Qin nodded. It was a little difficult for him to speak. The speed at which the sword-shaped runes revolved around him became much slower. Chu Xiongfeng was very angry. He was quite famous among the heavenly body tier elites, but he was actually tricked by a piece of trash. Thinking of this, Chu Xiongfeng was very angry. "When I catch you, I'll tear you to shreds." Chu Xiongfeng screamed in his heart. Even if it was him, it would take a long time to gather 100 ordinary badges. Chu Xiongfeng was not willing to be cheated by others just like that. An hour later, Chu Xiongfeng arrived at the Milky Way. "Brother Chu, I can no longer sense that little mouse's aura in the air," one of them said. The others stopped at the edge of the Milky Way and searched for little mouse's whereabouts. His aura was there all along the way. "Why can't I feel it now?" As Chu Xiongfeng spoke, he lowered his head and looked at the galaxy. Could it be that they are hiding in the Milky Way? Thinking of this, Chu Xiongfeng decided to enter the galaxy personally and kill Fang Qin. "Brother Chu, don't be impulsive. The pressure in the Star River is extremely great. We can't dive too deep. Yes, there are many uncertain factors in the Star River. Be careful." They were all trying to dissuade Chu Xiongfeng. However, Chu Xiongfeng had already made up his mind. If you don't dare to go down, leave on your own. I don't have cowardly brothers like you." Chu Xiongfeng snorted coldly. Seeing this, the others looked at each other helplessly. Since Chu Xiongfeng had already said so, they could not say anything else. They could only follow Chu Xiongfeng into the Star River. "Brother Chu, since you insist, we will accompany you." Hearing this, a ray of golden light shot out from Chu Xiongfeng's eyes. Then he leaped and jumped into the Star River. At the bottom of the Star River, it was extremely difficult for Fang Qin to take a step forward. However, he did not give up. At the bottom of the Star River, he found many skeletons. These skeletons should be from the human clan when they were alive. Of course, there were also some from the foreign clan. For example, the skeleton under Fang Qian's feet had 6 arms. It was obviously from the multi-hand clan. There are so many skeletons. What exactly is at the bottom of the Star River? Fang Qian was very confused. Just as he was thinking, the little mouse scurried over from afar. There was a hand bone in its mouth. "Boss, take a look." The little mouse handed the hand bone to Fang Qin. The latter observed it carefully. At first glance, this hand bone was similar to the hand bone of an ordinary martial artist. However, when Fang Qian's divine consciousness tried to invade it, it was directly repelled. "How is this possible?" Fang Qin exclaimed. There was actually a trace of intelligence in this hand bone that was resisting his divine consciousness. At this moment, a few small words appeared in the palm of the hand bone. "Pledged to follow the Sword Emperor." Although these words had been baptized by the Star River liquid for many years, they had become a little blurry. However, Fang Qin still recognized them. The Sword Emperor's follower. Fang Qin opened his eyes wide and looked at the hand bone. The situation was very obvious. This hand bone was the hand bone of the Sword Emperor's follower. It was said that the Sword Emperor was an expert from the godly realm. As for his followers, they would not be too weak. "Boss, did you hear something?" Suddenly, the little mouse said with a serious face, "Roar." As soon as the little mouse's voice fell, an angry beast roar suddenly resounded through the bottom of the Star River. "Oh no!" Fang Qin cursed inwardly as he dove upward with great difficulty. The little mouse followed behind Fang Qin and looked down cautiously. Dong! The bottom of the Star River was shaking. A demonic beast the size of a small mountain suddenly opened its mouth. "Leave the hand bone." The demonic beast spoke human language and roared angrily. "It's too strong." The demonic beast's tail fiercely swung toward Fang Qin. Fang Qin resisted it with his body. Bang! With the help of the rebound force, Fang Qin's body quickly dived up faster than he dived down. The little mouse used its innate super ability, extreme penetration, and stabbed the demonic beast with its purple spear. Poochie! The purple spear pierced the demonic beast's skin, infuriating it. At the same time, it also blocked the demonic beast's path. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Qin and the little mouse quickly dived up. In the blink of an eye, they had dived up to 500 meters. Fang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure on him had decreased a lot, and he could move freely now. What demonic beast was that just now? It was too strong. Fang Qin's heart palpitated. If it were not for the little mouse, he would have been in deep trouble. That demonic beast seemed to be very interested in the hand bone, the little mouse said in a low voice. Fang Qin nodded and continued to dive. Chu Xiongfeng and the others were diving when they bumped into Fang Qin, who was trying to escape. "You are indeed here." Chu Xiongfeng was furious when he saw the human and the mouse. "Kid, give me your life." In the Star River, Chu Xiongfeng attacked. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched Fang Qin. Damn it! Fang Qin was caught off guard and was hit by Chu Xiongfeng's punch. His body sank a lot. Roar! The little mouse used its special ability to entangle Chu Xiongfeng. Fang Qin steadied himself, took out the red glass sword, and started to kill. Poochie! Water could conduct electricity, and the thunder fusion technique was even more powerful in water. Chu Xiongfeng's followers died instantly wherever the red glass sword passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 followers were killed by Fang Qin. How is this possible? Chu Xiongfeng was a little panicked. Fang Qin's strength was too strong, and he was a little scared. Run! Chu Xiongfeng was not an indecisive person. He knew that there was danger, so he would not stay. After getting rid of the little mouse, he quickly dived upwards. Fang Qin and the little mouse chased after him. After a while, Chu Xiongfeng took the lead and rushed out of the Star River, followed by Fang Qin and the little mouse. Swoosh! He swung his sword, and the sword radiance shot up to the sky, blocking Chu Xiongfeng's way. You! Chu Xiongfeng looked at Fang Qin with fear, and he kept retreating. Why aren't you running anymore? Fang Qin looked at Chu Xiongfeng coldly and sneered. Chu Xiongfeng actually wanted to kill him while he was at the bottom of the Star River. What a joke! Boy, how dare you make a move on me? How dare you? Chu Xiongfeng steadied himself, and his aura surged as he said coldly, Is Chu Xiongfeng very famous? Fang Qin asked. You and I are the sons of Chu Batian. If you know what's good for you, hand over the 100 badges and give me your pet. Otherwise, my father will not let you go. Chu Xiongfeng mentioned his father, trying to scare Fang Qin. Unfortunately, Fang Qin wasn't afraid of anything except threats. Although your father is strong, do you think he can last until he comes? Fang Qin sneered. Chu Xiongfeng was a little afraid of Fang Qin. He was also worried about what the latter said. My father is very powerful, Chu Xiongfeng said. Boom! Before Chu Xiongfeng finished speaking, blood spurted out from his chest. Chapter 1451. This sudden turn of events caused Fang Qin to be a little stunned. When he saw clearly the long spear that had pierced through Chu Xiongfeng had been pulled out, Chu Xiongfeng's body fell to the ground. Behind him, a man in a black robe appeared. He was holding the long spear that had pierced through Chu Xiongfeng's body. Who are you? Fang Qin said coldly with a gloomy face. At the same time, he raised his guard and was ready to attack. Does it matter who I am? The man in the black robe laughed. After saying that, the man in the black robe disappeared in a flash. Fang Qin wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Boss, who is he? Why did he kill Chu Xiongfeng? Little Mouse asked. Maybe. Fang Qin was about to say something, but his face suddenly changed. In the sky, an aura that made one's heart palpitate was surging. In the blink of an eye, a shadow appeared in front of Chu Xiongfeng. Fonger! The illusory figure let out a miserable shriek. Chu Batian. Fang Qin was startled. He immediately knew the identity of this illusory figure. He recalled what had happened just now and suddenly realized something terrifying. The man in the black robe deliberately framed him. Sure enough, before Fang Qin could escape, Chu Batian suppressed his anger and looked at Fang Qin. Brat, how dare you kill my son? I will tear you into pieces. Chu Batian roared. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fang Qin. Run. Fang Qin activated the space-time, true meaning to the extreme, and tried to escape with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Chu Batian's hand. Boss. The little mouse used its innate abilities in an attempt to stop Chu Batian, but to no avail. Fang Qin was in a dangerous situation. He was about to be captured by Chu Batian. Stop! A cold voice sounded in Chu Batian's ears. Then a long black spear pierced through the air and shot at Chu Batian's hand. Bang! The black spear collided with Chu Batian's hand, emitting a metallic sound. Chu Batian was forced back by the spear, giving Fang Qin a chance to catch his breath and escape. Chu Batian stared into the distance. A man in embroidered robes slowly walked out from the void. Jinyang, it's you. Jinyang was similar to Chu Batian. This brat is related to me. Let him go for my sake, Jinyang said. Bullshit. He killed my son. How could I let him off? Cursed Chu Batian. Chu Batian and Jinyang confronted each other. As for Fang Qin, he had already fled far away. Rumble, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Qin fled without a care for anything. After a few hours, he finally stopped running. Hoo-hoo panting, he thought it was safe enough. Boss, why did that person help us? Little Mouse asked. The devil subduing realm, Fang Qin said softly, his eyes flashing. On a small island in the void ocean. This island was so small that one could see everything on it at a glance. This island was called Silver Moon Island, and it didn't exist in the universe. It was a very secluded island that didn't belong to any archipelago. It existed independently on the void ocean. It was on such an inconspicuous island that there was a god worshipped by everyone. The martial artists on the island were isolated from the world and rarely went out. Occasionally, they would go out to transport goods. In front of a palace on the island, Bai Qingqing stood on the altar without any expression on her face. Below her were countless people on the island. Bai Qingqing was on a starfield flying ship to the Old Hua Islands, but she was kidnapped on the way. She didn't expect to come to Silver Moon Island. When she came to Silver Moon Island, she only did odd jobs. However, by chance, he was discovered by that so-called god. Then he taught her the Silver Moon cultivation technique. The Silver Moon cultivation technique was a supreme cultivation technique that no one had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Bai Qingqing had cultivated the Silver Moon Heart Sutra by accident with her great potential. This caused an uproar on Silver Moon Island. The god personally announced that Bai Qingqing was the new saintess of Silver Moon Island. Today was the day of the saintess coronation. Bai Qingqing had been on Silver Moon Island for a few years, and she was used to life here. Her goal was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could she help Feng Qin when she met him in the future. Bai Qingqing finally revealed a smile on her pretty face as she looked at her people, worshipping her. Saintess, please be crowned. The sun was high in the sky and the air was hot. One of the priests raised his head to take a look and shouted, Saintess, please be crowned. All the people shouted. The priest held the crown with both hands and walked to Bai Qingqing. Saintess, please be crowned. Bai Qingqing nodded, and the priest placed the crown on Bai Qingqing's head. The people below cheered. The position of saintess had been empty for tens of thousands of years, and finally there was a new saintess. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. It was the manifestation of the god. The saintess coronation ceremony was over quickly. From this moment on, Bai Qingqing was second only to the god on Silver Moon Island. On a small hill, a white-robed figure stood quietly as he watched the seawater of the void ocean surge towards him. Bai Qingqing was behind him. Others might not know, but Bai Qingqing knew very well that the figure in white was the god of Silver Moon Island. Master, are you really leaving? Bai Qingqing asked. Her voice was filled with reluctance. All these years, if it were not for the help of her master, she would not have been able to reach this step. The reason I stayed here is to find the saintess. Now that you have become the new saintess, Silver Moon Island will definitely be glorious under your leadership. It is time for me to go back. The figure in white was faintly discernible. It was like an illusion. Bai Qingqing's eyes were misty, and she felt like crying. She knew that her master was from the realm of the gods, and that her clone had stayed on Silver Moon Island to protect the island and find the saintess. The people on the island called her master a god. However, no one knew that her master was from the realm of the gods. Silly child, cultivate well. The Silver Moon Heart technique seems to have been created for you. I will wait for you in the realm of the gods. The figure in white turned around and gently stroked Bai Qingqing's head. Bai Qingqing cried and lowered her head. She did not dare to face her master. Crash! The white-robed figure gradually dissipated in the void. The people of Silver Moon Island are isolated from the world and do not fight with the outside world. However, it does not mean that we are afraid of the outside world. If the outside world intrudes into Silver Moon Island and disturbs the life of Silver Moon Island, you can use the highest command. The figure in white's voice floated over. In the end, Bai Qingqing could not hold back and cried loudly. The sun was setting, and the air was filled with sadness. A hint of determination appeared in Bai Qingqing's eyes. Master, don't worry. I will protect the people of Silver Moon Island. Of course, there was still a shadow in her mind that she could not get rid of. Brother Qin, I will cultivate well. If you are in danger one day, I will lead the people of Silver Moon Island to help you. Bai Qingqing's experience was completely different from Princess Xan's. However, both of them ended up the same. Because of their outstanding talent, they became the disciples of the strong, especially Bai Qingqing, who became the Holy Maiden of Silver Moon Island. In the future, when Silver Moon Island appeared, the name of the Holy Maiden would resound throughout the universe. Of course, this was a story for later. Feng Qin naturally did not know about Bai Qingqing's situation. He did not even know that Bai Qingqing had gone to find him. It was just that an accident happened on the way. He was carefully avoiding his enemies in the purgatory. Jin Yang and Chu Batian fought and successfully let him escape. However, this also made Chu Batian even more furious. Chu Batian even disobeyed the orders of the higher-ups of the human race and entered the battlefield of the heavenly body tier with his true body to search for Feng Qin. Feng Qin, who was hiding in the dark, was speechless. Last time he was chased by the foreign races and could not leave the purgatory. CCC Pavilion. This time he was chased by Chu Batian as soon as he entered the purgatory. He was helpless. Boss, Chu Batian is looking for us, the little mouse said in a low voice. He also realized how powerful Chu Batian was. Act according to the situation, Fong Chen said. The more critical the situation was, the calmer he had to be. He had to eliminate all possibilities and protect himself well. Chapter 1452. Although Jin Yang from the demon vanquishing realm had helped him when Chu Batian tried to kill him. However, the help of the senior brothers of the demon vanquishing realm was ultimately limited. In the end, he had to rely on himself. Although the situation was very unfavorable for Fong Chen, it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. The purgatory was vast and boundless. Trying to find a person in the vast purgatory was no different from trying to reach the heavens. However, there were also foreign elites watching. It was too difficult for Chu Batian to find Fong Chen. Chu Batian was furious. He used all his power to find Fong Chen. He only had one son, and he was unwilling to accept that he had died in the purgatory. Fong Chen also knew this. He found a very secluded place and hid. In the outside world, in the meeting hall of the White Bone City, Lord's residence. Pung! A voice suddenly rang out in the quiet meeting hall. Immediately afterward, the wooden table shattered and fell to the ground. The other elders looked at each other, displeasure on their faces. The heavenly body tier elites are retreating. At this point, we human cultivators are not united. Instead, we're killing each other. How laughable. The White Bone City Lord was very angry. As a high-ranking member of the human race, he naturally had to think for the human race. He had been overseeing the White Bone City and observing the situation in the purgatory. City Lord, it's said that human killed Chu Baishan's son. That's why Chu Batian went crazy. No matter what, this matter must be punished severely. Many elders expressed their opinions. Everyone agreed to expel Chu Batian from the Heavenly Body Tier battlefield. He was a creation tier elite. His presence in the Heavenly Body Tier battlefield would affect the balance of the battlefield. If he stayed for too long, the foreign races would also send creation tier elites. Chu Baishan's only son is dead. He definitely won't let this matter rest. We have to deal with this matter properly. Otherwise, the human cultivators will be dissatisfied, an elder said. Hearing this, the White Bone City Lord nodded. His expression eased slightly. Call Chu Batian and that little guy called Sanguinati over. White Bone City had all the information about the martial practitioners who had entered the purgatory. Naturally, they knew that the person Chu Batian was after was called Sanguinati. Unfortunately, no matter how well informed they were, they did not discover that Sanguinati was the same person as Fong Chen, who had stirred up a storm in purgatory a few years ago. White Bone City was very efficient. In just half a day, they found Chu Batian. Chu Batian, the city lord invites you in. The envoy of White Bone City quickly found Chu Batian, and before the latter could say anything, he relayed Chu Baishan's message to him. Chu Baishan's face darkened, but he didn't refuse. The Lord of White Bone City was one of the upper echelons of the human race. Chu Batian had no right to refute him. Chu Batian followed the envoy from White Bone City and left purgatory. In a secluded place, the emissary from White Bone City sighed as he gazed at the scene before him. This kid has really hidden himself well. After saying that, the emissary waved his hand and the illusion array in front of him disappeared. Fong Chen and Little Mouse thought that Chu Batian had discovered them, so they attacked at the same time. Seeing that, the emissary hurriedly said, I'm the emissary from White Bone City. I'm here on the orders of the city lord. Then the emissary took out his token. The token shone with a dazzling light, and the word "Bai" could be vaguely seen on it. Seeing that, Fong Chen hurriedly stopped his attack. Then he landed on the ground and smiled awkwardly. He apologized. I'm sorry for offending you just now." The emissary did not mind. After all, he was being chased by Chu Batian and was very vigilant. "Sanguinati, the city lord has summoned you. Come with me." "Emissary, may I ask why the city lord has summoned me?" Fang Qin asked. The emissary glanced at Fang Qin, but did not answer. "Boss, the city lord has summoned you. Is it related to Chu Xiongfeng?" Little Mouse asked telepathically. "It's possible," Fang Qin said. "Then you shouldn't go." Little Mouse was a bit worried. Fang Qin shook his head. White Bone City status in the purgatory was very high. If he did not go, he would be putting himself in danger. He believed that as a senior member of the human race, the city lord of White Bone City would not be unreasonable. "Let's go," Fang Qin said. White Bone City meeting hall. There were only 3 people. The city lord of White Bone City was sitting in the middle. On his left was Chu Batian, who was full of killing intent. He did not hide it at all. His eyes were wide open, and he stared at Fang Qin. He wanted to kill him with his eyes. On the right of the city lord of White Bone City was Fang Qin. This was the first time Fang Qin saw the city lord of White Bone City, so he was a bit nervous. However, after seeing the city lord in person, he relaxed. The city lord of White Bone City's attitude was very gentle. He did not seem like a human expert at all. Because of this, Fang Qin's pressure was greatly reduced. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was very heavy. The city lord of White Bone City did not speak, and Fang Qin and Chu Batian did not dare to speak either. For a while, the 3 of them sat in silence. Fang Qin and Little Mouse communicated secretly through voice transmission, and Chu Batian wanted to kill Fang Qin. Finally, after an hour of this heavy atmosphere, the city lord of White Bone City opened his eyes. He looked at the 2 of them, and then said, "Chu Batian, as a creation tier elite, you are a pillar of the human race. You should be fighting against the foreign races for the human race. But you disregarded everything and entered the battlefield of the heavenly body tier elites. Do you know your crime?" "City Lord, I entered the battlefield of the heavenly body tier elites because this person killed my son. As his father, I have to avenge him," Chu Batian said hurriedly. Hearing the words, "Do you know your crime?" his body trembled. If the city lord of White Bone City really convicted him, he would be in danger. Hearing this, the city lord of White Bone City turned to Fang Qin and said, "Tell me." "City lord, I didn't kill Chu Xiongfeng," Fang Qin said, "although I wanted to kill him very much." "Bullsh*T, my son was killed by you." Chu Batian was instantly enraged. However, when he saw the city lord of White Bone City's eyes, he immediately calmed down. "You said you didn't kill Chu Xiongfeng?" At that time, I was confronting Chu Xiongfeng. Suddenly, a long spear appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced Chu Xiongfeng's body, killing him. Fang Qin told the city lord of White Bone City what happened in detail. "Did you see that person clearly?" the city lord of White Bone City asked. "It was a black-robed cultivator with a black spear. He was extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye," Fang Qin said. Hearing this, the city lord of White Bone City's face darkened. His eyes were serious, and he seemed to be thinking. A black-robed cultivator with a black spear. After a long while, the city lord of White Bone City finally spoke. However, there was a tinge of worry in his voice. "Are you sure it was a black-robed cultivator with a black spear?" the city lord of White Bone City asked again. Fang Qin nodded. He was very sure. Then the city lord of White Bone City smiled bitterly. "He's back," the city lord of White Bone City muttered to himself. "City lord, he's talking nonsense." Chu Batian was anxious. The city lord of White Bone City waved his hand, signaling Chu Batian to be quiet. Then he said slowly, "Chu Batian, Fang Qin is not lying. Your son should not have been killed by him." "How is that possible?" Chu Batian could not accept this fact. "Do you still remember a legend?" the city lord of White Bone City asked when he saw that Chu Batian did not believe him. What legend? In the Purgatory, there was once a human powerhouse who was mistakenly thought to have betrayed the human race and was besieged to death. After countless years, that powerhouse's remnant consciousness was resurrected, and he swore to destroy the human race. The city lord of White Bone City said. At this point, Chu Batian's face was filled with shock. City Lord, are you saying that the black-robe cultivator was the human powerhouse of that time? The city lord of White Bone City shook his head. If my guess is correct, the black-robed cultivator who killed your son should have been a subordinate of the human powerhouse. He killed your son because he was passing by and wanted to incite a civil war. As for that powerhouse, he was too heavily injured back then, and it would be very difficult for him to be reborn with just a remnant consciousness. I'm guessing that he's still recovering, and is only using his remnant consciousness to control some human cultivators. After listening to the city lord of White Bone City's explanation, Chu Batian controlled his emotions. Then, Chu Batian said, "The truth is out. Sanguinati did not kill your son. This matter is over. Quickly return to the battlefield. As for the rest, don't worry," said the city lord of White Bone City. Chu Batian stood up and cupped his hands at the city lord of White Bone City. Then he looked at Fong Chen with a complicated expression and turned to leave. Only the city lord of White Bone City and Fong Chen were left in the meeting hall. "You should go back as well. If you see the black-robed cultivator with a black spear, inform us immediately," said the city lord of White Bone City. In fact, Fong Chen was also very curious about what had happened back then. But since the city lord of White Bone City did not want to talk about it, he did not dare to ask. Fong Chen nodded and left the city lord's mansion, entering purgatory once again. After the two of them left, the city lord of White Bone City's face became gloomy. Then he hurriedly called for a meeting with the elders in White Bone City. In purgatory, "Boss, what the city lord of White Bone City said seems to have been recorded in the unofficial history books," said the little mouse. Fong Chen nodded and looked ahead. "Purgatory is turbulent, and there will be great waves in the coming days. It's better to be careful. Boss, that damned guy dared to frame us. If we meet him, we must kill him," said the little mouse viciously. If it were not for the black-robed cultivator, Fong Chen would not have been chased by Chu Batian. Fortunately, senior brother Jinyan helped him. Coupled with the appearance of the city lord of White Bone City, the truth came to light. Fong Chen recalled the black-robed cultivator in his mind. He held a black spear in his hand and exuded a strange aura. There was a faint scarlet color in his eyes. "I hope we can meet again. When the time comes, I will teach you a lesson that you will never forget," said Fong Chen. "If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If people offend me, I will retaliate." This was Fong Chen's principle. He did not cause trouble, but it did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Chapter 1453. Purgatory. A chase that shook the entire battlefield came to an end. All the human cultivators were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what had happened. Why didn't Chu Batian take revenge for his son? Of course, there were also some reasonable people who guessed that White Bone City had interfered. Otherwise, with Chu Batian's ruthlessness, he wouldn't stop until he got his revenge. The foreign races were the first to know that Chu Batian had left the battlefield. They were slightly disappointed. They'd thought that they could send creation tier elites into the battlefield with Chu Batian's help. Now, it seemed like their plan had failed. However, they weren't discouraged. The situation on the battlefield was clear. It wouldn't be long before the outsiders would crush the humans with their iron hooves. Originally, Fong Chen only had two goals for entering the purgatory: to improve his strength and find the Sword Emperor's inheritance. However, he now had another goal, and that was to find the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator had deliberately framed him and almost caused him to become Chu Batian's subordinate. He had to take revenge. With Fong Chen's personality, how could he let the matter rest? Moreover, with his strength in the entire heavenly body tier battlefield, unless he encountered the most heaven-defying freak of the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. He was practically invincible. Of course, he wouldn't be careless. After all, this was purgatory. There were all kinds of geniuses, so he had to be careful. During these days, Feng Chen and the little mouse had been searching for the black-robed cultivator. During this time, they also encountered some foreign cultivators. After a fierce battle, all the foreign cultivators were killed. A week later, Feng Chen encountered a strong opponent. This foreign cultivator was an elite of the multi-hand race. He was very strong, and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. His strength was so strong that it made the hearts of human cultivators palpitate. Doke, the top elite of the multi-hand race's younger generation. He met Feng Chen and faced off against each other. Human cultivator. Doke licked his dry lips, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. A terrifying aura appeared on Doke's body. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at Doke. Kill. Doke didn't say anything and directly attacked. Among the outsiders, there was a list called the Star Wind and Cloud List. As the name implied, this ranking was a ranking of the most influential cultivators of the heavenly body tier. Only heavenly body tier cultivators could be ranked on this list, and there was no age limit. There were a total of 100 names on the star reputation list. These 100 people represented the strongest battle prowess within the heavenly body tier of the outsiders. Even Duomo, whom he had killed previously, was unable to enter the star's cloud list. The Doke in front of him was someone on the Star Wind Cloud ranking. Whoosh Doke's 6 arms waved, and 6 rays of light floated in the air, calling out to each other. So strong! Feng Chen was shocked. Doke's strength was more than double that of Tama's. Doke's innate ability made Feng Chen feel a lot of pressure. Green Thunder Instant Kill Sword. With the red glass sword in hand, Feng Chen performed the Cyan Thunder Instant Kill Sword. A bolt of lightning swooped down from the sky. The next moment, Feng Chen's figure disappeared. When Shocking Thunder was about to hit the ground, Feng Chen's body gradually appeared. The red glass sword stabbed into Shocking Thunder. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The terrifying Shocking Thunder was directly absorbed by the red glass sword. Voila! Then, Feng Chen's figure flashed and he swung his sword. This sword was extremely swift and fierce and very strange. Pucci! The red glass sword stabbed into the 6 rays of light in the sky. Dong! The whole sky was trembling. One of the rays of light was shattered by the red glass sword. Doke's innate ability was broken by Feng Chen. The 6 rays of light complemented each other. When one of the rays of light collapsed, the other rays of light collapsed. Seeing this, Doke made a sound of surprise, and his expression became much more serious. Sensing the aura around Feng Chen, Doke's eyes were filled with shock. 7th level of the heavenly body tier. This human cultivator was actually at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. Doke was in disbelief. There was a difference of 2 levels between them, and he was actually able to break the innate ability of the multi-hand race under his powerful attack. How strong did he need to be? This kind of strength was enough to enter the star's cloud list. Human prodigy. Doke thought to himself. Then his eyes were filled with killing intent. At the 7th level of the heavenly body tier, his battle prowess was comparable to an elite on the star's cloud list. If his cultivation broke through to the 9th level, Doke didn't dare to imagine how strong his battle prowess would be. This brat can't be left alive. Killing intent surged around Duoku. He made up his mind that he would definitely kill this human monster to prevent future troubles. Thinking of this, Doke's 6 arms waved, and a powerful attack instantly whistled over. 10,000 lightning heaven fusion technique. In the sky, 36 bolts of lightning rumbled. At the same time, Feng Chen also used the time-space strangulation technique. 2 great secret techniques were used at the same time. forming the strongest attack that directly blasted towards Dok's attack. Boom! A deafening sound rang through the sky. Dok's body couldn't help but retreat. How is this possible? Dok was shocked. This brat's attack was beyond his imagination. Kill! Then, Dok's expression became ferocious. On his 6 arms, sinister scales appeared. The appearance of these scales caused Dok's aura to rise again. Hot flames spewed out of Dok's mouth. In the sky above his head, a brilliant light appeared. Fire demon absolute sky. Dok roared loudly. The brilliant light in the sky merged with the fire dragon. Then it turned into 6 fireballs that landed on the 6 arms. Dok's body flew out rapidly and arrived in front of Fong Qin. Kill! Dok used his strongest killing move. 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique. 3rd level. The aura of Soul Dao spread and his origin spirit trembled. The 5 Lightning Tribulation Technique was used, and the rich aura of Soul Dao instantly filled Dok. Dok's soul was severely injured. His attack hadn't even gotten close to Fong Qin when it was bounced back. Damn it! Dok endured the pain in his origin spirit and quickly got up, staring at Fong Qin with fear in his eyes. Dok didn't attack and asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" "Is there a need to know?" Fong Qin asked back. He walked towards Dok step by step, raised the red glass sword in his hand, and prepared for the final attack. Dok knew that it was most likely impossible to kill this person. "If I, Dok, want to leave, you can't stop me." Dok sneered. Although he was no match for Fong Qin, he was confident that the latter couldn't stop him. "Is that so? Then give it a try." Fong Qin sneered, and then his figure flickered as he launched a fierce attack on Dok. Swoosh! Dok's figure flashed, and his movement technique was swift as he quickly fled. Die! The red glass sword danced and slashed at Dok. No! Dok, who was originally full of confidence, panicked and roared unwillingly. In the next moment, his 2 arms were cut off by Fong Qin. Damn it! I will definitely take revenge. Dok's other 4 arms quickly expanded, trying to stop Fong Qin. Puchi! His 2 arms were cut off, but Fong Qin was also blocked for a while. In this short while, Dok had already disappeared. Looking at Dok's disappearing figure, Fong Qin shook his head lightly. The little mouse gave chase with a whoosh, but soon returned without success. "Boss, that Dok's too fast. We can't catch up," the little mouse said. "His 4 arms were cut off by me, so his battle prowess has greatly decreased. Even if he doesn't die, he's no threat," Fong Qin said softly. The little mouse nodded. Fong Qin still didn't know that Dok was an elite on the Star Influence list. Or rather, he didn't know about this list at all. The purgatory was very large, but human cultivators were everywhere. The battle between Fong Qin and Dok was witnessed by some cultivators. It didn't take long for the news to spread. Sanguinati fought Dok and cut off 4 of his arms, and the latter fled with serious injuries. After this news spread, it caused a huge commotion on the battlefield of the heavenly body tier. Heavens, Sanguinati is too strong, isn't he? Even Dok is no match for him. A guy who just entered the purgatory not long ago is actually so brave and fierce. Dok is an elite on the Star Influence list, and Sanguinati actually managed to severely injure him. Many cultivators were discussing. Even the headquarters of the human race was in an uproar. Recently, the situation on the battlefield of the heavenly body tier was not optimistic. The appearance of an elite like Sanguinati naturally attracted the attention of the higher-ups. Sanguinati, well done. In the headquarters of the human race, a person in charge was very happy. At the same time, he sent the Star Influence list to Fong Qin. After severely injuring Dok, Fong Qin and the little mouse continued forward. Suddenly, Fong Qin stopped in his tracks. "Boss, what's wrong?" the little mouse asked. A message came from the badge. After Fong Qin checked, a strange expression appeared on his face. Star influence list, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Immediately, he told the little mouse about the star influence list. Boss, quickly tell me about the elites on the star influence list, the little mouse asked curiously. The star influence list was the peak battle prowess of the heavenly body tier of the foreign races. Dok was ranked 88th. Fong Chen was a bit speechless. A foreign race like Dok was only ranked 88th. Then how strong were the top 10? Fong Chen's gaze landed on the front. Ranking. First place was Zitong, the prodigy of the purple gold ant tribe. Second place was Lan Xian, the prodigy of the blue demon tribe. Third place was Yang Feng, the prodigy of the black goat tribe. 10th place was Cheng Gang, the prodigy of the ice silkworm tribe. Fong Chen scanned the top 10, his eyes burning. Boss, the prodigies on the star influence list are the strongest in the heavenly body tier of the foreign races. If you crush them, will you be invincible in the heavenly body tier? The little mouse chuckled and said, I believe Boss will definitely crush these so-called prodigies of the foreign races. Fong Chen retracted his gaze, but his heart was very shocked. This was the first time he knew about the star influence list. He originally thought that his strength was not weak in front of the geniuses of the purgatory, who knew that the gap was still very large. Although there's a gap between the top 10, I'm confident that I can surpass them. Fong Chen was very confident. He had cultivated for too short a time, so he had plenty of time. Chapter 1454. Purgatory Foreign Races Main Camp. Although there were 10,000 races, there weren't that many foreign races in charge of this purgatory. There were only a few dozen races. Moreover, they weren't ranked high among the 10,000 races. Normally, the foreign races' main camp was very quiet. The younger generation of foreign races had all entered the purgatory battlefield to kill human enemies. Whoosh, whoosh, suddenly, a flame rushed out of the battlefield, bringing with it a soaring aura, and quickly arrived at the foreign race's main camp. At this time, the flame quickly dissipated, and with a bang, Duo-Ku's body fell to the ground. His body was covered in blood, and his face was very pale. He was chased by human cultivators and almost died. In the end, he successfully escaped back to the foreign race's main camp at the cost of a few arms. When Duo-Ku returned, he was immediately discovered by an elder of the multi-hand race. That's Duo-Ku. The elder had just come out of his residence. When he looked up and saw it was Duo-Ku, his expression changed drastically. Whoosh, whoosh. The elder instantly arrived in front of Duo-Ku and helped him up. His palm pressed against Duo-Ku's back, and a wild aura surged into Duo-Ku's body. In the blink of an eye, Duo-Ku's broken arm was no longer bleeding, and his expression eased greatly. Duo-Ku, what happened? Duo-Ku was a young prodigy of the multi-hand race, and was also a freak on the star cloud list. In the heavenly body tier battlefield, there were very few human cultivators who could beat Duo-Ku to such a state. Elder, I met a human cultivator, and he was very powerful. Duo-Ku fainted before he finished speaking. On this day, the multi-hand race was shocked. Duo-Ku, who they saw as their hope, had his arm cut off and was seriously injured. While they were shocked, they were also very angry. However, everything had to wait until Duo-Ku woke up. The elders of the multi-hand race tried their best to help Duo-Ku. Finally, 3 days later, Duo-Ku slowly woke up. Dok opened his eyes and felt that his injuries were much better. Duo-Ku, who exactly beat you up like this? The elder of the multi-hand race hurriedly asked. Duo-Ku sat up, his face twitching as pain came from his broken arm. Elder, I met a human cultivator on the battlefield and fought with him, and almost died. Duo-Ku said with lingering fear. Could it be that human cultivator is the top younger generation of the human race? The elder asked. Duo-Ku shook his head, and then a scorching look appeared in his eyes. And then he said solemnly, Elder, this human cultivator's potential. If we don't kill him, He'll definitely bring calamity to all races. After fighting with Fong Duokuz's Duoku, his cultivation level is only at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier, yet he was able to force me into such a state. It won't be long before he'll be able to rival the top 10 of the stellar reputation list, Duoku said. The elders of Duoku's multi-hands. He originally thought that the person who attacked Doak was a top expert of the younger generation of the human clan. Who would have thought that he was actually a cultivator at the 7th level of the heavenly body tier? Duoku, elders, Duoku, success. Doak nodded and explained Fong Chen's information in detail. T-note, Duo, he's a sword cultivator, wielding a red sword, and has very powerful sold-out techniques, Duoku said. After the elders heard this, they nodded slightly. Duoku, have a good rest. I'll inform the other races of this. The next day, an order was issued from the foreign races. The leaders of the various races jointly issued a statement. Elites on the Star Cloud list must be careful of a human cultivator wielding a red sword. Kill without mercy if encountered. After this news came out, it caused a huge commotion. The elites on the Star Cloud list were all puzzled. Who was this human cultivator wielding a red sword to actually make so many leaders take him seriously? However, when they knew Duoku was seriously injured by this person, they also became cautious. Only the prodigies in the top 10 of the Star Cloud list were extremely arrogant and didn't care at all. Purgatory in a galaxy. This galaxy was very special. Logically, the water in the galaxy should be transparent. But in this galaxy, it was scarlet red, as if it was the blood of a cultivator. Fong Chen and Little Mouse also accidentally discovered it and were very curious. Boss, let's go in and take a look. Maybe the Sword Emperor's inheritance is here. Little Mouse chuckled. Fong Chen nodded, and the two of them dived into the galaxy. Buzz. Fong Chen was a little stunned. He only discovered it after entering the galaxy. This galaxy didn't have any pressure. What's going on? Fong Chen felt that it was very strange. This galaxy was the complete opposite of the previous galaxy. With a lot of doubts, Fong Chen continued to dive. In a short while, he had dived a few hundred meters. At this time, there was still no pressure at all. Fong Chen dived down easily. After about half an hour, they finally reached the bottom. At the bottom of the galaxy, Fong Chen stood quietly, his face full of confusion. Boss, it's empty. There's nothing here, Little Mouse said. Swoosh. However, just as Little Mouse's voice fell, a vibrating sound came from Fong Chen's interspatial ring. Immediately after, the hand bone that he had obtained earlier flew out of the interspatial ring and left quickly. Chase! Seeing this, Fong Chen roared. The true meaning of space and time of the 7th grade was quickly unleashed. Fong Chen's speed soared to the extreme. The hand bone flew at high speed in front, while Fong Chen chased closely behind. The more he went, the stranger Fong Chen felt. After chasing for about an hour, Fong Chen felt his vision turn black, and his body was instantly submerged by a huge wave. Then, Fong Chen lost consciousness. The moment Fong Chen was submerged, there was a great tremor in the galaxy. The scarlet liquid roared crazily. It was as if someone was shouting. Waves splashed everywhere, and a huge vortex appeared at the bottom of the galaxy. A huge suction force emerged from this vortex, and the scarlet liquid was constantly sucked into the vortex. In just a breath's time, the vast galaxy turned into a dry river. Then the vortex closed, and the galaxy disappeared. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would be shocked. The galaxy was unique to the purgatory, and it was born naturally. After countless years and changes of the universe, it would not die, but now it had dried up. However, this place was very secluded and very few people came here. Almost no one knew what happened here. After an unknown period of time, Fong Chen felt pain all over his body and dizziness. He remembered that he was chasing the hand bone when he was suddenly submerged by the river. He could not remember what happened next. Am I dead? Fong Chen opened his eyes and found himself lying in a bush. He moved his arm and felt a burning sensation. Slap. Fong Chen slapped himself in the face. It hurt a lot. Immediately, he opened his eyes wide and muttered, I'm not dead. The star pagoda in his sea of qi began to operate slowly. Traces of star power escaped from the star pagoda and spread to Fong Chen's limbs and bones. His body was recovering as the star pagoda operated. An hour later, his body finally took a turn for the better. Then he struggled to get up and sat in the grass. Where is this little mouse? Fong Chen frowned and looked around. Suddenly, he saw the little mouse in the grass not far away. His divine sense enveloped the little mouse's body and found that it was only unconscious. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I was submerged by the river, and then I came here. Fong Chen was very puzzled. He felt that he seemed to have accidentally come to a very mysterious place. If he wanted to figure out the situation here, he needed to recover his strength first. Fong Chen closed his eyes and began to recover. After an hour, his strength had basically recovered. At this time, the little mouse also woke up leisurely. Boss. The little mouse jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder and carefully looked around. Are you okay? Fong Chen asked. The little mouse nodded, indicating that it was fine. Boss, where is this? The little mouse asked. I don't know. Let's look around. Fong Chen stood up and walked forward with the little mouse. This was a place with picturesque scenery. There were mountains and rivers, as if it was a paradise. After a few steps, Fong Chen saw a figure. Chapter 1455. There's someone here. Fong Chen was shocked. How could there be a human here? Where had he come to? He clearly remembered that he had entered the bottom of the galaxy, and when he had chased after the handbone, he had been submerged and lost consciousness. Boss, let's go and ask, the little mouse said. On a small hill in front of them, a young shepherd boy was holding a whip and herding cows. Below the small hill, a bronze-colored bull was eating grass with its head lowered. Feeling the fluctuation of aura, the bull suddenly raised its head and roared at the sky, a sharp aura exploding from its body. Fong Chen's eyes widened, and he was shocked. The aura of this bull was not inferior to the little mouse's. In other words, this bull's strength was at least at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, or even higher. This, Fong Chen was shocked. Such a powerful bull could not be considered weak in the world of demonic beasts. Why was it willing to be herded by a young shepherd boy? Could it be that this young shepherd boy was an elite? I have no ill intentions, Fong Chen said hurriedly when he saw that the bull was angry. Xiao Hei. The young shepherd boy stopped the bull's actions. Hearing this, the bull roared angrily and lowered its head to continue eating grass. Fong Chen came to the young shepherd boy. Little brother, Fong Chen said apologetically. Are you from the outside world? The young shepherd boy asked as he looked at Fong Chen with his clear eyes. Fong Chen nodded and did not hide anything. Where is this place? Are there other people here? Fong Chen asked. This is the saint's village. There are many people in the village, the young shepherd boy said. I heard from the older generation that our saint's village was once very glorious. Many powerful warriors left the saint's village and went to the outside world. You must be a warrior that left the saint's village in the past, right? Fong Chen heard this and was slightly moved. It seemed that the young shepherd boy thought of him as a warrior of the saint's village. He nodded without batting an eyelid. He had just arrived and did not know how to leave. He could not expose his identity. Otherwise, there would be danger. How many people are left in the village of the saints? Fong Chen asked. Why are you here? When he finished speaking, Fong Chen did not forget to add, I was once seriously injured and lost part of my memory. Brother, come with me. The little shepherd boy called out to Mang Niu and then led Fong Chen towards the saint's village. Not too long later, the saint's village came into sight. The saint village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water in front of it. The environment was very elegant. A paradise. Fong Chin sighed in his heart. This place stood aloof from worldly affairs. No one in the outside world knew of this place. When they arrived at the saint's village, the shepherd boy shouted loudly, "The warriors of the saint village have returned." What warrior returned? Heavens, the warrior actually came back. Ha ha ha, our warriors have returned. Is our saint's village going to rise? Many excited voices came from the saint village. Not long after, about 100 martial artists gathered at the village entrance. There were old and young, big and small. "Little boy, what's going on?" A couple walked out from the crowd and asked in a low voice. "Father, mother, our warriors have returned." With that, the little shepherd boy pointed at Fong Chin. Immediately, all the villagers' gazes fell on Fong Chin. Warrior. The village chief was an old man. His face was filled with excitement as he walked in front of Fong Chin. "Our warriors have returned. Ha ha ha." The village chief was very excited. He did not have any doubts about Fong Chen's identity, because only he knew that only a true warrior could return to the saint's village. No one else could impersonate him. Village chief. Fong Chin said, "I lost some of my memories in the Great War. My memories of the saint's village are very vague. I don't remember anything." Fong Chin explained. In fact, he was trying to cover up his identity. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." The village chief said excitedly, "Once, the saint's village was very powerful, especially their first village chief, who was an unparalleled expert. At that time, there were countless powerful warriors in the saint's village. However, for some unknown reason, the village chief of the saint's village left the saint's village with the powerful warriors. Before leaving, the village chief told the villagers that the saint's village was sealed. If the warriors returned one day, the saint's village would rise again. Fong Chin secretly sized up the villagers. Almost all the villagers in the saint's village were martial artists of the heavenly body tier. There was also a small portion of martial artists of the creation tier. Such a village chief actually had such battle prowess. He was even more powerful than some of the powerful sects on the Old Hua Islands. After chatting with Fong Chin for a while, the village chief said, "Everyone disperse. The warriors have just returned and need to rest. Little boy, bring the warriors to your house," the village chief instructed. The little shepherd boy happily brought Fong Chin back to his house. The villagers of the saint's village looked at Fong Chin with eyes full of respect. The warriors of the saint's village were the greatest. They deserved respect. "Lord Warrior, you can stay here for now," the little shepherd boy said. Fong Chin nodded and said, "Can you give me some information about the saint's village?" The little shepherd boy quickly left and came back with a book in a short while. "Lord Warrior, this book records the origin of our saint's village until now. Take a look. If you need anything, call me," the little shepherd boy said. The saint's village was a very mystical village. Fong Chin did not know where the village was. However, he guessed that the entrance should be at the bottom of the galaxy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter. They did not suspect my identity at all. Moreover, according to the little shepherd boy, only the warriors of the saint's village could return. But I came in. Why is that? While thinking, Fong Chin thought of the mysterious handbone. Could it be? Fong Chin thought of a possibility. The owner of the handbone was a warrior of the saint's village when he was alive. This was the only explanation that made sense. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chin flipped open the book. Fong Chin did not know anything about the saint's village. He did not feel safe. The first page of the book was an introduction to the origin of the saint's village. The first village chief of the saint's village, the Sky Prison Saint. It seems that it was named after him, Fong Chin said. The book recorded that the Sky Prison Saint was very powerful, but it did not specify. Next, It was the development of the saint's village. An hour later, Fong Chen finished reading the book. The first village chief of the saint's village, the Sky Prison Saint, led his people to this paradise and established the saint's village. All along, the saint's village had been isolated from the world. However, one day, the Sky Prison Saint led a large number of warriors and left the saint's village. After that, there was no news. The saint's village quickly fell from its previous peak. Now, it had fallen to the bottom. As for the powerful beasts in the saint's village, they were the descendants of the beasts that the Sky Prison Saint had subdued. The Sky Prison Saint was very powerful, and the beasts that he had subdued were also very powerful. However, he was unable to transcend and was destined to be unable to escape the erosion of time. After the Sky Prison Saint left, the powerful beasts gradually died. The descendants of the beasts, on the other hand, survived generation after generation. Although these beasts were powerful, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to protect the saint's village. Gradually, they merged with the villagers of the saint's village, and they were happy and harmonious. What a magical saint's village! Fong Chen said to himself. The origin of the saint's village was not very attractive to Fong Chen. The only thing that Fong Chen was curious about was the Sky Prison Saint. However, when he turned to the last page, his expression changed slightly. There was no writing on this page, only a picture. In this picture, there were two figures. One of them was holding a long sword, and from his appearance, one could tell that this person was very strong. The other person was standing opposite him, and behind him there was a large number of villagers. Judging from his clothes, he should be from the saint's village. Yes, he is the Sky Prison Saint. Fong Chen recognized the figure in the picture. He was the Sky Prison Saint, the unparalleled powerhouse of the saint's village. Who is this sword-wielding powerhouse? Why is he confronting the Sky Prison Saint? Fong Chen racked his brains. 88. Suddenly, the little mouse appeared. Boss, do you think this sword-wielding powerhouse is the Sword Emperor? Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes widened. Sword-wielding powerhouse, the Sword Emperor. Fong Chen muttered, his eyes filled with excitement. Although there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we can't give up. Chapter 1456. Fong Chen carefully observed the sword-wielding man. From the painting, he could clearly see that the sword aura around the sword-wielding man was very dense, giving people a feeling that it was both real and illusory. This, Fong Chen only took a glance and felt the dense sword aura appear from the painting. Fong Chen's heart trembled. This sword-wielding man's attainments in the way of the sword were too strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a feeling. The saint's village had existed for a very long time, and the Sky Prison Saint was the first village chief. An expert from the same era as the Sky Prison Saint was definitely an unparalleled expert. The more he looked at the painting, the more Fong Chen guessed that the saint's village was related to the Sword Emperor's inheritance. He called the little shepherd boy over. "Lord Warrior, why are you looking for me?" the little shepherd boy asked respectfully. Fong Chen flipped open the book and pointed at the two people in the painting. He asked, "Who are these two people?" "Lord Warrior, the man on the left with a ring on his finger is the great ancestor of our saint's village, the Sky Prison Saint." When he mentioned the Sky Prison Saint, the little shepherd boy's eyes were filled with respect. The Sky Prison Saint's position in the hearts of the villagers was too high. It was the belief of the villagers. Fong Chen nodded. His guess was right. This was the Sky Prison Saint. Following that, he pointed at the sword-wielding man. At this moment, the little shepherd boy's expression clearly changed. "Lord Warrior, no one knows who this sword-wielding man is, but there was a rumor in our saint's village," the little shepherd boy said. "What rumor?" Fong Chen's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. His intuition told him that this rumor might be related to the Sword Emperor. If that was the case, then he had struck it rich. This rumor has been circulating for a very long time. Until now, the villagers of our saint's village all believe that it is fake. The little shepherd boy said, "Legend has it that the person who fought with our ancestor, the Sky Prison Saint, was an expert from the God Realm." God Realm. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He was even more certain of his guess. Didn't the 4 great martial emperors come from the God Realm? Why did they fight? If that was the case, the Sky Prison Saint's background was not small. Otherwise, how could he fight against the Sword Emperor? I'm not sure. In any case, after that battle, the ancestor led all the powerful warriors in the clan and left the saint's village. They never returned. The shepherd boy said. Fong Chen fell into silence. An image seemed to appear in his mind. The Sky Prison Saint fought against the Sword Emperor. Is there anything special about the saint's village? Fong Chen asked. The shepherd boy said, There is a broken sword in the saint's village. It was left behind by the sword-wielding man. There are powerful restrictions in the surroundings, so our villagers can't get close. Over time, that place became a forbidden area, and almost no one would go there. Where? Fong Chen was overjoyed. Perhaps the Sword Thearka's inheritance really was here. Although he didn't know what happened back then, he was certain that the Sword Emperor's inheritance should be in the saint's village. It's on the westernmost side of our saint's village, the shepherd boy said. After chatting with the shepherd boy, Fong Chen could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. However, he had to pretend as if nothing had happened. After staying up all night, Fong Chen walked out of the courtyard early the next morning and came to the village. Lord Warrior, you've come. Good morning, Lord Warrior. Lord Warrior, do you want to come to our house? Along the way, he met many villagers, and they all greeted him warmly. This made Fong Chen feel a little awkward. If they knew that he was pretending to be a warrior, what would the consequences be? Just as Fong Chen was thinking, he suddenly heard an angry roar. Immediately after, a terrifying aura rippled over. What's going on? Fong Chen was startled and immediately looked into the distance. Let's go take a look. Fong Chen muttered to himself and immediately leaped, disappearing into the void. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen arrived in front of a field. The scene that entered his eyes was that of a red demonic snake at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier going crazy and attacking the villagers. What's going on? Fong Chen saw the little shepherd boy and hurriedly asked. The little shepherd boy's face was full of anxiety, and he said, Lord Warrior, I don't know what happened to this red demonic snake, but it suddenly went crazy and attacked us. Almost all the villagers present were at the heavenly body tier. Where's the village chief? Fong Chen asked. The village chief brought some people out to hunt, the little shepherd boy said. We want to celebrate your return, Lord Warrior. Hearing this, Fong Chen understood. The village chief and other creation tier elites were not in the village. Thus, no one could stop the red demonic snake from going crazy. Xiao! Fong Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared in the air above the red demonic snake. The red demonic snake opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite the villagers. Fong Chen punched the red demonic snake's head, instantly sending it flying. Look, it's the Lord Warrior. Wow, the Lord Warrior is so powerful. The Lord Warrior has made a move. The red demonic snake can't do anything. Seeing Fong Chen make a move, the villagers all cried out. The red demonic snake, which had gone crazy, stared at Fong Chen with its scarlet eyes. It spat out its forked tongue and charged toward him. You're courting death. Fong Chen used the true meaning of time and space, and the red demonic snake could not even capture his body. Meanwhile, Fong Chen used the time and space strangulation to attack the red demonic snake repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the red demonic snake was covered in wounds. At this moment, the red demonic snake seemed to have realized how powerful Fong Chen was. It wanted to escape, but it was stopped by Fong Chen. Bang! At the same time that the time and space strangulation was used, Fong Qin punched the red demonic snake's weak spot. Instantly, the red demonic snake was sent flying, and its body crashed heavily onto the ground. It directly fainted. The Lord Warrior is too powerful. The villagers cheered and surrounded Fong Qin. At this moment, outside the Saint Village, the village chief and the others returned. What happened? The village chief looked at the red demonic snake on the ground and asked. Fong Qin looked up and saw that the villagers were carrying some monsters on their backs. They had returned from hunting. Village chief, the red demonic snake, went crazy. Fortunately, the Lord Warrior helped. Otherwise, we would all have suffered, the little shepherd boy said. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, the village chief's face was full of smiles. Haha, as expected of the Lord Warrior. He suppressed the red demonic snake with one move. The village chief said with a smile. It's nothing. Fong Qin waved his hand. Lord Warrior, let's go. We'll celebrate for you. Fong Qin did not want to go, but he had no choice. The villagers of the Saint Village were too enthusiastic. At the banquet, they kept drinking with Fong Qin. Not long after, Fong Qin fell into a deep sleep. The blessed realm experts of the Saint Village were holding a meeting. Village chief, are you sure this person is not a fake warrior? Someone asked. Yes, back then, the ancestor led a large number of warriors away. Now only he has returned. Village chief. The village chief raised his head and looked around. Then he said, I know what you are puzzled about. I secretly checked on him. How was it? Someone asked. I couldn't see through him. I couldn't even see his primordial spirit, the village chief said. There were only two possibilities for such a thing. First, this person was very strong and was deliberately hiding it. Second, this person had a treasure that could hide his aura. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. Today, I carefully asked the other villagers. He sent the red demonic snake flying with one punch. This kind of strength does not seem like the seventh layer of the heavenly body tier that he appears to be, the village chief said. He concluded that Fong Qin was hiding his strength. Then how can we prove that he is a real warrior? Let him go to the Saint Palace and we'll know, someone suggested. This suggestion was approved by everyone. The next day, the village chief came to find him. Lord Warrior, to welcome your return, the Saint Palace of the Saint Village has opened. Please enter, the village chief said. Fong Qin's eyes flashed as he nodded in agreement. After a while, he arrived in front of the Saint Palace. This is the Saint Palace. The statue of our ancestor is inside, the village chief introduced. As he introduced, he observed the changes in Fong Qin's expression. Directly enter? Fong Qin asked. 88, oh, the village chief nodded. Then, Fong Qin stepped forward and entered the Saint Palace. Dong! The door of the Saint Palace closed. Seeing this, the village chief and the others looked nervous. If this person was really a warrior, it would change their Saint Village. Chapter 1457. Inside the Saint Palace, a huge bronze statue stood in the middle of the palace. It was tall, mighty, and had an extraordinary aura. Dong! The golden heart beat faster, and Fong Qin felt a great deal of pressure. A powerful aura emerged from the huge bronze statue. Senior Heavenly Prison Saint, I didn't mean to offend you, but I came here by accident. Fong Qin hurriedly cupped his hands and said. His words seemed to be effective. Suddenly, the powerful aura dissipated. Following this, a voice entered his ears. His aura. The voice seemed to come from countless years ago. It was ethereal. Heavenly Prison Saint. Fong Qin exclaimed. Could it be that the Heavenly Prison Saint was still alive? Or rather, he had never left the Saint Village. Thinking of this, Fong Qin's forehead was covered in sweat. He felt that he had been too reckless. He said apologetically to the huge bronze statue, Senior Heavenly Prison Saint. Before he could finish, he was stopped by the huge aura from the bronze statue. I didn't expect that after so many years, his descendant would find this place. It's all karma." The ethereal voice exploded in Fong Chen's mind like a bomb. Suddenly, Fong Chen felt his body sway, and he felt dizzy. At the critical moment, the golden heart sent out a stream of air and stabilized Fong Chen's body. Then he opened his eyes. The aura around the huge bronze statue had disappeared. It was cold as if nothing had happened. However, an unexpected message appeared in Fong Chen's mind. The Sword Emperor's inheritance is in that broken sword. If the Saint Village is in danger one day, I hope you can help. This message was left by the heavenly prison saint. As expected, Fong Chen was excited. The Sword Emperor's inheritance was indeed here. At this moment, he wanted to laugh out loud. However, he suppressed it in the end. "Senior Heavenly Prison Saint, don't worry. If the Saint Village is in danger one day, I will do my best." Fong Chen made a promise. Finally, he turned and left the Saint Palace. Creak. The doors of the Hall of the Saints opened, and Fong Chen walked out. Seeing Fong Chen appear, the village chief and the others were overjoyed. "Congratulations, Lord Warrior." The village chief stepped forward to congratulate him. Fong Chen nodded and said, "I want to take a look at the broken sword." "Lord Warrior, the ancestors of our saint's village had left a message. If the warrior returns one day and wishes to see the broken sword, you must take out the legacy treasure of our village." With that, the village chief took out 5 broken swords from his bosom. It was exactly the same as the one Fong Chen had received before. These 5 broken swords are the heirlooms of the village chiefs of the saint's village. I'll give them to you today. The village chief completely approved of Fong Chen. To be able to walk out of the Hall of the Saints unscathed meant that he was definitely a warrior who had walked out before. Now that he was going to the broken sword, it further proved his identity. Therefore, without any hesitation, the village chief handed the broken sword to Fong Chen. "Thank you." Fong Chen took the broken sword and went to the westernmost side of the saint's village. There was a huge restriction here, and there was a powerful sword chi in the surroundings. What a powerful sword chi! Fong Chen couldn't help but exclaim. When he got closer, he suddenly felt an inconceivable aura. Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and stared at the restriction, because the aura coming from the restriction was very familiar. "Zongjian Emperor!" Fong Chen exclaimed. Could the so-called Sword Emperor be the Zongjian Emperor? He recalled what Saint Tianyu had said in the Hall of the Saints just now. He had his aura. At this moment, Fong Chen finally understood. When he was in the Zongjian Prefecture, he had received the inheritance of the Zongjian Emperor. Naturally, there was his unique Sword Dao aura on him. The Zongjian Emperor had been here before. Fong Chen was overjoyed. If it was the inheritance of the Zongjian Emperor, he was very confident that he could get it. When he came in front of the restriction, he saw 9 small holes on it. 9 broken swords. Fong Chen took out the 9 broken swords and inserted them into the holes. Suddenly, the restriction opened, and a vast sword chi gushed out. Fong Chen saw the giant sword inserted into the ground. The giant sword had been cut in half. Whoosh! Just as Fong Chen was shocked, the 9 broken swords quickly floated in the air and then drilled into the giant sword. The giant sword was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, the giant sword had returned to its original state. Dong! It was very shaken, and the golden heart was also beating rapidly. Whoosh! At this moment, Fong Chen couldn't help but walk in front of the giant sword, then stretched out his hand and held the giant sword. Rip! The giant sword rose from the ground. The sword Dao aura crazily poured into Fong Chen's body. He was receiving the inheritance of the Zongjian Emperor. One of the 4 great martial emperors' inheritances in the purgatory was actually the Zongjian Emperor. This was something that Fong Chen had never dreamed of. It seemed that the Zongjian Emperor had left a lot of deeds in the universe. Inheritance. Fang Qin roared. The Zongjian Emperor's inheritance didn't reject him at all. He was receiving the inheritance quickly. His sword Dao attainments were improving rapidly. Fang Chen's body was undergoing a huge change. After half an hour, the giant sword had consumed half of its power, and Fang Chen's body had also undergone significant changes. First, it was the perfect sword body. The perfect sword body was divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Since he received the power inheritance on the Savage Island and reached the advanced level, he hadn't made any progress. Now, in just half an hour, the perfect sword body had reached the advanced level of perfection. He was only one step away from reaching the pinnacle. So strong! Fang Qin was shocked. The improvement of the perfect sword body had greatly increased his defense. Continue. Fang Qin wanted to take this opportunity to improve the perfect sword body to the pinnacle. However, he reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't improve it. In the end, he gave up. The inheritance that the Zongjian Emperor had left here was too vast. Fang Qin seemed to have entered the sea of sword Dao and was drifting alone. His crazy acceptance of the inheritance triggered a vision of heaven and earth. A giant sword appeared out of thin air above the Saint Village. The illusory giant sword emitted a deafening sword sound. What's going on? What happened? Is the giant sword in the forbidden area causing trouble? Many villagers didn't know the truth and were very frightened. However, only the village chief was very shocked. As expected of a great warrior, "Ha ha ha, our Saint Village is going to rise." The village chief laughed. The vision of heaven and earth lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this period, Fang Qin was surrounded by the aura of sword Dao. 3 days later, the giant sword in Fang Chen's hand had disappeared and turned into energy that drilled into his body. At this moment, Fang Qin felt that his attainments in sword Dao had improved a lot. His body was surrounded by a heart-palpitating aura of sword Dao. This was the manifestation of sword Dao godhood. 5th step of sword Dao quintessence, sword Dao godhood. After many hardships, he had finally reached this step. Reaching sword god from the heavenly body tier was unprecedented. Sword Dao godhood. An excited smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. The harvest this time was really too great. He subconsciously checked his own cultivation level and was shocked by what he saw. 8th level of the heavenly body tier. He had advanced by a whole minor level. Amazing. His heart was tumbling and he was very excited. The inheritance of the Zongjian Emperor had brought him too many benefits. Trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, Fang Qin carefully checked his body. Finally, he summarized the benefits that the inheritance of the Zongjian Emperor had brought him. First, his perfect sword body had advanced to the consummate level. Second, his advanced sword Dao quintessence had reached the 5th step of sword god. Third, his myriad lightning heaven fusion technique had reached the consummate level. Fourth, his cultivation level had reached the 8th level of the heavenly body tier, and the strength of his primordial spirit had improved. Fifth, his comprehension of sword Dao had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly body tier. All in all, these 5 points were enough to change Fang Chen's life, especially the 5th point. The deeper one's comprehension of sword Dao, the easier it would be to cultivate sword Dao secret techniques. In addition to these 5 points, he also obtained a sword Dao secret technique of the Zongjian Emperor, Heaven and Earth Burial Sword Technique. This secret technique surpassed the category of top-grade secret techniques. 88. Oh, it should be said that it surpassed the category of secret techniques. Fang Qin didn't know what grade it was exactly. In just a few days, I've been reborn. Fang Qin muttered to himself. If he were to meet Doke now, he would be able to kill him with a single punch. With his current strength, he didn't fear the elites on the star reputation list. Chapter 1458. The Inheritance of the Sword Emperor. After the giant sword completely disappeared, some information appeared in Feng Chen's mind. This was the inheritance method recorded on the giant sword. It was vast and boundless, and he had only scratched the surface. If I completely accept the inheritance of the Sword Emperor, I might be able to break through to the creation realm, Feng Chen said to himself. He clenched his fists and was in high spirits. Dong! In the sky, the giant sword phenomenon disappeared, shocking the entire Saint's village. Lord Saint! At this moment, all the villagers knelt down on the ground and shouted, Lord Saint! This was the ancestral teaching left behind by the heavenly prison saint, the ancestor of the saint's village. If one day someone could cause the giant sword to move and create a heaven and earth phenomenon, he would be the new saint of the saint's village. The saint was the supreme existence of the saint's village. His status was so high that he could decide the life and death of all the villagers in the saint's village. Saint! Many young martial artists shouted excitedly. Their eyes were full of excitement. After so many years, there was finally a new saint in the saint's village. Only with the appearance of a saint would the saint's village be more perfect. Feng Chen walked out from where the giant sword was. The restriction had long disappeared. The place had returned to its original state and was extremely quiet. Feng Chen's temperament had changed greatly. He stood there quietly, but he gave off an invisible pressure. When he heard the crowd calling him Lord Saint, he was a little surprised. Seeing this, the village chief walked over with a smile and explained to him, Lord Saint, you must be puzzled. The village chief said with a smile, the ancestor of the saint's village left behind an ancestral teaching. If someone can cause a heaven and earth phenomenon and collect the giant sword, he will be the new saint of the saint's village. He also left behind an ancestral teaching that as long as we follow the footsteps of the saint, we will definitely be able to make the saint's village rise again. So now, the hundreds of villagers in the saint's village will all listen to your orders. The village chief took the lead and knelt on the ground again. At this moment, Feng Chen felt an illusory aura enter his mind. Faith? Feng Chen muttered to himself. He was quite shocked. In the past, he had heard of faith. Some peerless experts would leave behind their sect or other factions to absorb the power of faith. But now he had personally experienced how terrifying the power of faith was. So comfortable. His primordial spirit felt extremely comfortable as the power of faith was nourishing it. Rise, all of you. Feng Chen waved his hand. He wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. The villagers of the saint's village had placed too much hope on him. If he refused, these villagers would definitely be extremely disappointed. The belief that supported them was the saint. Now that the new saint had finally appeared, if he refused to lead the village, it would be a disaster for the village. Lord Saint, if you have any instructions, please feel free to tell me. The village chief stood up and smiled. Feng Chen nodded and looked around. Since I've become the new saint of the saint village, I'll definitely lead the village to rise again. However, the saint's village was isolated from the rest of the world, and their cultivation lagged behind by a lot. What you need to do now is to work hard and cultivate. One day, you will come out again, Feng Chen said. Hearing this, the village chief nodded heavily. Lord Saint, don't worry. We definitely won't let you down. The village chief said, previously we waited for countless years and never saw the appearance of the saint. Even the warriors who left did not return. This caused us to feel hopeless. Later on, we almost abandoned our cultivation and prepared to live in seclusion in the saint village and live a carefree life. However, your appearance has given us new hope. The village chief continued, the villagers of the saint village are all descendants of the heavenly prison saint's ancestors. We have the blood of our ancestors in our bodies, and our talent is not bad. While speaking, the village chief took the lead, and immediately a blood-red mist appeared around all the villagers. Feng Chen's expression changed drastically. What a strong pressure. Fong Qin could clearly feel that the blood-red mist that was emitted from the villagers of the Saint Village contained a terrifying bloodline power. As expected of the descendants of the heavenly prison saint, Fong Qin sighed in his heart. Fong Chen waved his hand and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Then he said, "I want to leave the Saint Village." "Lord Saint, you want to leave?" the village chief asked hurriedly. "In the outside world, the human race and the foreign race are at war. As a human, I must risk my life for my race," Fong Qin said. "Lord Saint, please take us with you," the villagers said. Fong Qin shook his head and said, "The outside world is very dangerous. With your strength, you will be courting death if you go. Stay in the Saint Village and cultivate wholeheartedly. If one day you think you are strong enough to leave the Saint Village, come find me." Fong Chen believed that the villagers of the Saint Village who had activated their bloodline power would definitely become stronger rapidly. "Lord Saint, please leave without worry. We will not let you down," the villagers of the Saint Village said in a low voice. After making arrangements for the Saint Village, Fong Chen handed the hand bone to the village chief. The hand bone led Fong Qin to the Saint Village. Later, Fong Chen found it in the Saint Palace. The Saint Village was isolated from the outside world. The outside world could not enter, and the villagers could not leave. The hand bone was the opportunity to leave. After making all the arrangements, Fong Qin left the Saint Village. When he received the Sword Emperor's inheritance, he already knew how to leave the Saint Village. Of course, this method only applied to him. Seeing Fong Chen's disappearing figure, the villagers of the Saint Village clenched their fists and looked at him with burning eyes. "Work hard in cultivation and try to meet up with Lord Saint as soon as possible," the village chief said. Immediately, the villagers of the Saint Village gave up on farming and herding cattle and began to cultivate. On the same day, a blood-red mist gushed out from the sky above the Saint Village. All the villagers had activated the bloodline power of the heavenly prison saint. As if sensing the blood-red mist gushing out, a gratified voice came from the Saint Palace. Fong Qin did not know that his casual remark would create the Saint Village, a superforce that would shake the universe in the future. Of course, this was a story for later. After leaving the Saint Village, Fong Qin appeared in a wasteland somewhere in the purgatory. It's not the bottom of the Star River. Fong Qin felt a little strange. When he entered, he had entered from the bottom of the Star River. Why did he come out here? After thinking for a while, he could not figure it out and shook his head. "Boss." Little Mouse stood on Fong Chen's shoulder and laughed. He finally came out. Just as Fong Chen was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of battle. There's a battle. Immediately, Fong Chen spread out his divine sense. At this time, not far away, a group of foreign races was besieging a human martial artist. "Human, you're dead." This human was covered in blood and was seriously injured. However, his conviction was very strong, and he had been supporting himself. Pucci, the human who was running away, was punched by one of the foreign races. His body flew backward and was instantly surrounded by the foreign races. In the void, Fong Chen's figure was faintly discernible. He was just looking out of curiosity, but when he saw the human who was sent flying, his face turned serious. "Kill!" Fong Chen shouted and used the true meaning of time and space, instantly appearing in front of the human. "All of you must die." Fong Chen's face was ferocious as he clenched his fists. "Kid, you're courting death." Seeing the sudden appearance of the human, the foreign races sneered. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." One of the foreign races took a step forward and launched a fierce attack on Fong Chen. Bang! However, before he could launch his attack, Fong Chen's fist smashed his head open. Attack together and kill him. Seeing this, the foreign races panicked and roared in anger. Bang! In his rage, Fong Chen was very powerful. With each punch, one of the foreign races would die. After a few punches, all the foreign races were killed. "Demon, you're a demon." The last remaining foreign race, who was extremely arrogant a moment ago, was now trembling. One punch smashed the foreign race's head. Whoosh! He thought he was going to die, but in the blink of an eye the danger was gone. The cultivator on the ground looked at Fong Qin and revealed a brilliant smile. "Senior Brother Fong." Fong Qin nodded. Chapter 1459. The disciples of the demon subduing world could sense each other when they met in the outside world. Over the years, Fong Qin had received many favors from the disciples of the demon subduing world. Therefore, when he saw the disciples of the demon subduing world being besieged by the foreign races, he directly attacked without saying a word. "You're heavily injured. Return to the human race's base camp to heal first," Fong Qin said. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Fong." This disciple turned and left. "Boss, your strength has improved a lot," Little Mouse said with a smile. "The inheritance of buried Sword Emperor is broad and profound. I've only comprehended the surface. However, I'm confident that I can completely master it in the following time." Fong Qin raised his eyes and looked at the blue sky, full of confidence. In the following time, Fong Qin began to hunt the foreign races. In a short half a month, he killed more than 100 foreign races, causing a commotion among the foreign races. The foreign races' base camp. "On the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, we have the absolute advantage. Why can't we take it down?" the person in charge of a certain race said with dissatisfaction. During this period of time, a very powerful human appeared on the battlefield. In a short half a month, he killed more than 100 of our compatriots. Let all the geniuses on the star cloud list move out and kill this child. Not long after, an order came out from the foreign race's base camp. At the same time, all the elites on the star cloud list moved out. Their goal was to kill Sanguinati. On a mountain peak in the purgatory, Fong Qin stood quietly. He also heard the news from the foreign race's base camp, but ignored it. "Want to kill me?" Fong Qin sneered. Who at this moment, two figures came over. "Thief, your death is here." The two foreign races discovered Fong Qin and came to the mountain peak. "Finally here?" Fong Qin said indifferently without even raising his eyelids. Putting on an act, you must die today. I don't kill nameless people." Fong Qin's face was still indifferent. 71st round of the Star Cloud list. 50th on the Star Cloud list, Qian Du. The two of them announced their identities in order to scare Fong Qin. Unfortunately, Fong Qin shook his head in disappointment. His current goal was to become one of the top 10 experts on the Star Cloud list. He didn't care about those who were ranked at the bottom. However, he would kill as many as he could. "Have you two prepared your last words?" Fong Qin asked. "Brat, you're courting death. Brother, 1,000 poisons. Let me teach this arrogant human a lesson." After saying this, Luan Wu made his move. His ranking was more than 10 places higher than Dok's, and his strength was also much stronger. The moment he made his move, he unleashed his innate ability right away. Unfortunately, Fong Qin was too strong. Too weak. Fong Qin shook his head. He gathered all his strength in his palm and punched out. Crack the Luan Wu's innate divine ability was instantly shattered, and Fong Qin's fist smashed into the Luan Wu's head. As expected, Luan Wu's head shattered and he died on the spot. Seeing this, Qian Du's expression became gloomy. "You dare to kill Luan Wu?" Qian Du said coldly. "You're next," Fong Qin said as he used the space-time strangulation technique and his figure appeared behind Qian Du like a ghost. Before Qian Du could make a move, he had captured him. "Gotcha!" In Qian Du's panic, Fong Qin broke his neck. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts on the Star Fongyan list were killed. "Brother 1,000 poisons, tell me the address. I'll rush over immediately." At this moment, a voice came out of Qian Du's communication jade pendant. It was shining. Fong Qin picked up the communication jade pendant and opened it. Brother, 1,000 poisons, take Sanguinati's head, and you'll have done a great service. Hearing this, Fong Chin grinned, revealing his white teeth. Then he said, the experts on the star cloud list are all trash. I'll kill all of you one by one. After saying this, Fong Chen crushed the communication jade pendant. The news that Sanguinati wanted to destroy the experts on the star cloud list spread like wildfire. In just a few days, it spread throughout the purgatory. The foreign races were furious and issued an order to kill Sanguinati. At the same time, the human race's base camp was very excited after receiving the news. Outside, in the meeting hall of White Bone City. City Lord, this is what happened. Perhaps this Sanguinati can help us turn the situation around. After hearing the elder's report, the City Lord of White Bone City was also a little shocked and could not calm down for a long time. After a long time, the City Lord of White Bone City asked again, "Are you sure this person is Sanguinati and not someone else?" "City Lord, it has been confirmed that it is Sanguinati. He has already killed several experts on the star cloud list," the elder said with a smile. "Even I was wrong about this kid." The City Lord of White Bone City grinned. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had stopped Chubatian. Otherwise, losing such a talent would be a huge blow to the human race. "Summon Sanguinati immediately," the City Lord of White Bone City said. In the purgatory, Fong Chin and Little Mouse were looking for experts on the star cloud list. However, they encountered an unexpected human, a black-robed warrior with a black spear. "It's you." When Fong Chin saw the black-robed warrior, he used the true meaning of time and space and chased after him. Whoosh! The black-robed warrior sneered and disappeared quickly. His speed was extremely fast, but Fong Chen's speed was also much faster than before. Whoosh! In the process of chasing, he swung the red glass sword, and the green thunder, instant kill, sword whistled out. However, the black-robed warrior's black spear was too strange, and he easily blocked it. "Boss, he is too fast," Little Mouse said in a low voice. "No matter what, we have to capture him," Fong Chin said. Whoosh! Whoosh! In this way, one person ran and one person chased. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Every time Fong Chin was about to catch up with the black-robed warrior, the latter's speed would soar again. This made Fong Chin very confused. However, he did not think much of it at that time. After chasing for a full day, the black-robed warrior came to a hidden mountain range and finally stopped. "Why did you stop running?" Fong Chin stared at the black-robed warrior and asked coldly. The black-robed warrior spread out his hands and sneered. "When have I ever escaped?" "Then you, idiot, I was baiting you." While speaking, the black-robed warrior waved his hand. Suddenly, a formation fell from the sky and enveloped Fong Chin. "You almost ruined my plan. You deserve to die." The black-robed warrior played with the black spear and sneered. Inside the formation, Fong Chin looked around and soon found the movement of the formation. "You want to trap me with a formation?" Fong Chin used all his strength to break the formation. Dong! The towering trees in the mountain range were constantly swaying and strong winds were blowing. The black-robed warrior was also surprised that the formation was broken in such a short time. "You can actually break my formation," the black-robed warrior exclaimed. "Only you can arrange such a trashy formation," Fong Chin sneered. In fact, it was not that the formation was too weak, but that Fong Chin was too strong. "Humph! What's the use of breaking the formation? This mountain range is my territory." "You will die today," the black-robed warrior coldly said. Fong Chin frowned. He discovered that a faint black aura had emerged from the ground and poured into the black-robed warrior's body. "What's going on?" Fong Chin was very puzzled. The black-robed warrior did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. He carefully sized up Fong Chin. "Kid, I can give you a chance to not die." The black-robed warrior suddenly said, "Join us." "I don't even know what you are, and you want me to join." Fang Chen wanted to probe. Our organization is very powerful and can subvert the purgatory, the black-robed warrior said. It won't be long before all the humans and foreign races in the purgatory are exterminated. At that time, our organization will control the purgatory. The purgatory was very rich in resources. Once it was completely controlled, its future was limitless. The black-robed warrior was tempting Fang Chen. I can't betray the human race. Fang Chen sneered, his face full of disdain. Only trash like you would betray the human race. Fang Chen's words stabbed the black-robed warrior's heart. His expression was sinister as he coldly said, "It seems you want to die. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Fang Chen sneered. After his strength had increased, he still had not used his full strength. It was a good opportunity to test his true combat strength. Chapter 1460. There was a mysterious organization behind the black-robed cultivator. If Fang Chen's guess was correct, that organization should be the one that the Lord of Whitebone City had mentioned. However, Fang Chen didn't understand the intentions of this organization. What exactly were they doing? Fang Chen rejected the black-robed cultivator. The latter's face was filled with a ferocious expression. He seemed to be angry. "Sanguinati, do you think that you're invincible in the heavenly body tier just because you killed a few foreign races on the star reputation list?" the black-robed cultivator sneered. Since ancient times, there were very few who dared to call themselves supreme in a cultivation level. Unless one's strength was truly at the top of the crowd, there was only death waiting for them. And the black-robed cultivator in front of him was arrogant, claiming that he was invincible in the heavenly body tier. The aura around him spread, suppressing Fang Chen. The perfect sword body was activated, and the sword-shaped seals on the surface of his skin circulated. Fang Chen's defense was raised to the highest level. "Today, I'll break your invincible belief," Fang Chen said. With the red glass sword in hand, Fang Chen used the green thunder instant kill technique. The first attack was only a probing attack. Seeing this, the black-robed cultivator suddenly grabbed the void with his palm, then clenched it into a fist and punched out. Dong! The dazzling sword light and the black-robed cultivator's fist collided. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted and a wild aura exploded. The black-robed cultivator's fist shattered Fang Chen's sword light with an unstoppable force. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. The two forces that were originally evenly matched were suddenly crushed at the moment of collision. What's going on? Fang Chen clearly felt that there was an external invasion just now. Otherwise, his sword light wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. "You want to fight me in my territory? What a joke." The black-robed cultivator laughed wildly. In the soil on the ground, a faint black aura constantly drilled into his body. As time passed, the aura around the black-robed cultivator became stronger and stronger. Fang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. The black aura in the soil. Fang Chen was shocked. He guessed that the black aura in the soil could increase the cultivation of the black-robed martial artist. No wonder the black-robed martial artist kept saying that this was his territory. So that was the case. Thinking of this, Fang Chen no longer held back and attacked with all his might. Myriad Lightning Fusion Technique. The Myriad Thunder's fusion technique of the transcendent state was instantly displayed. In the sky, the sound of thunder rang out. Thick bolts of lightning rolled in the sea of clouds, their auras shaking the heavens. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 bolts of lightning appeared. Roar the sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Fang Chen activated the chant of the Myriad Lightning Fusion Technique and waved the red glass sword in his hand. Bolts of lightning swooped down from the sky, bringing with them the power of lightning. It quickly entered the red glass sword. when the 10,000 bolts of lightning completely entered the red glass sword. The body of the red glass sword was also filled with dense lightning radiance. Kill! With the red glass sword in his hand, he took a step forward and slashed down fiercely. Okay. Feeling the power of Fong Chen's attack, the black-robed martial artist did not dare to be careless. He threw the black spear in his hand. The wild black aura wrapped around the black spear and formed a strong offensive force. Dong! The black spear and the red glass sword collided. The two opposing forces collided fiercely. The entire ground was trembling, and the aura that leaked out was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Fong Chen and the black-robed martial artist retreated at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the center of the collision. Black aura. Fong Chen noticed the black aura in the soil. The moment it entered the black spear, the red glass sword was a little overwhelmed. Strange. Fong Chen immediately made a decision and prepared to leave this place. Whoosh! He activated the true meaning of time and space and disappeared into the void. You can't escape. The black-robed martial artist sneered. Just then, the black spear knocked the red glass sword away. The latter was sentient. It turned into a red light and chased after Fong Chen. Whoosh! 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 The black-robed martial artist held the black spear and chased after Fong Chen. 3 days later, Fong Chen successfully returned to the human tribe's base camp. Whoosh! His forehead was full of sweat. After 3 days of running, he was a little tired. The black-robed martial artist's strength was beyond his imagination. In his opinion, if the black-robed martial artist attacked with all his strength, no one on the star influence list could defeat him. This person is very strong. This was a strong opponent. Fong Chen also underestimated the black-robed martial artist's strength at the beginning. After this battle, he began to take the black-robed martial artist seriously. The black-robed martial artist's cultivation method was very strange. He could absorb the black aura under the earth for his own use. Moreover, at the critical moment, he could turn the black aura into an offensive force. If they continued to fight in the mountains, Fong Chen would have no chance of winning. If we fought one-on-one outside, we would be evenly matched. Fong Chen thought to himself. However, there was no such thing as fairness in this world. Sanguinati. Just as Fong Chen was thinking, the envoy of the White Bone City appeared. Envoy, Fong Chen said respectfully. Lord City, Lord summons me. The envoy was also quite respectful to Fong Chen. He had also heard of Sanguinati's deeds. He had killed several elites on the Star Influence list by himself. He had changed the situation of the Heavenly Body Tier battlefield. The White Bone City Lord also took him very seriously. Now, Sanguinati was famous on the battlefield of the Heavenly Body Tier. Led by the envoy of the White Bone City, Fong Chen walked to the exit of the purgatory. Along the way, he met many human martial artists. Sanguinati, Brother Blood, you are my idol. Good job, kill a few more foreign races. Of course, there were also some human martial artists who didn't like Sanguinati. They thought that he was only slightly stronger, but not strong enough to look down on the Heavenly Body Tier. All of this was meaningless to Fong Chen. After leaving the purgatory, he hurried to the White Bone City. This was the second time Fong Chen had come to the meeting hall of the White Bone City. Sanguinati sit. Seeing Fong Chen arrive, the White Bone City Lord pointed at the armchair beside him. City Lord. Fong Chen sat down. The White Bone City Lord's divine sense spread out and enveloped Fong Chen. After a while, he withdrew his divine sense, and a smile appeared on his face. 8th level of the Heavenly Body Tier, not bad, the White Bone City Lord praised. I've heard about what you did in the purgatory. You did well. As a human, it is our duty to kill foreign races. Fong Chen chuckled but didn't reply. Sanguinati, you know the situation of the battlefield of the Heavenly Body Tier now. With your strength, What level of elites on the star influence list can you deal with? The White-Boned City Lord asked. Only after understanding Fang Chen's true battle prowess could he formulate a plan. This was related to the survival of the heavenly body tier, so he couldn't be careless. I haven't fought with those who are ranked high on the star influence list, so I don't know their specific strength. However, based on my estimation, those below the top 10 are no threat to me, Fang Chen said calmly. Hearing this, the White-Boned City Lord was slightly surprised. He guessed that Fang Chen must have obtained some kind of opportunity that greatly increased his strength. However, he didn't expect him to be so confident in his own strength. According to our intelligence, those in the top 10 of the star influence list are very strong. It is said that some of them have already reached the half-step creation tier, the White-Boned City Lord said. Fang Chen listened carefully. Let me test your strength. The White-Boned City Lord looked at Fang Chen and said, Try to attack me with all your strength. Right here, Fang Chen said. The White-Boned City Lord nodded and said, Don't worry. With your strength, you can't hurt me even if I sit still. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Then he took a deep breath, holding the red glass sword in his hand. He used the space strangulation art and the thunder fusion art at the same time. Swoosh! A red light flashed, and the red glass sword stabbed toward the White-Boned City Lord at lightning speed. At the same time, Fang Chen's legs appeared behind the White-Boned City Lord without any warning, ready to attack. Not bad. The White-Boned City Lord nodded with satisfaction. The strength that Fang Chen displayed now had already exceeded his expectations. Buzz! The White-Boned City Lord reached out his fingers and gently pinched the red glass sword. Then he waved his other hand, and Fang Chen's legs were directly bounced away. Rumble! The third level of the Five Thunders Tribulation art was used. Yes, soul attack. Chapter 1461. Not bad. The primordial spirit of White-Boned City trembled and blocked Fang Chen's soul Dao attack. Then his aura surged and suppressed Fang Chen. Whoosh! The heavy atmosphere in the meeting hall dissipated in an instant. Fang Chen put away the red glass sword and looked at the Lord of White-Boned City. The latter nodded with satisfaction. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. I didn't expect you to be a soul cultivator, the Lord of White-Boned City praised. Fang Chen smiled. A soul cultivator at the Grandmaster Realm. You have such great achievements at such a young age. Your future is limitless, the Lord of White-Boned City continued. He didn't recognize the Five Thunder Tribulation technique. After all, this secret technique didn't belong to this era. Your physical strength is very strong. You are invincible in the same realm. The Lord of White-Boned City continued. Your sword Dao attainments are also incomparable. Most importantly, you have a strange, true meaning of space. In fact, what surprised the Lord of White-Boned City the most was not the sword Dao secret technique or the soul Dao secret technique. It was the true meaning of space that even he couldn't understand. If I'm not wrong, your true meaning is at least a high-level one, the Lord of White-Boned City said with a smile. It might even be a supreme true meaning. The Lord of White-Boned City didn't dare to think about a supreme true meaning. How many people in the universe could have a supreme true meaning? However, I can feel that your control of the secret technique is still a little rusty. Have you received any inheritance? The Lord of White-Boned City asked. Fang Chen was speechless. The Lord of White-Boned City's eyes were too sharp. He had only fought for a short while, but he had already discovered his weakness. Fang Chen nodded and said, Lord, I was lucky to receive a sword Dao inheritance in purgatory. The Lord of White-Boned City's eyes lit up. It's not an ordinary sword Dao inheritance. Is it the Sword Emperor's inheritance? Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. He looked up at the Lord of White-Boned City and finally admitted it. Ha ha ha! It is indeed the Sword Emperor's inheritance. I knew it. The Lord of White Bones City laughed. He was in a good mood. Fong Chin didn't know what he was talking about. At first, I was still worried that you wouldn't be able to turn the situation around on the Heavenly Body Tier battlefield. Now, it looks like I've underestimated you. From today onwards, I will personally train you for a month, the Lord of Whitebone City said. Fong Chin thought that the Lord of Whitebone City was just a highly respected Blessed Realm expert. But he was wrong. The Whitebone City Lord was a life and death realm monarch. His status in the human race was quite high. However, the Lord of Whitebone City did not like the secular world, so he stayed in Whitebone City. In the following month, the Lord of Whitebone City trained Fong Chin in all aspects. As a life and death tier monarch, his understanding of cultivation wasn't something that a mere heavenly body tier cultivator could compare to. Every time Whitebone City's Lord explained to Fong Chin, the latter would feel enlightened. The door of martial arts suddenly opened. The Lord of Whitebone City's unique training was very effective. In just 3 days, Fong Chin gained a deeper understanding of the Sword Emperor's inheritance. The star pagoda in his Sea of Qi was also slowly growing, as if it could break through to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier at any time. Of course, Fong Chin didn't have time to think about this at the moment. His mind was full of what the Lord of Whitebone City had said to him. This brat's talent is too amazing. It's a pity that I swore that I wouldn't take in a disciple again. Otherwise, I would really want to try. In secret, the Lord of Whitebone City was observing Fong Chin's cultivation, his face full of smiles. 7 days later, the Sword Emperor's inheritance was completely under his control. His cultivation had successfully reached the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Looking at the 9-level star pagoda in his Sea of Qi, Fong Chin felt quite emotional. With a good master, one could achieve twice the result with half the effort on the path of martial arts. This was also the reason why the younger generation of the top forces was getting stronger and stronger. And no matter how heaven-defying a lone cultivator's talent was, he would never be able to surpass them. Fong Chin had experienced this firsthand these days. With the personal guidance of a life and death monarch, he had learned a lot, especially his control of attack power. 7 days ago, it was only at the 8th level, but in the blink of an eye, it had become at the 9th level. Moreover, his strength was still increasing. The Lord of Whitebone City would come to check on Fong Chin's progress every day. The Lord of Whitebone City was very satisfied that Fong Chin had broken through to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Whitebone City Meeting Hall. City Lord, don't put all your hopes on Sanguinati. Yes, City Lord, the battlefield of the heavenly body tier is too important. I'm afraid a mere Sanguinati won't be able to change the situation. City Lord, you're personally teaching Sanguinati. This is a little against the rules of Whitebone City. Some elders finally couldn't help but speak up. The Lord of Whitebone City was only responsible for monitoring the purgatory and making adjustments according to the situation. He couldn't intervene between cultivators. And now, the Lord of Whitebone City was personally teaching Fong Chin. This made many prodigies of the purgatory unhappy. Why could Sanguinati receive such preferential treatment, but they couldn't? Such emotions were common in the human race's headquarters. Humph! They have no right to tell me what to do. The Lord of Whitebone City was slightly annoyed. City Lord, the battlefield of the heavenly body tier is in imminent danger. The Lord of Whitebone City stopped this elder before he could finish speaking. In a month, the non-human kind will be eliminated. Just wait and see. After saying this, the Lord of Whitebone City turned and left. When he arrived at Fong Chin's courtyard, he was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. His cultivation needed to be consolidated. Moreover, the Sword Emperor's inheritance was extensive and profound. Although he had completely grasped it, he hadn't digested it yet. City Lord. Seeing the City Lord arrive, Fong Chin called out. How do you feel? The Lord of Whitebone City asked. I feel very good, Fong Chin said. The Lord of White Bones City nodded and sat down cross-legged. The Sword Emperor's inheritance is extensive and profound. Today, I'll help you completely absorb the Sword Emperor's inheritance. After saying this, the Lord of White Bones City placed his hands on Fang Chen's back. Instantly, a vast aura enveloped him. Fang Chen closed his eyes and absorbed the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Time passed in the blink of an eye. For cultivators, 1 month really wasn't a long time. Before the 1-month agreement, the Lord of White Bones City finally helped Fang Chen completely absorb the Sword Emperor's inheritance. On this day, Fang Chen came out of seclusion. His body gave off a completely new feeling. "It's time for you to show your skills," the Lord of White Bones City said. "I still have to thank you, Lord of White Bones City." Fang Chen was very touched. The Lord of White Bones City had made such a great sacrifice for the human race. Recently, many human cultivators in the purgatory have been dissatisfied. "The best report you can give me is to exterminate the foreign races," the Lord of White Bones City said. The reason why he had personally taught Sanguinati was to change the situation of the battlefield of the heavenly body tier. "Don't worry, City Lord. I definitely won't let you down." On this day, Fang Chen returned to the purgatory, causing a huge commotion. Many cultivators were crusading against Fang Chen. "Sanguinati, why should you receive preferential treatment?" "That's right. We also tried our best to exterminate the foreign races. Why should we be treated differently? Sanguinati, I refuse to accept this. Come out and fight." Fang Chen had just returned when he was surrounded by many cultivators. Among them were some elites of the heavenly body tier. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned. "Everyone, as humans, we should work together to fight against the foreign races at this critical moment." "Humph, that's a nice way to put it. If you're so capable, why don't you go and exterminate the foreign races?" Fang Chen took a deep breath and shook his head slightly. It seemed that these people were quite dissatisfied with him being personally taught by the Lord of White Bones City. "I know that everyone thinks that I'm weak and that my talent is inferior to yours, but I was chosen by the Lord of White Bones City. However, I want to tell you that I'm much more powerful than you think," Fang Chen said loudly. "My battle with you can be compared to my battle with the foreign races. Didn't you refuse to accept me? Then let's compete and see who can kill more foreign races." Hearing this, the crowd became restless. "If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. If I win, I hope that you won't mention this again and respect the Lord of White Bones City." Fang Chen's words received the approval of some human leaders. Sanguinati is right. Humans shouldn't fight among themselves. If you want to compete, let's compete in the number of foreign races you kill, one of the leaders said. "I'll bear witness to Sanguinati's promise." Since the leader had spoken, the others couldn't say anything. "All right, Sanguinati, just you wait. If we compete in the number of foreign races we kill, I'm not afraid of you." The crowd dispersed and charged into the battlefield. Chapter 1462. Fang Chen made a high-profile statement. Any human martial artist who refused to submit to him could challenge him. He was not afraid of anyone. Since Sanguinati had said so, the human martial artists had nothing to say. They left the human headquarters one after another to search for and kill the non-human kind. However, they did not expect that Fang Chen's actions would shake the entire purgatory. On the purgatory battlefield, on a mountain peak, Fang Chen put his hands behind his back, his eyes cold as he looked down. "I, Sanguinati, will wait here for the experts on the star cloud list." Fang Chen's words soon spread throughout the purgatory battlefield. All the foreign race experts were furious after hearing it. "Damn, Sanguinati, he's provoking us." "Kill him. I'm going to tear him to pieces." "Humph, let me kill him with my own hands." Many foreign race geniuses who thought they were strong rushed to the mountain peak where Fang Chen was. After the city lord of White Bones City's personal training, Fang Chen's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He was not afraid of anyone. The city lord of Whitebone City had high hopes for him. He wanted to turn the situation around on this mountain peak with his own strength. "Boss, it won't be long before people come," Little Mouse said with a smile. He was very confident in his boss. Since his boss dared to do this, he must have his reasons. He completely supported his boss. Moreover, with his boss's unparalleled true meaning of space and time, even if he could not win, he could escape. He did not have to worry about losing his life. The purgatory battlefield was no longer like before, when everyone hid carefully. On this day, countless figures appeared on the purgatory battlefield. There were even a large number of foreign race figures. They all had a common goal, and that was to find Sanguinati. Half a day later, the first group of foreign race experts on the star cloud list arrived at the mountain peak where Fong Qin was. "Sanguinati, you're too arrogant. Today will be the day you die." This group of foreign race geniuses was ranked towards the bottom of the star reputation list. They didn't know how strong Fong Qin was, so they thought they could defeat Fong Qin. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 outsiders arrived at the mountaintop and surrounded Fong Qin. "I alone can deal with Sanguinati." One of them waved his hand to signal his companion not to attack. Rumble the foreign being made his move, unleashing his innate mystic ability. 10,000 Flood Dragon Race. Fong Qin had once killed the holy son of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, Wan Longzi. He was extremely familiar with the innate divine ability of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Die. This person posed no threat to Fong Qin. He punched out, landing a direct hit on the body of this foreign being. Instantly, the outsider's head exploded, and he died on the spot. "Sanguinati, I'm going to tear you to shreds." His companions wanted to save him, but it was too late. They glared at Fong Qin, wishing they could tear Fong Qin into pieces. "Let's attack together and avenge our brothers," someone yelled. Immediately, more than 10 geniuses on the star reputation list attacked Fong Qin fiercely. "You're too weak." Fong Qin looked at the crowd with disdain as he threw out punch after punch. These foreign races were ranked on the star reputation list and thought they were extremely powerful. However, in Fong Qin's eyes, they were as weak as ants. Every time he punched out, one of them would definitely be killed. Bang! The foreign races couldn't withstand Fong Qin's iron fists at all. Finally, after killing 6 or 7 outsiders, the rest of the outsiders began to feel fear. "Sanguinati is too strong. Run." At this moment, a few of them recalled Sanguinati's arrogance. They were extremely regretful. Damn it, Sanguinati is pretending to be weak. They wanted to send the message back, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the first batch of foreign races was mercilessly killed by Fong Qin's iron fists. "Boss, these foreign races are too weak," Little Mouse said sarcastically. Fong Qin nodded and looked down calmly. This was just an appetizer. The main event was yet to come. His target wasn't the geniuses on the star reputation list, but the mysterious black-robed warrior. In his mind, the black-robed warrior's strength surpassed that of the geniuses on the star reputation list. Come on, the more the better. Fong Qin wanted to kill all the geniuses on the star reputation list on this mountain peak alone and make the foreign races suffer heavy losses. For hours later, the second batch of foreign races arrived. The result was exactly the same as the first batch of outsiders. They were all killed by Fong Qin. Then the third batch of foreign races arrived. The fourth batch also arrived. In a day's time, 6 batches of foreign races had already died under Fong Qin's iron fists. These foreign races didn't even have the ability to resist. Too weak, Fong Qin muttered to himself. Those foreign races that were in the top 10 of the star reputation list hadn't appeared yet. He wanted to force those geniuses to appear. Only by killing all of them could he reverse the situation of the heavenly body tier battlefield. Have you heard? Sanguinati started a massacre at Ivory Mountain. Yes, It said that Ivory Mountain is flowing with blood. Sanguinati is too strong. He's challenging all the heavenly body tier elites of the foreign races. He's trying to reverse the situation with his own strength. Many human geniuses who are hunting foreign races were also stunned for a long time after hearing the news. Then they decided to head to Ivory Mountain to witness the miracle. 3 days, a whole 3 days. The strongest of the foreign races arrived slowly. More than 20 people arrived at the foot of Ivory Mountain. They looked up at Fong Chen on the mountain peak, their eyes filled with killing intent. Sanguinati. The leader was Yu Luo, who ranked first on the star reputation list. He leaped up and arrived at the mountain peak. Looking at the mountain full of corpses, anger burned in his heart. So late, Fong Chen said, pursing his lips. He thought that these foreign races would be able to arrive at Ivory Mountain a day ago. By the looks of it, he had overestimated them. So anxious to die? Yu Luo sneered. Behind him, more than 20 elites on the star reputation list stood quietly, waiting for Yu Luo's orders. They all said that they wanted to kill me, but what happened in the end? You saw it, right? Fong Chen pointed at the foreign race cultivators on the ground. Instantly, everyone was enraged. Sanguinati, you're definitely going to die. A foreign race cultivator roared angrily. Big brother Yu Luo, why are you wasting words with him? Let me attack and kill him. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a foreign race cultivator with 4 wings appeared in front of Fong Chen and attacked Fong Chen with all his strength. Fong Chen suddenly grabbed the foreign race cultivator's wings with both hands and tore them apart. Ah! A miserable cry came from the foreign race cultivator's mouth. The foreign race cultivator's wings were torn apart by Fong Chen. The foreign race cultivator's body fell heavily to the ground, and Fong Chen smashed his head with a punch. Don't waste time. Come at me together. At this moment, Fong Chen was extremely domineering. Right in front of Yu Luo, he had swiftly killed an outsider genius. This scene had successfully angered the foreign race cultivator. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Yu Luo was in no hurry to attack. He was enjoying the process. He knew that once he attacked, Sanguinati would definitely die. He loved to see the human cultivator's face filled with fear and the scene of them kneeling and begging for mercy. I dare to bet that you'll definitely kneel and beg for mercy in a while, Yu Luo sneered. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard, Fong Chen retorted mercilessly. You don't even have the courage to attack. You only know how to send your subordinates to their deaths. You, the top elite, are really pitiful. Fong Chen provoked Yu Luo with his words. However, Yu Luo wasn't angry in the slightest. You don't have the right to make me attack. Yu Luo waved his hand, and 2 foreign race cultivators who looked exactly the same stepped forward to confront Fong Chen. I'm afraid you won't even be able to get past the 2 of them. A playful smile appeared on Yu Luo's face. Up until now, he hadn't treated Sanguinati as a true enemy. Since the human race revered Sanguinati as their savior, a genius who could turn the situation around on the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, then he would destroy the last hope in their hearts in front of all the human cultivators. At the foot of Ivory Mountain, more and more human cultivators gathered. However, Yu Luo still hadn't achieved his goal. Thus he was waiting patiently. Once all the human cultivators gathered here, it would be time for him to attack. Chapter 1463. The 2 brothers who attacked Fong Chen were ranked in the top 20 of the Star Cloud list, but they were not in the top 10. If the 2 of them fought alone, they would not be able to enter the top 10. However, the 2 brothers were mentally connected. If they joined forces, even the top 10 geniuses would have to be wary of them. Most importantly, the 2 brothers were soul Dao cultivators. The reason why Yu Luo asked them to attack was because she knew that the primordial spirit of a human race cultivator was the weakest. Kill! The two brothers performed a joint attack formation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. This joint attack formation was very strange. It could increase the attack of the two brothers by several times. Buzz! Fang Chen felt ripples appear around his body. A Soul Dao attack! With a sneer, Fang Chen performed the 5 lightning tribulation technique. Since he wanted to turn the situation around, there was no need to hold back. When the 3rd level of the 5 lightning tribulation technique was performed, a terrifying Soul Dao aura instantly spread out. It turned into 2 Soul Dao spears and stabbed at the two brothers. Pucci! They originally thought that there would be an intense battle. However, the final result was beyond everyone's expectations. How is this possible? Even Yu Luo exclaimed in her heart. The two brothers' joint attack was actually broken by Sanguinati, and the two brothers were seriously injured. Trash like him is not worthy of my attack. Fang Chen's attitude was arrogant. Yu Luo was furious and wanted to attack. However, she was stopped by the people behind her. Brother Yu Luo, let us do it. One of the foreign races said. The foreign races that were preparing to attack were the top 10 geniuses of the Star Cloud list. If they joined forces, they would definitely get rid of Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen did not have time to talk nonsense with them. Come at me together, or you won't have a chance, Fang Chen said indifferently. Damn it. One of the foreign races could not help but take the initiative to attack. What responded to him was Fang Chen's iron fist. With a bang, the foreign race's head shattered and he died instantly. This scene made the other people's hearts palpitate. Let's join forces and kill him. Apart from Yu Luo, the other top 10 geniuses of the Star Cloud list joined forces. Even Yu Luo would not dare to underestimate such a battle prowess. However, Fang Chen didn't even look at him. Not bad, it makes me feel a little pressured. Fang Chen sneered and took out the red glass sword. With a casual swing of his sword, a terrifying red light appeared in the sky. The appearance of the red light terrified the experts on the Star Influence list. Kill! All of the outsiders attacked together, launching fierce attacks at Fang Chen. Myriad Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. 10,000 bolts of lightning rumbled in the sea of clouds. The terrifying sound of thunder resounded in the sky. After his realm had increased, Fang Chen's heaven-melting lightning technique had become even more terrifying. Although it was still 10,000 bolts of lightning, its offensive power had increased by several times. This is the expression of Yu Luo, who was watching the battle from the side, changed drastically. At this moment, he had no choice but to admit that Sanguinati's strength had exceeded his imagination. Looks like I have to end this quickly. Yu Luo clenched his fists and turned to look at the human clan warriors at the foot of Ivory Mountain. Human clan warriors were densely packed in the area. At this moment, Yu Luo thought that the time was right. Pucci, the terrifying red glass sword, quickly pierced into the foreign clan warrior closest to it. Immediately afterward, the outsider expert died. There was an uproar at the foot of Ivory Mountain. Oh my God, how powerful is Sanguinati? Is he going to challenge the foreign clan warriors on the Star Influence list alone? He's really powerful. With such strength, he can even fight Yu Luo. It's funny that there are people in the human clan who don't like Sanguinati. If someone can turn the tide like Sanguinati, I have nothing to say. For a moment, the public opinion was on Sanguinati's side. Many human clan warriors began to support Sanguinati. Some even wanted to climb up Ivory Mountain to help Sanguinati, but they calmed down in the end. Sanguinati did this for 2 reasons. Firstly, to kill the foreign clan. Secondly, to build momentum. To solidify the morale of the human clan and disrupt the plans of the foreign clan. Pucci. On Ivory Mountain, Fang Chen's red glass sword was like a devil's sword. Wherever it passed, the foreign clan warriors on the Star Influence list could not resist at all. It's too terrifying. At this moment, Many of the foreign clan warriors kept retreating, trying to escape. "None of you can leave," Fong Qin said. In the face of powerful attacks, his figure flashed, and the true meaning of time and space was activated to the extreme, dazzling everyone. "Pucci!" Fong Qin killed the foreign clan warrior closest to Yuluo. "Brother Yuluo, save me!" The foreign clan warrior shouted before he died. After killing the foreign clan warrior, Fong Qin turned around and continued to kill the enemies. Yuluo's face turned completely gloomy. "Kill!" Yuluo, the genius who ranked first on the star influence list, sneakily attacked Sanguinati in front of everyone. At the foot of Ivory Mountain, the human clan warriors condemned her. However, Yuluo did not care so much. Killing Sanguinati was the most important thing. Bang! Yuluo's fist landed on Fong Chen's body. He was overjoyed. Fong Chen's body retreated a little before he steadied himself. Buzz! The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin quickly gathered at the place where Yuluo punched and then quickly disappeared. "Finally, you can't stand it anymore?" Fong Qin grinned and said, "I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one with me." As soon as Fong Qin finished speaking, he attacked with the red glass sword again. "Let me deal with these small fries first. With me here, don't even think about killing them." Yuluo roared angrily and tried to stop Fong Qin. However, under the true meaning of time and space, Yuluo could not catch Fong Chen's figure at all. On the contrary, Fong Qin killed one person with each strike. "You can't stop me." Fong Qin ignored Yuluo's attack and continued to kill the enemies. Outside, in the meeting hall of the city, Lord's mansion of Bone City, all the elders gathered in the meeting hall, including the city, Lord of Bone City. "What's the situation in Purgatory?" the city Lord of Bone City asked hurriedly. A servant quickly ran in to report. "City Lord Sanguinati is on Ivory Mountain, challenging an alien race expert on the star influence list. They are fighting now." "What's the details?" an elder asked. "Most of the alien race experts on the star influence list died under Sanguinati's sword. Now, Sanguinati is fighting with Yuluo, who ranked first on the star influence list," the servant continued. Hearing this, a burst of laughter erupted in the meeting hall. "Ha ha ha! Sanguinati is really our savior. City Lord has good eyesight." "Yes, we were still blaming the city Lord for breaking the rules of Bone City. Who would have thought that Sanguinati was the cultivator who turned the situation around?" After this battle, the alien race experts on the star influence list will suffer great losses. For a short time, we will have the absolute advantage on the battlefield of the heavenly body tier. This is a great opportunity. Maybe we can change history. At this moment, the elders finally realized the city, Lord of Bone City's good intentions. Only the city Lord of Bone City smiled slightly. It seemed that everything was within his expectations. However, in his heart, he expressed his approval of Fong Qin. "Sanguinati, you didn't disappoint me." According to the report, the city Lord of Bone City knew that Sanguinati had not used his full strength. Killing the alien race experts on the star influence list was only a part of the plan. The real plan was to lure out the black-robed cultivators organization and then kill them all. With your strength, you can easily deal with Yuluo. The only thing you have to be careful of is the black-robed cultivator. This was what the city Lord of Bone City had warned Fong Qin before he returned to the Purgatory. Now that he thought about it, the city Lord of Bone City was very far-sighted. On Ivory Mountain, blood flowed like a river, although Yuluo had forcefully attacked to stop Fong Qin. However, not a single one of the outsiders who came with him was left behind. All of them were killed by the red glass sword. Pucci! After the last alien genius on the star influence list died, Yuluo leaped into the air. Fong Qin leaped up and retreated a few steps, stopping the battle. There was a smile on his face as he looked at Yuluo. "Now, Do you still think that I'm not qualified for you to attack me? Fang Qin teased. Yu Luo's face darkened. He no longer had the confidence he had before. His eyes were scarlet as he stared at Fang Qin. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. However, my brothers will not die in vain. You will pay a heavy price for this, Yu Luo said viciously. Chapter 1464. He had killed an alien on the star cloud list, right under Yu Luo's nose. This was a slap in the face. At the foot of Ivory Mountain, all the human clan warriors watched this scene in shock. Ivory Mountain, which had been in a chaotic battle just now, instantly quieted down. On the top of the mountain, Fang Qin and Yu Luo faced each other. This was a battle between the two of them. Fang Qin said that he would give Yu Luo a chance to fight alone. Hearing Fang Qin's words, Yu Luo's face was extremely gloomy, and he was burning with anger. He swore in his heart that he would kill Sanguinati. I can guarantee that they all died in vain. Fang Qin's attitude was very tough, and he was not afraid of Yu Luo at all. Before receiving the training of Bone City Lord, he was already able to fight with the black-robed warrior. And now, he did not take Yu Luo seriously at all. You're courting death. Yu Luo could not bear it anymore. Sanguinati had provoked him time and time again, so he had to make a strong counterattack. A strange gray aura emerged around Yu Luo's body. This gray aura turned into a flood dragon. Although Yu Luo was not from the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan, his innate ability was similar to that of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Of course, Yu Luo's innate ability was much more powerful than that of the 10,000 Flood Dragon clan. Flood Dragon soaring into the sky, transform into a dragon. Yu Luo roared, clenching his fists, and the power around him surged. He suddenly punched at Fang Qin. At the same time, the flood dragon phantom in the sky emitted a golden light and turned into a golden dragon in the blink of an eye. This was Yu Luo's strongest trump card. If he wanted to establish his prestige, he had to kill Sanguinati as quickly as possible. Yu Luo did not hold back. Fang Qin would not hold back either. This battle was related to the survival of the human clan and the alien race. Myriad Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Fang Qin did not hesitate to use the Myriad Lightning Heaven Fusion Technique. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared out of thin air, and the sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Then a rolling sea of clouds appeared in the dark clouds, and thousands of lightning bolts quickly swam. A beam of red light shot out from the red glass sword. So strong! The crowd at the foot of Ivory Mountain exclaimed in surprise. While Fang Qin was attacking, Yu Luo's attack had already neared Fang Qin. Swoosh! The terrifying red sword light suddenly pierced toward Yu Luo's fists. Crack! Yu Luo's fists were pierced by the sword light, and blood splattered all over the sky. Roar! The roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. The golden dragon swooped down with the aura of a true dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Fang Qin. However, at this moment, the 10,000 lightning bolts in the sea of clouds suddenly merged into the red glass sword. Swoosh! The red glass sword rushed forward and stabbed into the golden dragon's head. No! At this moment, the red glass sword burst forth with unimaginable power. Seeing this, Yu Luo cried out in alarm. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. How is this possible? Crack! Under Yu Luo's stupefied gaze, the golden dragon exploded. The divine ability that he was so proud of was nothing in front of Sanguinati. Do you still want to continue fighting? Fang Qin smiled. His strength completely crushed Yu Luo. Yu Luo could not resist at all. There was no point in continuing the fight. I'm not satisfied. Yu Luo roared to the sky and burned his essence blood, trying to severely injure Fang Qin. However, with the true meaning of time and space, Yu Luo could not even see Fang Qin's figure. It's time to end this. Yu Luo attacked crazily. His essence blood was constantly consumed, and his vitality was disappearing. Suddenly, Fang Chen's figure appeared behind Yu Luo, and the red glass sword stabbed into Yu Luo's back. Bang! Yu Luo's body fell to the ground weakly. He widened his eyes and raised his hand. In the end, he died under the red glass sword. Boom! The foot of Ivory Mountain was in an uproar. Yu Luo, the #1 expert on the star cloud list, was suppressed by Sanguinati and killed without being able to fight back. This was practically earth-shattering news. It was too shocking. Sanguinati is too strong. He deserves to be called invincible in the heavenly body tier. Yes, it's laughable that we doubted Sanguinati before. The crowd was cheering. At this moment, Sanguinati was the savior of the human race. With his own strength, he killed more than 100 people on the star cloud list. Even the #1 expert on the star cloud list was killed. He had successfully reversed the situation. Everyone could imagine that in the following days, the heavenly body tier elites would definitely be crushed by the human race. The foreign races would have no chance of survival. This was a great contribution. Many human cultivators looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of respect. Sanguinati, Sanguinati. Shouts came from the crowd. They were all cheering Sanguinati's name. Even the few human geniuses who thought they were the strongest in the heavenly body tier lowered their proud heads. Sanguinati was truly worthy of being called an elite. Fang Chen put away the red glass sword and looked down. Suddenly, the sound of the air being torn apart came from afar. Immediately, the black-robed cultivator flew over quickly and landed on the mountain peak. Invincible in the heavenly body tier, how laughable, the black-robed cultivator said coldly, full of disdain for Fang Chen. At the foot of Ivory Mountain, many cultivators were surprised by the sudden appearance of the black-robed cultivator. Who is this? What is he doing? Does he want to challenge Sanguinati? Many human cultivators were confused, and at the top of Ivory Mountain, seeing the black-robed cultivator appear, Fang Chen also showed a hint of a smile. He had started a massacre here to lure out the black-robed cultivator. Of course, the most important thing was the organization behind the black-robed cultivator. The foreign races elites on the star cloud list were all killed by him. On the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, the foreign races were no threat. Now he was most worried about the black-robed cultivator's organization. Now he had finally lured them out. Finally here. Fang Chen grinned, smiling very brightly. I'm here to take your life. The black-robed cultivator was very confident in himself. I let you escape last time, but this time you'll definitely die. As the black-robed cultivator spoke, his aura surged. At that instant, a terrifying aura spread into the surroundings. Many human cultivators below panicked and kept retreating. They widened their eyes and looked at the black-robed cultivator on the mountain peak. Heavens! Who is this black-robed cultivator? He's even stronger than Yu Luo. No wonder he dared to come here to deal with Sanguinati. Turns out he has some tricks up his sleeve. Looking at his aura, he's infinitely close to the half-step creation tier. Can Sanguinati defeat him? The human cultivators were worried about Sanguinati. In fact, their worries were unnecessary. The black-robed cultivator had always been in Fang Chen's calculations, and now he had appeared as he wished. Fang Chen was very happy. I'm afraid you can't take my life, but don't worry, I won't kill you. Fang Chen sneered. The black-robed cultivator attacked. Boom! The entire Ivory Mountain peak was shaking. The black-robed cultivator's attack was too fierce. All the human cultivators widened their eyes and stared at the mountain peak, afraid that they would miss something. Fang Chen stood quietly motionless. Have you given up? Seeing this, the black-robed cultivator said coldly. His attack was even more ruthless. The strength of his attack was several times stronger than Yu Luo's. No matter how strong Fang Chen's defense was, he would definitely die if he was hit by him. He seemed to have seen the scene of Sanguinati being killed by him. However, he was wrong. Seeing the black-robed cultivator in front of him, Fong Qin suddenly released a wild aura. As soon as this aura was released, it caused the space to fluctuate. Fong Qin stood still and looked at the black-robed cultivator with a smile. And, after feeling this aura, the black-robed cultivator's pupils shrank and his expression changed drastically. "How is this possible?" the black-robed cultivator cried out. This aura actually contained the aura of the creation realm. "You've broken through to the creation realm." The black-robed cultivator increased the strength of his attack, wanting to give Fong Qin a fatal blow. "No! Half-step to the creation realm." The black-robed cultivator discovered Fong Qin's cultivation level and was very shocked. Half-step to the creation realm. Finding the threshold of the creation realm and the heavenly body realm were two different concepts. Die! The black-robed cultivator's attack landed on Fong Qin. What shocked everyone was that Fong Qin was not injured, but the black-robed cultivator's body was directly sent flying. Heavens, what exactly happened? Did Sanguinati hide his strength just now? Sanguinati is too strong. The black-robe cultivator is no match for him at all. Amidst everyone's shocked voices, Fong Qin took a step forward and arrived in front of the black-robed cultivator. Then his large hand reached out and grabbed the black-robed cultivator. Then, Fong Qin sealed the black-robed cultivator's qi. With his qi sealed, the black-robed cultivator could not use the power of the stars, almost like a cripple. "Why didn't you kill me?" the black-robed cultivator roared furiously. Sanguinati's cultivation level had reached half-step to the creation realm, so his loss was not unjustified. No matter how strong a heavenly body realm cultivator was, he was still a heavenly body realm cultivator. And half-step to the creation realm was touching the threshold of the creation realm and could not be compared. "Keeping you alive is still useful," Fong Qin said. The Battle of Ivory Mountain quickly spread throughout the heavenly body realm battlefield. The foreign races were furious, but there was nothing they could do. No matter how many heavenly body realm foreign races they sent, they could not deal with Sanguinati. The human cultivators were all cheering Sanguinati's name. Reaching half-step to the creation realm at such a young age, this was an unprecedented miracle. However, Fong Qin was more low-key. He personally escorted the black-robed cultivator out of the purgatory, came to Whitebone City, and handed the ladder over to the Whitebone City Lord. The reason why Fong Qin could reach half-step to the creation realm was inseparable from the training of the Whitebone City Lord. "Good, I did not misjudge you." The Whitebone City Lord laughed loudly. 88-8. The elders nodded their heads in agreement. After the Battle of Ivory Mountain, Fong Qin's name was destined to be known in the purgatory. "City Lord, this is all I can do. As for their organization, I believe that with your means you should be able to find out from him," Fong Qin said. "Yes, leave the rest to me." The Whitebone City Lord looked at the black-robed cultivator. Today was a legendary day. In the Battle of Ivory Mountain, Sanguinati was crowned king, becoming the strongest king of the heavenly body realm, an invincible existence. Chapter 1465. The heavenly body tier battle leader was invincible, crushing all the geniuses of the purgatory. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely be shocked. In less than 3 days, the foreign races had completely retreated from the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, and the human cultivators completely controlled the purgatory. Fong Qin's contribution to the human race was really too great. The city lord of Whitebone City personally received him. "Sanguinati, you've made a great contribution this time." The city lord of Whitebone City came to Fong Qin's residence and laughed heartily. The purpose of entering the purgatory had been achieved. After Fong Qin brought the black-robed cultivator out, he didn't plan to enter again. His strength was unmatched in the entire purgatory. There was no challenge anymore. The greatest reward this time was the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Obtaining the Sword Emperor's inheritance made him undergo a qualitative transformation. He was very confident that he would definitely be able to enter the creation tier in a short time. The city lord of Whitebone City was very happy, his face full of smiles. He hadn't smiled so brightly in a long time. He had been overseeing Whitebone City, observing the situation in the purgatory. The city lord of Whitebone City also had a headache. On the battlefield of the heavenly body tier, the human cultivators were repeatedly defeated. At first, he thought that the human race would be completely defeated. Who would have thought that at this time, Sanguinati would appear out of thin air? He single-handedly turned the situation around, driving the foreign races out. The purgatory was vast and boundless. There was a huge amount of resources in the purgatory. The reason why the human race and the foreign races fought in the purgatory was to not destroy the foundation of the universe. The second reason was because the purgatory had a huge amount of resources. Both sides wanted to occupy the resources, but neither side gave in to the other. Sanguinati's appearance allowed the human race to occupy the purgatory alone. This was a great contribution. City Lord Fong Qin clasped his hands in greeting. Sanguinati, you single-handedly turned the situation around and made a great contribution to the human race. When this matter is over, I will personally take you to the human race's holy land and reward you with a spirit body. The city lord of Whitebone City patted Fong Chen's shoulder. The human race's holy land. Fong Chen had never heard of it. City lord, where is the human race's holy land compared to the three god races? Fong Chen asked. In his impression, the three god clans should be the strongest forces under the god realm. How does the holy land of the human clan compare with the three god clans? There's no comparison. The three god clans also belong to the human race, but in recent years, the three god clans have become independent. Even so, the human race's foundation is still very deep. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded slightly. It seemed that the three god clans were also extremely important to the human clan. You don't have to worry about that for now. You'll know when you reach the human race's sacred land. The Lord of Whitebone City continued, we have already learned about the organization behind them from the black-robed cultivator. It won't take long for us to completely destroy them. After we destroy this organization, I'll take you to the human race's sacred land. In the meantime, you can stay in Bone City. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Fong Qin had been cultivating in Whitebone City every day. After reaching the half-step to the creation realm, Fong Qin vaguely felt that he had touched the threshold of the creation realm. However, it was very difficult to take that step. Of course, he was not in a hurry. It had been less than 50 years since he started cultivating. It was considered good for him to have such an achievement. Moreover, he had the true meaning of time and space. The further he progressed, the more the power of the true meaning of time and space would be revealed. Fong Chen waited for a long time before the Lord of Whitebone City finally came again. City Lord. Fong Chen stood up and looked at the Lord of Whitebone City. The latter was very happy. The force behind the black-robed cultivator has been destroyed. Today, I'll take you to the human race's sacred land. Hearing this, Fong Chen was a little excited. The human race's sacred land was the sacred land with the deepest foundation in this world. In terms of foundation, even the three god clans would be ashamed of their inferiority. After all, the human race had existed since the beginning of the universe. City Lord, where is the human race's sacred land? Fong Chen asked. In this universe, there are 4 sacred lands. They are the sacred lands of the 3 god clans, and the last one is the human race's sacred land. The 4 sacred lands are located in the 4 directions of the universe, and the human race's sacred land is in the easternmost part. The Lord of Whitebone City explained. Fong Qin nodded, suddenly enlightened. Immediately, he felt a flash of white light, and he fell into darkness. He knew that the Lord of White Bone City was taking him to the human race's sacred land. There was a familiar feeling around him, as if he was traveling through time and space. After an unknown period of time, the boring journey finally ended. A bright light appeared in front of Fong Chen's eyes. The place where Fong Chen was at was a wasteland. It was deserted, and the surroundings were filled with a heart-palpitating cold. If not for the protection of the Lord of White Bone City, Fong Chen's primordial spirit would have been frozen long ago. Looking up, there was a mountain peak not far away. The human race's sacred land? This was the true meaning of towering into the clouds. Even when Fong Chen released his primordial spirit, he could not see the end of the mountain peak. "Let's go," the Lord of White Bone City said. He could understand Fong Chen's shock. In fact, when he came to the human race's sacred land for the first time, he was also shocked, just like Fong Chen. Just like that, the Lord of White Bone City and Fong Chen stepped onto the sacred mountain. However, Fong Chen was a little surprised. A long sword appeared under the Lord of White Bone City's feet, and he jumped onto the long sword. "Come on up." Fong Chen nodded and stood on the long sword. Whoosh! The long sword whistled out, and Fong Chen could not even see the surroundings clearly. The human race's sacred land has existed since ancient times. Apart from the sacred Lord, no one can walk up the sacred mountain, the Lord of White Bone City explained. "Why is that?" Fong Chen exclaimed. "It involves the rules. You won't understand even if I tell you now. You will slowly understand in the future." After saying that, the Lord of White Bone City activated the long sword with all his strength and flew toward the human race's sacred land. A life and death sovereign riding a supreme treasure was extremely fast. Even if Fong Chen used his grade 7 true meaning of time and space, he would not be able to move as fast as the Lord of White Bone City. However, even with such speed, it took them 3 months to reach the peak of the mountain. Fong Chen was so shocked that he did not know what to say. If he flew by himself, he might not be able to reach the peak even after several years. "It's too high." Fong Chen sighed inwardly. "The human race's sacred mountain is the highest mountain in the world," the Lord of White Bone City explained. Just as the Lord of White Bone City was speaking, an old man suddenly appeared. "White Bone, you're here." When the old man saw the Lord of White Bone City, his face was full of smiles. "Old Fish," the Lord of White Bone City replied with a smile. The old man called Old Fish looked at Fong Chen and asked with narrowed eyes, "This is the genius you spoke of?" The Lord of White Bone City nodded and said, "Let's go. Take Fong Chen to see the Sacred Lord." Hearing the words Sacred Lord, Old Fish's expression changed slightly. The human race's Sacred Lord could be said to be the strongest existence in the world. Even life and death realm monarchs were just ants in front of the human race's sacred Lord. After entering the human race's sacred ground, Fong Chen was shocked. The air here was filled with extremely dense star energy. "This is simply a cultivation sacred ground," Fong Chen exclaimed. Along the way, many human race cultivators saw Fong Chen and the other two and started discussing. Some of them even had eyes full of envy. Being able to receive the Sacred Lord summons on their first visit to the human race's sacred ground was a great honor. Sanguinati, when you see the Sacred Lord later, don't be afraid. The Holy Lord is very friendly to people. Whatever he asks, you just have to answer, Old Fish instructed. "Many thanks, Senior." Fong Chen cupped his hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! The three of them seemed to be flying through the clouds. An hour later, they arrived in front of a simple and unadorned hall. The words "Sacred Ground" were written on a golden plaque above the hall. Fong Chen knew that this was the human race's sacred ground, and the Sacred Lord should be inside. Sanguinati, you have to grasp this opportunity well. Heavenly body tier cultivators are rarely able to receive the sacred Lord summons. The White Bone City Lord said softly as he looked at the human race's sacred ground. Yes, if I remember correctly, from the birth of our universe until now, only 7 heavenly body tier cultivators have received the sacred Lord summons. Old Fish said with a sigh. Fong Chen's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. Only 1 heavenly body tier cultivator had been summoned in an entire universe. He was the 8th. Suddenly, he felt overwhelmed by the favor. Go in, the White Bone City Lord said as he pushed Fong Chen. The White Bone City Lord and Old Fish were not qualified to enter the human race's sacred ground, unless they received the permission of the human race's sacred Lord. They could only send Fong Chen here. Creak as if sensing Fong Chen's arrival, the doors of the sacred ground suddenly opened. Fong Chen stepped out and entered. Then the doors closed. Looking at Fong Chen's disappearing figure, the White Bone City Lord said, I wonder if this brat can attract the sacred Lord's attention. You mean to send him to that place? Old Fish turned to look at the White Bone City Lord. The latter nodded. Old Fish directly said, That depends on how strong his potential is. According to your description, this brat is invincible in the heavenly body tier. Moreover, he's the 8th heavenly body tier cultivator to be summoned in our universe. The first 7 warriors who were summoned have now become unparalleled powerhouses who can hold their own in their own right. Hearing this, the White Bone City Lord nodded. I hope so. When the human race's sacred Lord summoned Fong Chen, countless cultivators in the sacred ground were discussing spiritedly. A nameless cultivator was actually summoned by the sacred Lord. He's the 8th heavenly body tier cultivator to be summoned. The first 7 heavenly body tier cultivators have now become supreme elites. I wonder how strong this Sanguinati's potential is. In fact, everyone could guess that the human race's sacred Lord would not easily summon cultivators. Once they were summoned, they would definitely be peerless geniuses. I think that Sanguinati's potential is only average. Being summoned by the human race's sacred Lord is most likely because of the matter in the White Bone Purgatory. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Because of him, the situation in the White Bone Purgatory was reversed. Our human race completely controlled the White Bone Purgatory. Chapter 1466. Sacred Palace. Contrary to Fong Chen's expectations, this place was very simple. It was so simple that even Fong Chen was surprised. The human race's sacred palace shocked him. However, as the most sacred palace of the sacred palace, it was actually so simple. Fong Chen looked around. There was no one in the palace. Fong Chen was a little confused. The sacred master had summoned him. So why wasn't he in the palace? Could it be? Fong Chen thought of another possibility. The sacred master had always been in the palace, but he just couldn't find him. Thinking of this, Fong Chen cupped his fists and said to the void, Junior Sanguinati pays his respects to the sacred master. Indeed, as soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, a red-haired old man suddenly appeared in the palace. Not bad. He was the sacred master, the human race's sacred master. After seeing the sacred master, Fong Chen was even more shocked. The sacred master was standing quietly in front of him, and he couldn't sense his existence. Too terrifying. Fong Chen sighed in his heart. As expected of the human race's sacred master, even ordinary life and death realm monarchs couldn't do this. Fong Chen had also seen some life and death realm monarchs, including the White Bone City Lord and the Hidden Demon Realm Lord. However, the feeling the sacred master gave him was too terrifying. He seemed to have surpassed the life and death realm. Sacred Master, Fong Chen called out. The sacred master looked like an ordinary old man. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. While Fong Chen was observing the sacred master, the latter was also observing him. You've cultivated for less than 50 years, and you're able to have such achievements. You're indeed extraordinary." The sacred master nodded in satisfaction. There were very few heavenly body realm cultivators who were praised by the sacred master. In this era of the universe, only 7 heavenly body tier cultivators had been summoned by the Saint Master, and Feng Qin was the 8th. The human race's sacred master was mysterious and unfathomable. Normally, he would only appear when the human race was in great danger. Otherwise, he would only be watching the human race from behind the scenes. He was the leader of the human race and also the spiritual leader of the human race. It was no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for him, the human race would have been conquered by the foreign races long ago. The human race's holy master had dedicated his entire life to the human race. "Brat, your luck is not bad. You managed to obtain the inheritance of an almighty from the deity realm." The divine Lord spoke again. When he observed Feng Qin, he discovered that there was a faint divine aura around the latter. He concluded that Sanguinati must have obtained the inheritance of a supreme being from the god realm. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. After all, in the vast universe, there were countless archipelagos, and there were many inheritances left behind by the divine world's almighties. You single-handedly reversed the situation of the white bone purgatory and made great contributions to the human race. The Saint Lord finally returned to the main topic. "Junior is a human. This is what I should do," Feng Qin said hurriedly. The Holy Lord nodded in satisfaction. "You're neither arrogant nor rash. Amongst the younger generation, there aren't many who have a disposition like yours. Do you know why I called you here this time?" asked the Holy Master. Junior doesn't know. This was an existence that surpassed the life and death realm. Feng Qin didn't dare to guess his thoughts. The Holy Master walked up the steps and sat on the throne, looking down at Feng Qin. "In this universe era, you're the 8th heavenly body tier martial artist I've summoned," said the Holy Master indifferently. Hearing this, Feng Qin's heart trembled. The 8th? He had once read in unofficial history that a universe era was about 10 billion years. How long was that? Although Feng Qin didn't know how many years had passed in this universe era, it definitely wasn't a small amount. In the entire universe era, before him, only 7 heavenly body tier martial artists had been summoned by the Holy Master. This means that my potential is very strong, Feng Qin thought to himself. The sacred leader's eyes sparkled as he said, "Your potential is considered very strong among those of your age. However, the 7 people I've summoned before were all much stronger than you. There's still a certain gap between you and them. When the 7 of them were at the heavenly body tier, they were already able to kill creation tier martial artists. His comprehension ability is even more shocking." The Holy Master's words made Feng Qin even more shocked. He originally thought that with the golden heart and all kinds of hard work, he had already climbed to the peak of the heavenly body tier. Who would have thought that there would be such a monstrous genius in the world? However, don't be discouraged. With your potential, it's only a matter of time before you step into the life and death realm, said the Holy Master after seeing Feng Qin's expression change. You've made great contributions to the human race, so I'll reward you on behalf of the human race. The Holy Master pondered for a moment, then said, "Your potential hasn't been fully excavated. You need to train and advance in battle." After saying this, the Holy Master paused for a moment, then continued, "Just now, the human race discovered a new island in the void ocean. After exploration, we found that this island has rich cultivation resources. The foreign race and the human race are fighting over the resources on the island, so I'll send you to this island as a supervisor. You'll represent the human race's holy land to monitor this island." The supervisor was a very important position. It represented the human race's holy land. Only the human race's holy master could confer the position of supervisor. And now, The Holy Master actually sent Fang Qin to that island as a supervisor to assist the human race in occupying it. This was a great opportunity for Fang Qin. Moreover, the supervisor wasn't something that ordinary people could become. It seemed that this was the Holy Master's test for Fang Qin. "Thank you, Holy Master." Fang Qin clasped his hands in thanks. "Don't be happy too early. Although the supervisor is a relatively idle position, this island has been disturbed by the foreign race, so it'll be difficult to control it. Don't think about making contributions quickly. Take it slow." The Holy Master nodded. After that, the Holy Lord explained to Fang Qin some of the duties and powers of the supervisor. After the introduction, the Holy Master threw Fang Qin an identity token. Seeing the supervisor token was like seeing the human race's Holy Master in person. This honor wasn't something that ordinary people could have. Of course, the supervisor couldn't squander his power as he wished. Once he was involved in harming the human race or did something that would harm the human race, he would be punished. But overall, the supervisor was still a very flashy position. "Okay, go back and prepare. Someone will take you to this island." The human race's Holy Master waved his hand and signaled Fang Qin to leave. Fang Qin took his leave. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the human race's Holy Master and asked in a deep voice, "Holy Master, I have a few questions that I wonder if you can answer." Hearing this, the Holy Master opened his eyes and said, "Go ahead." "Holy Master, what realm do I have to be in to enter the divine world?" This was Fang Qin's first question. He had to figure it out before he had the confidence to fight. "Okay." The Holy Master was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to ask this question. "Little guy, don't bite off more than you can chew. With your current strength, you're still far from entering the divine world. But since you asked, I'll give you a simple explanation." The Holy Master sighed and said, "Life and death realm monarchs have a small chance of entering the divine world. Almost all existences that surpass the life and death realm can enter the divine world." The Holy Master's answer made Fang Qin understand. Life and death realm monarchs had a small chance of entering the divine world. It seemed that this small chance belonged to the outstanding life and death realm monarchs. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many life and death realm monarchs who couldn't enter the divine world. As for existences above the life and death realm, Fang Qin didn't dare to think about it. Of course, this is just a general statement. Some people are destined to never enter the divine world. The Holy Master said faintly. A complicated expression appeared on his face. Then it returned to normal. "Is it because I'm not strong enough that I can never enter the divine world?" Fang Qin hurriedly asked. The Holy Master shook his head, seemingly unwilling to say more. Seeing this, Fang Qin didn't ask any more questions. When you enter the life and death realm, you'll know the secrets of the universe. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand, the Holy Master said. Fang Qin nodded and asked the second question. "Holy Master, this junior has another question. If I want to go to the 3 god races to find someone, what realm is suitable for me?" The 3 god races, holy lands to find someone. Hearing this, the Holy Master raised his eyelids and looked at Fang Qin thoughtfully. Chapter 14, 67. Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat. How did the Holy Master know? Was it just a guess? However, the Holy Master soon gave him an answer. "I can sense the bloodline of the Luo clan in you," the Holy Master said. Fang Qin was shocked. The Holy Master was too powerful. He could actually see the power of his bloodline with his naked eyes. One had to know that the power of a bloodline was hidden in one's blood. It was extremely difficult to detect it. At this moment, Fang Qin looked at the Holy Master with even more respect. He was too powerful. If the Holy Master wanted to kill him, he could do so with just a thought. Holy Master's guess is correct. I am indeed going to the Luo clan to find someone. Since the Holy Master had already guessed it, there was no need for him to hide it. My mother is the Luo clan's holy maiden, Luo Lioli. Oh, this caused the sacred lord to be somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the child in front of him to be the son of the Luo clan's holy maiden, Luo Lioli. No wonder he had such heaven-defying talent. Thinking of this, the Holy Master was relieved. With your current strength, don't think too much, the Holy Master said. Moreover, it's best not to let the Luo clan know of your existence. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. The Holy Master had lived for countless years. When Fong Qin said this, he guessed something. Moreover, as the Holy Master of the human race, he had some understanding of the other 3 divine races. Thank you for your advice, Holy Master, Fong Qin thanked him. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. The Holy Master waved his hand. Fong Qin turned and left the hall. At this moment, a black shadow appeared behind the Holy Master. What do you think? The Holy Master asked without turning his head. Holy Master, I secretly observed this child. He should have received the inheritance of some great sword master from the immortal realm. The inheritance is extremely terrifying. Now, it seems that this child's talent in the way of the sword has reached an unimaginable level. It's very likely that he will become an unparalleled elite in the future. But the black shadow paused. However, what? The Holy Master continued to ask. However, this child has only cultivated for a short period of time. He can't be compared to the 7 heavenly body tier monsters. After all, the first 7 were all monstrous geniuses who comprehended supreme, true intents. Well, he didn't. My guess is that he will stop at the life and death realm, unable to jump out of the river of time. This was the Black Shadow's evaluation of Fong Qin. If a martial artist didn't take the initiative to release their true meaning, even a sacred lord wouldn't be able to detect it. Therefore, they had never thought that Fong Qin would possess a peerless true intent. What you said is not without reason. However, this child is not to be underestimated. We can nurture him with all our might. The sacred master nodded. The Holy Master and the Black Shadow both thought that Fong Qin's achievements couldn't compare to those of the 7 heavenly body tier prodigies that he had summoned. However, it was also worth nurturing. What would they think if they knew that Fong Qin was the unofficial disciple of the Moon Warrior Immortal? After leaving the temple, Fong Qin saw White Bone City Lord and Elder Fish waiting for him. How is it? Lord Bone asked impatiently. He valued Fong Qin more, so he was especially concerned about him. Sanguinati, what reward did the sacred master give you? Old Fish asked with a burning gaze. In fact, the 2 of them were asking to confirm whether the sacred master had given Fong Qin a place to go to that place. The sacred master asked me to go to a newly discovered island of the human race as a supervisor, Fong Qin replied. Hearing this, Old Fish's expression changed, and he shook his head slightly. Meanwhile, White Bone City Lord was a little disappointed. There was no comparison between being a supervisor and going to that place. Not bad, work hard. White Bone City Lord patted Fong Qin's shoulder, comforting Fong Qin. At the side, Old Fish led Fong Qin to the teleportation formation. The previous 7 had all gone to that place, and Sanguinati had only given him the position of supervisor. Although the position of supervisor was very powerful, it could be seen that the sacred master didn't think highly of Sanguinati. This caused Old Fish to keep some distance from Fong Qin, and his attitude wasn't as warm as before. Sanguinati, step into this teleportation formation, and you can go to that island. There will be people there to welcome you, Old Fish said indifferently. Fong Qin nodded and stepped into the teleportation formation. Be careful, White Bone City Lord reminded him. Voila! With a flash of white light, the teleportation formation opened, and Fong Qin disappeared. White Bone City Lord and Old Fish looked at each other and then sighed. At the same time, the discussions in the human race's sacred land gradually died down. Sanguinati was the 8th heavenly body tier cultivator to be summoned, and his future was boundless. However, the Sacred Master only gave him the position of supervisor, which meant that the Sacred Master didn't think highly of him. A guy that the Sacred Master didn't think highly of, no one cared about him anymore. The human race's sacred land returned to peace. The void ocean covered the entire universe. The only landmasses were islands. There were many archipelagos in the entire universe, and each archipelagos had a large number of islands. There were many regions hidden on these islands, and each region had a large number of continents. Fong Qin came from the ancient Sword Continent. At the end of the void ocean, there was a barren island. This island was very large, and one couldn't see the end of it. The void ocean covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It could be said that this island was isolated from the rest of the world, and it was a newly discovered island of the human race. It didn't have a name yet, and was called the Nameless Island by human cultivators. Green bamboo grew all over the Nameless Island. The human race and the foreign race each occupied half of the island, and they fought every day. However, overall, the human race was slightly more powerful. The foreign race also didn't dare to launch a large-scale attack. On this day, a whirlpool appeared in the sky above the Nameless Island, causing the Nameless Island to shake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, some elites of the human race moved out and arrived before the whirlpool. They looked at each other and then whispered to each other, "I wonder who the supervisor is this time." To be able to become a supervisor, he must be someone favored by the Sacred Lord. We'd better be careful. I hope this supervisor can get along well with us. Sending a supervisor at this critical moment, is it because we haven't been able to take down the Nameless Island for a long time? The people in charge of the Nameless Island guessed at each other. Boom! The whirlpool in the sky emitted bursts of thunder. A terrifying aura was released from the whirlpool. This whirlpool was connected to the teleportation array of the human race's sacred land. Many human cultivators were waiting for the supervisor to appear. Finally, after 15 minutes, the fluctuations in the sky weakened a lot. The whirlpool was also gradually dissipating. At this time, Fong Qin walked out of it. "Greetings, supervisor." Many human cultivators didn't even look at him, and directly bowed their heads. Buzz! The whirlpool dissipated, and the sky returned to normal. At this time, many human cultivators raised their heads, and when they saw Fong Qin, their faces were full of shock. "Supervisor." Many people couldn't believe it. Why did the Sacred Lord send such a young supervisor? Or could it be that there was a mistake? Fong Qin took out the supervisor token from his bosom and tossed it to the humans. After they took turns to look at it, they finally confirmed Fong Qin's identity. "Lord Supervisor, sorry for offending you just now," someone said. He was the temporary island master of the Nameless Island, Yin Fong. "It's fine." Fong Qin chuckled and said, "Seniors, I'm new here and don't know the situation on the Nameless Island. I'll have to ask you to take care of me in the future." Hearing Fong Qin's words, Yin Fong and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Lord Supervisor, it's your first time here. Hurry back to the residence. We'll welcome you back," Yin Fong said with a smile. The group of humans brought Fong Qin back to the headquarters of the human race on the Nameless Island, like stars surrounding the moon. At the same time, in the foreign race's base camp. "What's going on with the phenomenon in the sky?" "Lord, it said that the human race's sacred land sent a supervisor here," the subordinate replied. "Why did they send a supervisor here at this time?" The black-armored man was a little puzzled. After thinking for a moment, the black-armored man ordered, "Investigate the ins and outs of this supervisor." The human race's sacred land wouldn't casually send a supervisor here. They must have their reasons for doing so. Only by understanding the other party's intentions could they deal with it calmly. However, what the black-armored man didn't expect was that. Chapter 1468. He had thought that the Nameless Island was about the same size as Scar Island and Clear Sky Island. However, when he arrived, he realized that the nameless island was too big. The overall area was almost 5 times that of Scar Island. It was no wonder that the alien race and the human race fought over such a huge island. There was no need to guess that the cultivation resources here were abundant. The human race's base camp was in the northern region, and there was a mansion here. There were people coming and going in the mansion. The higher-ups of the mansion, led by Yin Fong, led Fong Qin to the meeting hall. "Lord Supervisor, please take a seat." Yin Fong pointed to the main seat at the front. Although Sanguinati's cultivation had not reached the creation realm, his status was much higher than Yin Fong's. Fong Qin did not put on airs and sat directly on the main seat. He was the supervisor of the human race's sacred land and represented the human race's sacred lord. Although everyone present had a higher cultivation than him, he had to take the main seat. "Everyone, please take a seat." Since he was here to be a supervisor, he had to familiarize himself with the environment of the nameless island before making any plans. After everyone took their seats, Fong Qin looked around and realized that the lowest cultivation level of everyone present was at the middle level of the creation realm. The highest cultivation level was Yin Fong, who was at the 9th level of the creation realm. The 9th level of the creation realm was comparable to Alliance leader Gu Hua's strength. Fong Qin could vaguely sense that Yin Fong's aura seemed to be much stronger than Alliance leader Gu Hua's. It seemed that this person was one of the top existences in the creation realm. Such a force could completely control an archipelago. Since the human race had sent them to the nameless island, it was clear that the human race valued the nameless island. After thinking for a moment, Fong Qin said, "I'm new here and don't know the situation here. Senior Yin Fong, please enlighten me." Fong Qin's attitude towards everyone was more gentle, which pleased many of the creation realm experts. If a martial artist who was much weaker than them pointed at them, any creation realm expert would not be able to stand it. Moreover, Fong Qin was a supervisor, so they could not fall out with him. "Lord Inspector, on this nameless island, there are many humans in the creation realm. However, most of them are low-level creation realm warriors. They are their main combat strength. As for the middle and high-level creation realm martial artists, they are all here." Yin Fong briefly explained the fighting strength of the human race on the nameless island. Then he began to talk about the foreign races. The foreign races are about the same as us. It's just that their experts are slightly weaker than us, so they haven't dared to launch a large-scale attack. Yin Fong continued, "The situation on the nameless island has been worrying for a long time. However, our human race has also occupied a lot of cultivation resources, and we can transport them back to the human race's holy land endlessly. In fact, although the two sides were fighting, however, cultivation resources were the most important. The reason why the human race's holy lord had appointed Fong Qin as a supervisor was to check on the situation of cultivation resources. On the other hand, it was to hone himself. What are the cultivation resources?" Fong Qin asked. Hearing this, Yin Fong's face changed slightly, and he immediately said, "So far, we have control of 3 large cultivation resources. The first is the Devil's Grotto, the second is the Starfield flying ship, and the third is the Dark Knight force field." "Tell me more." Fong Qin was a little tempted. The Devil's Grotto is a cultivation place of an expert in ancient times. It is filled with a large amount of demon chi. According to our investigation, there seems to be a famous phantasmal demon stone in the Devil's Grotto. It would be great if we could mine it. Fong Qin had also heard of the phantasmal demon stone. This kind of, or was very rare in the universe. Even creation realm experts couldn't resist the temptation of the phantasmal demon stone. The Devil's Grotto, the phantasmal demon stone. Fong Qin muttered to himself, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. The Starfield flying ship is the second cultivation resource we found. According to our investigation, this Starfield flying ship doesn't seem to belong to this era of the universe. There is a space inside, and we can't enter it for the time being. Yin Fang continued, doesn't belong to this era of the universe. Fang Chen was shocked and cried out involuntarily. He was very clear about what Yin Fang's words meant. Doesn't belong to this era of the universe. That is to say, this starfield flying ship has at least experienced the destruction and birth of a universe. Being able to survive such an experience was enough to prove that this starfield flying ship was not simple. Fang Chen took a deep breath, looked at Yin Fang, and then asked, "What about the third one?" Speaking of which, the Dark Night force field is relatively normal among the 3 major cultivation resources. Yin Fang explained, the Dark Night force field has a strong gravity. After our investigation, we have found that the Dark Night force field has more than 100 times the gravity. However, this is only our limit. I believe the gravity in the Dark Night force field is more than that. Fang Chen was shocked. No wonder the human race's sacred land attached so much importance to this nameless island. This was only the cultivation resources they had so far. If they could completely control this island, the cultivation resources would be unimaginable. Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he nodded. You just fight according to your plan. I will enter the battlefield from time to hone myself, Fang Chen said slowly. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. It seemed that Fang Chen had no intention of checking the 3 major cultivation resources at all. This made Yin Fang and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Not to mention other things, just the phantasmal demon stone in the Devil's Grotto Heaven alone. They had also mined some and handed most of it over, but still secretly kept a small part. Once the supervisor found out, they would definitely be punished by the human race's sacred land. Lord Supervisor, if you need anything, just let me know, Yin Fang said with a smile. Fang Chen was focused on improving his strength. The most important thing now was to break through to the creation realm. With his current strength, even if he joined the battlefield, it would be of no help. After resting for a day, Fang Chen prepared to stroll around the nameless island to understand the specific situation. He came to a mountain peak and looked down. This was the territory of the human race's headquarters. The foreign races would not appear here, so it was relatively safe. At a glance, there was an endless stretch of green bamboo below. What beautiful green bamboo! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Hundreds of millions of green bamboo fluttered in the wind, looking very beautiful. Unknowingly, Fang Chen was fascinated by it. His eyes were fixed on the green bamboo. Every move of the green bamboo seemed to be able to cause Fang Chen's essence soul to tremble. Buzz! Unknowingly, the golden heart was beating rapidly, and streams of clear streams appeared. Then, an illusion appeared in Fang Chen's mind. He saw a man in white practicing swordsmanship with a long sword in his hand in the green bamboo forest. Fang Chen widened his eyes and watched carefully. The man in white swordsmanship was integrated with the green bamboo. When he moved, the green bamboo moved. Whoosh! The endless green bamboo forest swayed with the wind. The man in white practiced his swordsmanship faster and faster. In the end, his speed was so fast that he could appear in front of every green bamboo at the same time. Buzz! Just as Fang Chen was in a trance, his primordial spirit suddenly trembled, pulling him back from the illusion. That is, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He rubbed his eyes and carefully observed the green bamboo. After a while, he used the true meaning of space-time and arrived in the sky. Standing here, he could see all the green bamboo on the nameless island. These green bamboo seem to be scattered, but they are in different positions, Fang Chen said to himself. Some information appeared in his mind. It's very familiar. The green bamboo fluttered in the wind, emitting an aura that Fang Chen was very familiar with. After racking his brains, he finally understood. I see. Suddenly, Fang Chen slapped his head and chuckled. The green bamboo on the nameless island is actually a huge array formation. He did not expect to find such information by chance. The illusion I saw just now should have existed, Fang Chen said. That man in white was using the green bamboo array formation to cultivate. It's a pity that half of the green bamboo is in the territory of the foreign race. Otherwise, I can experience it for myself. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. However, after this shocking discovery, Fang Chen immediately returned to his mansion and gathered Yin Fang and the others. Chapter 1469. Yin Fang, why did the supervisor summon us so urgently? Yeah, did he discover something? A few of the manifestation realm experts asked doubtfully. Yin Fang shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Let's go in and we'll know, Yin Fang said. Immediately, the group walked into the meeting hall. After everyone had arrived, before Yin Fang could speak, Fang Chen took the lead to break the silence. Everyone, I've gathered all of you here today for a matter, said Fang Chen. Hearing this, everyone's eyes gathered on Fang Chen. Lord Supervisor, what happened? Yin Fang stared at Fang Chen and asked. He wanted to see some clues from Sanguinati's face, but he found that there was nothing on the latter's face. This island is called the Nameless Island because it doesn't have a name yet, right? Fang Chen looked around and asked. Everyone nodded, and Yin Fang said, yes, that's right. Then, as the supervisor, am I qualified to name this island? Fang Chen continued to ask. Hearing this, everyone discussed. It turned out that the supervisor summoned everyone here urgently for this matter. Immediately, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The supervisor had a lot of power, and one of them was to change the name of the island. Of course, this was limited to the islands that had not been named yet. Those islands that were classified as part of the human territory could not be renamed. Lord Supervisor, you are fully qualified to name the Nameless Island, Yin Fang said with a smile. I wonder if the supervisor has thought of a name. Hearing Yin Fang's question, Fang Chen said directly, Green Bamboo Island. From now on, this island will be called Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island. Yin Fang and the others were a little puzzled. Could it be that the supervisor changed the name at will? However, although they had doubts in their hearts, they did not say it out loud. Okay, this island will be called Green Bamboo Island from now on, Yin Fang said. No one objected, and Fang Chen did not say anything else and left directly. Everyone looked at each other, and Yin Fang said, Spread the news that the Nameless Island will be officially named Green Bamboo Island. In less than a day, the name Green Bamboo Island spread all over the island. Even the outsiders had received the news. A mere supervisor dares to name this island? What a joke! The leader of the alien race did not recognize the name Green Bamboo Island. Fang Chen didn't care about these things. In the following period of time, the battle between the human race and the alien race continued. Fang Chen, on the other hand, spent most of his time cultivating. Occasionally, he would go out for a walk. This way, Yin Fang and the rest were even more at ease. This supervisor had a very good temper. He only cared about cultivation and did not care about anything else. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since they arrived at Green Bamboo Island. On this day, Fang Chen finished his cultivation and prepared to go out for a walk. If I can use the green bamboo array on Green Bamboo Island to cultivate, I might be able to break through to the creation realm. Ever since he witnessed the green bamboo array, Fang Chen had been looking forward to it. He left the mansion and went to the command center in front of the battlefield. Why has Lord Supervisor come here? Asked Yin Fang. What's the current situation? When will the human race be able to defeat the outsiders? Asked Fang Chen directly. Yin Fang was silent for a moment, then said, Lord Supervisor, if we want to defeat the outsiders, we will need time. Fang Chen nodded, then said, I'll go take a look at the 3 cultivation resources. With that, Fang Chen turned and left. The Devil's Paradise was an immortal cave that had been carved halfway up a mountain. This immortal cave could be said to be the work of the gods. Fang Chen stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the Devil's Paradise, speechless for a long time. Just how was this immortal cave formed? It was far too difficult for humans to carve out such an immortal cave. Let's go in and take a look. With a thought, Fong Chin jumped and arrived in front of the Devil's Paradise. Lord Supervisor. Many miners bowed to Fong Chin. The latter nodded, then said, I want to go in and take a look. Lord Supervisor, for now, the human race has only explored a third of the area. If you want to go in, please don't act rashly. One of the leading martial artists took out a map and pointed it out for Fong Chin to see. I know. Fong Chin looked at the map and imprinted it in his mind. Then he entered the Devil's Paradise. The Devil's Paradise was divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. So far, the human race had only explored the outer area. They could confirm that there was no danger in the outer area. What dense demonic chi! Fong Chin couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he entered the Devil's Paradise, dense demonic chi hit him in the face. After walking for a while, Fong Chin found that there were almost no phantasmal demon stones in the outer area. It seems that the phantasmal demon stones should be in the inner area or the core area, Fong Chin said to himself. After a while, Fong Chin walked around the outer area, but didn't find anything. Then he went to the inner area's edge. The miners almost didn't dare to go near the inner area's edge. There was no one here. Just in case, Fong Chin activated the perfect sword body to form the strongest defense. Then he entered the inner area. Whoosh! It was as if he had passed through a layer of membrane and entered a completely different world. Buzz! In the inner area, black mist filled the entire cave. Fong Chin couldn't even see the scene in front of him clearly. He hurriedly released his divine consciousness and could barely see the scene within a kilometer. It can actually weaken the divine consciousness. Fong Chin was a little surprised that the black mist could weaken the divine consciousness. His divine consciousness was so powerful, but it could only detect within a kilometer. Probing with his divine consciousness, Fong Chin found many skeletons. These skeletons had been through the baptism of time, and it was impossible to tell if they were human or not. There was a great battle here, Fong Chin said to himself. Suddenly he found the phantasmal demon stone. Is this the phantasmal demon stone? Fong Chin took a step forward and arrived in front of the wall. There was a black stone inlaid on the wall, and the black mist in the cave couldn't get close to the stone. The phantasmal demon stone. Fong Chin grabbed the phantasmal demon stone and pulled it out with force. Buzz! A strong hallucinogenic aura came from the phantasmal demon stone. Fortunately, Fong Chin cultivated the illusory sword path and had a certain resistance to illusions. Otherwise, he would have fallen for it. There are obviously more phantasmal demon stones in the inner area. After a while, Fong Chin found many phantasmal demon stones. However, the phantasmal demon stones in some areas gave him a creepy feeling, so he didn't act rashly. If I can enter the inner area, Yin Fong and the others should be able to enter as well, Fong Chin said. In an instant, he understood. It seemed that Yin Fong and the others couldn't resist the temptation of the phantasmal demon stone and were hiding it. Shaking his head slightly, Fong Chin walked to the nearest phantasmal demon stone and pulled it out. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chin had collected 3 phantasmal demon stones. The phantasmal demon stone was very beneficial to a martial artist's cultivation, especially for illusory sword path cultivators. Fong Chin cultivated the illusory sword path, but it could be considered half an illusory sword path. Let's continue. Fong Chin, who was skilled and bold, continued forward. However, after walking for 15 minutes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Bang! He suddenly activated the true meaning of time and space and disappeared into the void. At the same time, a fist aura condensed from demonic chi exploded at the spot where he had just been standing. Crash! Fong Chin steadied himself and stared ahead. He found that a mechanical puppet had appeared. A puppet? This puppet was at the creation realm. Fang Chen had once cultivated the Heaven Puppet Race's Tao of Puppets, so he could tell the puppet's quality at a glance. Demonic Qi is its operation center. Fang Chen curled his lips. With the nourishment of demonic Qi, this puppet was almost invincible in the Devil's Grotto. Yin Fang and the others didn't encounter any puppets. Fang Chen was puzzled. Whoosh! Whoosh! The puppet attacked. The Creation Realm puppet's attack power was very strong. Fortunately, its attack was very simple, so Fang Chen could easily dodge it with the true meaning of time and space. Puchi! In the process of dodging, the red glass sword stabbed the puppet. However, it couldn't damage the puppet's body at all. Unless I cut off the connection between demonic Qi and it, I can't kill it, Fang Chen thought to himself. Soon he gave up the idea. Chapter 1470. The mechanical puppets were very powerful, but their attacks were very simple. Fang Chen used the true meaning of space-time to dodge quickly. While dodging, Fang Chen was thinking. He couldn't continue dodging like this. The demonic aura had been continuously providing energy for the mechanical puppets. It was fine for him to use the true meaning of space-time for a short period of time, but if he used it for too long, his physical strength would definitely decline. At that time, he would be in a dangerous situation. This was not what Fang Chen wanted to see. Since I can't defeat it, I'll use an array formation to trap it. Fang Chen thought for a long time and came up with a countermeasure. Immediately, he used the mechanical puppet's attack to miss and quickly set up the Chaos Origin Killing Array. Now, Fang Chen was able to exert the Chaos Origin Killing Array to its strongest effect. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the array core merged into the Chaos Origin Killing Array. Immediately, the power of the Chaos Origin Killing Array increased again. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical puppets kept attacking the Chaos Origin Killing Array, but they couldn't break through its defense. If it was a martial artist in the Creation Realm, it would be easy to break the array. But the puppets were different. They couldn't think and only knew how to attack. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen grinned and immediately left this place, continuing to move forward. The deeper he went into the inner area, the more oppressive he felt. What's going on? Fang Chen walked carefully in the inner area. Not long after, he arrived at the edge of the inner area. Looking at the periphery, Fang Chen suddenly discovered that there were 3 halls in the core area. What's this? The golden heart beat rapidly and Fang Chen's eyes flickered. I feel that there's great danger inside, Fang Chen said to himself. However, it wasn't easy to get here. How could he not go in and take a look? Fang Chen struggled in his heart. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to go in. There were 2 factors for this decision. First, he had the true meaning of space-time. If he encountered danger, he could directly travel through the void and leave this place. Second, his defense was very strong. Even if he encountered a creature in the Creation Realm, he could resist 1 or 2 attacks. Combining these 2 considerations, Fang Chen decided to go in and take a look. Whoosh! Fang Chen entered the core area. However, just as he stepped in, his vision suddenly turned black. Then, he felt something grabbing him. He struggled with all his might, but to no avail. Bang with a loud bang. Fang Chen grit his teeth as pain spread throughout his body. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a large hall. What is this place? Fang Chen exclaimed. At this moment, a black figure appeared. Brat, your luck is not bad. You actually managed to reach here so easily. In all these years, you're the first heavenly body tier cultivator to enter this place. Fang Chen seemed to understand something. Could this black shadow be the remnant soul of the Devil's Paradise's master? In the past, many Manifestation Realm warriors came here, but most of them failed. The black shadow went on to say, there isn't much danger in the outer area of Devil Cave. The real danger lies in the inner area. Master placed the phantasmal demon stones in the inner area to lure you in. Induce. Fang Chen was even more puzzled. Brat, you only encountered a puppet, and you easily reached this place. I have to say, your luck is extremely heaven-defying." The Black Shadow sighed. Fong Qin pursed his lips. So he had run into T luck. "Who are you?" Fong Qin asked. "I'm the butler of Devil Cave," the Black Shadow continued. "Master once ordered that all cultivators who can successfully enter the core area have the right to pass the 3 tests he left behind. As long as they pass, they can obtain the precious treasures of Devil Cave." Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. "3 tests?" Fong Chen asked. "Brat, don't talk nonsense. Either accept the tests or get lost," the Black Shadow said impatiently. Fong Chen nodded heavily. How could he miss out on such a good opportunity? "I accept the tests," Fong Chen said directly. "You're at the heavenly body tier, so the difficulty of the tests will be lower. However, even so, there's a high chance that you won't be able to pass." The Black Shadow didn't seem to be optimistic about Fong Chen. "Senior, what's the test?" Fong Chen asked. "There are 3 large halls in the core area. The hall you're in now is called the Heart Nurturing Hall. As the name suggests, it nurtures the heart." After the Black Shadow finished speaking, he tossed out a yellowed book. Fong Chen stretched out his hand and caught the book. To his surprise, he found that there were 3 large words on the book: Heart Nurturing Technique. "Master the Heart Nurturing Technique within a year, and you'll pass." After the Black Shadow finished speaking, he directly disappeared. Fong Chen was slightly dazed. The first test was just to cultivate the Heart Nurturing Technique. He flipped open the book and seriously read the contents. After a short while, a smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. This Heart Nurturing Technique was indeed extraordinary. However, Fong Chen wasn't afraid at all. "I have a golden heart, so cultivating this Heart Nurturing Technique is too easy." Immediately, Fong Chen started to cultivate. The Heart Nurturing Technique had a total of 3 levels. The first level was Shrinking Heart, which meant to shrink the heart and condense its essence. The second level was Refining Heart, which was to temper the heart. The third level was Patience. As a martial artist, he had to have a heart of patience. These 3 levels seemed simple, but were actually extremely difficult. Following the Heart Nurturing Technique's chant, Fong Chen began to cultivate. His body was covered in a layer of star energy. Within his body, the golden heart was rapidly beating, coordinating with Fong Chen's cultivation. Buzz! After circulating the chant in his body once, the first level was completed. This, although he was already prepared, Fong Chen was still somewhat shocked. "This is too fast." At this time, Fong Chen also realized how terrifying the golden heart was. He did his best to calm his heart and continued to cultivate the second level. After circulating the chant in his body twice, as expected, he succeeded in cultivating the second level. At this time, the golden heart was circulating with a dazzling golden light. Phew! Fong Chen took a deep breath and continued to cultivate the third level. After an hour, Fong Chen opened his eyes. He had successfully cultivated the third level of the Heart Nurturing Technique. His eyes were filled with joy. This Heart Nurturing Technique has a strong effect on normal hearts, but it doesn't have much effect on the golden heart. Fong Chen said to himself. After inspecting the golden heart, Fong Chen put down the book in his hand, looked up at the void and said, "Senior." Voila! The black figure appeared and looked coldly at Fong Chen. "Why are you giving up so quickly? Cultivating the Heart Nurturing Technique requires enough patience. With your attitude, it's impossible to succeed." The black figure said coldly, "Since you've given up, then get lost." After saying that, the black figure waved his hand and prepared to send Fong Chen away. Seeing this, Fong Chen hurriedly spoke up. "Senior, I haven't given up." "Humph! In my eyes, you've already given up," the black figure said indifferently. Fong Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I've already cultivated it." Hearing this, the black figure was stunned and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. What did you say? You've cultivated the heart-nurturing technique? The black figure couldn't believe that there was such a monstrous genius in the world. You've cultivated the first level, right? There are 3 levels to the heart-nurturing technique. You'll only be considered to have passed if you've cultivated all of them, the black figure explained. Fang Chen knew that the black figure couldn't believe his words, so he didn't say anything else. With a thought, the golden heart released a trace of aura that surrounded his body. Seeing this, the black figure's expression instantly froze. The black figure was shocked. In less than an hour, this martial artist had actually cultivated the heart-nurturing technique. Fang Chen withdrew his aura and looked at the black figure with a smile. After a long time, the black figure woke up from his shock. Very good. Over the countless years, your speed of comprehending the heart-nurturing technique is enough to be ranked first. The black figure said, over the countless years, there had been many manifestation realm experts who had entered this place. There were also many who had comprehended the heart-nurturing technique. But in terms of speed, Fang Chen had an absolute advantage and was ranked first. When the black figure looked at Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with seriousness. Very good. You've passed the first level. The black figure said. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. Senior, what's the second level? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. If he passed the 3rd level, he would be able to obtain the treasure of the Devil's Paradise. Fang Chen was naturally looking forward to it. Don't be complacent. Passing the 1st level only proves that your attainments in the heart-nurturing technique are not bad. The next 2 levels are much more difficult than the first, the black figure said indifferently. Chapter 1471. In the second hall. This hall is called the Body Refinement Hall. It refines the body and polishes the bones. The black shadow took out a book and threw it to Fang Chen. You'll pass if you successfully cultivate the body refinement technique. With that, the black shadow disappeared. Fang Chen looked at the book and was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why the Devil's Grotto Master left such a test. Although he was puzzled, he still began to cultivate. The body refinement technique was the same as the heart-nourishing technique. It was also an ancient technique. This ancient technique was different from the secret techniques in the current universe. Fang Chen could feel its vastness and profoundness. The body refinement technique also had 3 levels. The first level was to refine the meridians, the second level was to refine the bones, and the 3rd level was to refine the body. After reading the chant of the body refinement technique, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. This body refinement technique was too easy for him. He was a martial artist who had broken through the extreme realm. How strong was his body? There were 3 steps to breaking through the extreme realm. 2 of them were to refine the meridians and polish the bones. Fang Chen broke through the extreme realm with great perseverance and walked step by step towards the ranks of the strong. Body refinement technique. Fang Chen chanted the chant of the body refinement technique. Just as he had expected, he only needed to circulate a minor cycle to master the 1st and 2nd stages. In his body, 3,980 meridians burst out with bright light. 785 golden bones flowed with golden light, and their aura was very strong. It's not difficult. After successfully cultivating the first 2 levels, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the 3rd level. The 3rd level was to refine the body, which was to integrate the meridians and golden bones and temper the body as a whole. Outside, the battle was still ongoing. However, suddenly, a very strange creation realm martial artist appeared among the foreign races. Although his cultivation was not strong, his terrifying array formation ability caused the human clan's ancient martial art practitioners to die one after another. Yin Fang and the others were also slightly stunned. Yin Fang, what should we do? That foreign race's array formation ability is too strong. If this continues, our losses will be very heavy. Yes, quickly think of a way. For a moment, everyone was panicking. Yin Fong waved his hand and directly ordered, "Retreat." Immediately, countless human martial artists on the battlefield retreated. After a while, the battle stopped. On the other side, the foreign race experts mocked and ridiculed Yin Fong. The human race is only SOO. Even though he said that, he did not have the guts to launch a large-scale attack. "Where's your human supervisor? Are you a coward?" The alien laughed out loud. Under normal circumstances, inspectors were very powerful. However, the alien race was wrong this time. The inspector's cultivation had not even reached the creation realm. Yin Fong and the others had gloomy expressions. Just wait and see." With a flick of his sleeve, he turned around and left. After returning to the mansion, Yin Fong and the others went to the meeting hall to discuss countermeasures. "Where did the supervisor go?" Yin Fong suddenly asked. When he first returned, he didn't see the invigilator. "The supervisor went to the Devil's Paradise and hasn't come out yet. He never came out." Yin Fong frowned as he pondered. "Yin Fong, do you think the inspectors will find out that we embezzled the phantasmal magic stones?" Someone asked. Yin Fong was silent. "Based on my understanding of the inspector, he probably won't. Besides, even if he wants to report it, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts," another creation realm expert said. "That's right. If he really dares to say it, I'll kill him myself. Let's not talk about the inspectors anymore. Let's think of countermeasures." High-level martial artists like them could not interfere in the battle between low-level creation realm martial artists. Therefore, they were a little worried. Devil's Paradise, core area, body refinement palace. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Fong Chen had been comprehending the third level of the body refinement technique. The perfect sword body was activated, and the sword-shaped runes were activated. Fong Chen's defense was raised to the strongest. At a certain moment, Fong Chen opened his eyes. The perfect sword body is known as the strongest physique in the world. It's really not an exaggeration. Fong Chen could not help but sigh. In fact, 2 days ago, Fong Chen had already comprehended the third level of the body refinement technique. It happened to be an epiphany, and it had lasted until now. Buzz. Mastery. The perfect sword body and the body refinement technique, a powerful ancient technique, were combined and merged together. Fong Chen's perfect sword body finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the peak. The perfect sword body was divided into 4 realms: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. These 4 realms covered the various evolutions of the perfect sword body. Today he had finally reached the peak. Fong Chen felt as if his body had been reborn, and his strength had become extremely powerful. His fingers clenched into fists, and a vast power gushed out. "The power of my punch now is enough to force a first-level creation realm martial artist to retreat," Fong Chen said to himself. The perfect sword body at the peak gradually revealed the characteristics of the strongest physique in the world. "Senior." Fong Chen stabilized his body and then spoke. Crash! The black shadow appeared and looked at the sword-shaped runes on Fong Chen's body, frowning slightly. "I have mastered the body refinement technique," Fong Chen said. The black shadow's heart was in turmoil. An hour to master the heart-nurturing technique, and 3 days to master the body refinement technique. For countless years, Fong Chen was the most heaven-defying monster he had ever seen. He was speechless for a long time. "Senior." Fong Chen spoke. His voice pulled the black shadow back to reality. "Pass." The black shadow had a lot to say, but in the end he only said these 2 words. He left the body refinement hall and entered the 3rd hall. This 3rd hall is called the Mad Demon Hall. If you don't go mad, you won't survive. If you want to pass, you have to go mad first, and then wake up from it, the black shadow explained. Mad Demon. Fong Chen was stunned. This last stage was too terrifying. When a martial artist cultivated, Once they went mad and fell into a state of madness, they were basically crippled, and very few people could wake up. And the test of the third stage was to go mad first and then wake up. The difficulty of this stage was too high. The first two stages were easy to pass with the help of the golden heart and perfect sword body. It seemed that he had to fight hard for the third stage. "You only have 1 year," the Black Shadow said. The Black Shadow said, "On the wall behind you there is a demonic Tao mystic technique. Comprehending this mystic technique will cause you to enter the demonic path. Study it well." After the Black Shadow disappeared, Fong Qin turned to look at the wall. There were many small words on it. Mad Demon. What was the master of the Devil's Grotto thinking? The more Fong Qin came into contact with the Devil's Grotto, the more he felt that there was something wrong with the master of the Devil's Grotto. He had passed the first 2 stages, so he had to try the third one. However, Fong Qin was worried that he would fall into a state of madness and couldn't wake up. He had asked his clone in the Demon Vanquishing Realm to find the Demon Vanquishing Realm Lord. Realm Lord. What's the matter? Realm Lord, my original body is cultivating a demonic secret technique in a certain ruin, and it will fall into a state of madness. I'm worried that my original body won't wake up, so I deliberately asked my clone to come here. If I find something wrong, please take action and wake my original body up, the clone said. Realm Lord Fu Mo opened his eyes wide and hurriedly asked, "You're cultivating the mad demon?" Fong Qin nodded. Realm Lord Fu Mo laughed. "Kid, your luck is too heaven-defying. You can even find an ancient technique like the mad demon." Seeing Realm Lord Fu Mo laughing so hard, Fong Qin hurriedly asked, "Realm Lord, what's the origin of this mad demon?" "You can comprehend it yourself." Realm Lord Fu Mo didn't answer Fong Qin's question. "Don't worry, I'll always pay attention to your clone. If I find anything wrong, I'll directly interrupt your cultivation." "Thank you, Realm Lord." Fong Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. Fong Qin believed that the Realm Lord's methods were heaven-defying, even if they were far away. The Realm Lord could use his clone to wake up his original body that had fallen into a state of madness. However, if that happened, his attempt would be considered a failure. "I must succeed." The mad demon made the Realm Lord laugh so hard. Then, wouldn't a treasure left behind by the Devil's Grotto's master be even more precious? Fong Qin was looking forward to the reward after passing the stage. "Begin." Fong Qin sat cross-legged, looking at the small words on the wall, and began to comprehend. Inside the Devil's Grotto, 88. Oh, the Realm Lord was fishing in the garden, and Fong Qin's clone was sitting cross-legged. "I didn't see wrong. This kid has obtained the luck of heaven and earth, and will definitely become something in the future," the Realm Lord thought to himself. Then his gaze looked at the endless void. It was as if the problem that had been trapped for countless years could be solved. After a long time, a smile appeared on the Realm Lord's old face. Chapter 1472. It's in my hands right now. I'll update it later. Those who have read about the primordial swordmaster also like it. It's in my hands right now. Please wait for a moment. Chapter 1473. The mad demon art was an ancient technique. It was an ancient technique, personally, created by the master of the Devil's Paradise. Its power was unimaginable. Furthermore, as the third trial, it was obvious that it would be extremely difficult. Fong Qin had already planned everything. Fortunately, he had the golden heart and the help of Realm Lord Fu Mo. He had to leave himself some leeway. After making his preparations, Fong Qin flipped open the book and read it carefully. The chants of the mad demon art were imprinted into Fong Qin's mind, word by word. At the same time, black demonic energy surged in from all directions and entered his body, quickly eroding his golden heart. However, anyone who suffered from chi deviation would have a very strong obsession in their hearts. Fong Qin also had an obsession in his heart, and it was very deep. In less than 15 minutes, Fong Chen's eyes were incomparably red, and his face was ferocious. He seemed to have entered a state of madness. Mad demon. The third trial was to first go berserk and then wake up. Therefore, Fong Chen had already opened his heart and was prepared to go berserk. His obsession was very deep. His mother was from the Luo clan, one of the 3 god clans, and his wife, Star and Moon, was in the god world. These were all his obsessions. He had put in too much effort for this, from the tiny ancient sword continent all the way until now. Only he himself knew what he had sacrificed. However, he felt that it was all worth it. I will find you. Fong Chen clenched his fists and shouted crazily. His hair was messy, and Little Mouse stood at the side with a serious expression, staring at his boss. Boom! While Fong Chen was cultivating the mad demon art, all the demonic energy in the Devil's Paradise seemed to have gone crazy and surged towards the mad demon hall like a tide. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying black vortex was formed in the sky above the mad demon hall. Every time this vortex rotated, it would cause the Devil's Paradise to shake. The black demonic energy passed through the vortex and directly poured into Fong Chen's head. He didn't even have the chance to resist. As time passed, more and more demonic energy invaded Fong Chen's mind. Ah! Fong Chen looked up to the sky and howled. He had entered a state of madness. Little Mouse wanted to wake Big Boss up, but he held himself back in the end. Inside the Devil Vanquishing Realm Lord Devil Vanquishing was fishing. Beside him, Fong Chen's doppelganger was trembling, and his body was vaguely filled with devil chi. Is he possessed? On the other hand, Realm Lord Fumo Demon looked very relaxed. With his means, even if Fong Chen truly became demonic, he could interrupt his cultivation at any time. However, he still had some understanding of mad magic and knew when to make a move. I hope you can persevere. Realm Lord Fuming Demon glanced at Fong Chen, then turned his head and continued fishing. Devil's Paradise, Mad Demon Hall. After 6 hours, Fong Chen absorbed all of the devil chi in the Devil's Paradise. At a certain moment, he suddenly stood up. His eyes were scarlet red, his lips were black, his hair was fluttering, and his clothes were tattered. I'm going to kill you all. Fong Chen roared in anger as his fists continuously bombarded the surroundings of the mad demon palace. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The mad demon palace was very sturdy. Even with Fong Chen's strength, he was unable to destroy it. Buzz! The perfect sword body silently operated, and sword-shaped runes flowed on the surface of his skin. Fong Chen held the red glass sword in his hand and crazily slaughtered. In his mind, an illusion appeared. Beside him, there were countless enemies. Kill! Fong Chen roared. He stood on the plain covered in bones and started a massacre. The battle was fierce, and in the end, he was the only one left. After Fong Chen released the monstrous devil chi, it finally found a good opportunity to attack the Golden Heart. Whoosh! The extremely terrifying devil chi surrounded the Golden Heart from all directions. The Golden Heart tried its best to resist, but in the end, it was still outnumbered. A trace of devil chi entered the Golden Heart. Fong Chen looked up to the sky and roared, completely falling into a state of madness. In his chi sea, the power of stars surged and the star pagoda shook. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the 9-story star pagoda. The appearance of this crack caused the devil chi to wreak havoc. Crackle! After the crack appeared, countless cracks appeared. In the blink of an eye, the star pagoda was already on the verge of collapse. I want to break through. In the depths of Fong Chen's heart, there was still a trace of understanding. He wanted to break through, or else he would die a miserable death. This trace of obsession made him crazily absorb the power of stars. In the sky above the mad demon palace, the black figure stood quietly. Seeing Fong Chen's current situation, a trace of ripples appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect this kid to break through the bottleneck using the Realm Lord Mad demon technique. The black figure said faintly, I hope you can wake up from your madness. No one knew better than the black figure how terrifying the mad demon technique was. Fang Chen used the mad demon technique to break through. If he failed, he would definitely die. Moreover, even if he successfully stepped into the manifestation realm, it would not be easy to wake up from the mad demon technique. The arrow on the bow had to be released. In the eyes of the black figure, Fang Chen had no way out. He had no other choice. Bang! He clenched his fists, the bones in his body cracking. The 9-story star pagoda shattered. Pieces of fragments gathered together, finally forming a star. Just as the star finished gathering, a corner appeared. A manifestation realm martial artist star pagoda turned into a star. One corner of the star was the first level of manifestation realm, all the way to 9 corners. And this star was the source of a manifestation realm martial artist power. Compared to the star pagoda, the star was simpler, but also more powerful. Hiss! Just as the star was formed, the rich power of stars instantly poured in, like the sea endless. The invasion of demonic energy was very serious. Fang Chen tried his best to control it. At the same time, he was also stabilizing his realm. Manifestation realm. Fang Chen's face was distorted, but he still persevered. After an hour, his realm finally stabilized. And at this time, Fang Chen had completely lost control. Boss! Little Mouse hurriedly shouted and used its claws to pull Boss. But the response was a terrifying punch. With a bang, Little Mouse's body was directly bombarded by Fang Chen to the wall of Maniac Hall. Boss, it's me. Little Mouse's eyes widened, his face full of worry. He couldn't care less and directly used his innate ability, Devour, to interrupt Boss's cultivation. Roar! The purple mouse's shadow condensed, and a terrifying attractive force instantly spread out, enveloping Fang Chen. Kill! Fang Chen, who was in a frenzy, didn't recognize Little Mouse at all. With a low shout, the red glass sword was thrown out. Puchi! Like cutting tofu, the red glass sword cut through the void. Dong! A deafening sound instantly spread out. Little Mouse's body was forced to retreat. Facing Boss, he didn't dare to completely use his innate ability, otherwise he was afraid that Boss would be injured. The more it was like this, the more helpless he was. At the same time, in the distant demon subduing world, the clone's trembling was somewhat terrifying. The Realm Lord stopped fishing and pressed his hands on Fang Chen's back. A clear stream drilled into his body. The clone's trembling weakened a little. Hold on. Realm Lord subduing demon said with a gloomy face. The help of Realm Lord subduing demon awakened the last trace of wisdom in Fang Chen's heart. If you want to corrupt me, scram. In Maniac Hall, Fang Chen, who was about to completely fall, suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared in anger. Immediately, the golden heart beat rapidly. An unimaginable golden halo instantly burst out from the heart. You want to occupy my will? Impossible! Fang Chen roared crazily. Under his lead, the golden heart formed a strong counterattack. Although Maniac Hall was powerful, compared to the golden heart, it was still far inferior. Fang Chen's body underwent earth-shaking changes. His reason was gradually recovering. The terrifying aura that erupted from the golden heart startled the black shadow hidden in the dark. What kind of aura is this? The black shadow's face changed greatly and his heart was shocked. He didn't expect that this boy would have such a terrifying aura. The appearance of this aura directly swallowed the demonic aura that invaded his body, and then turned it into star power and drilled into the starlight. Boss! The little mouse cried tears of joy. Boss is fine. The demonic aura on his body was fading, and he gradually woke up. Fang Chen, who gradually stabilized, exuded a terrifying aura. He sat cross-legged. His eyes were still scarlet, and killing intent filled the air. However, he was already able to control himself. The demonic aura is fading. Fang Chen's mind was shaken. The black shadow hidden in the void felt a little incredulous. He passed. He really didn't expect that this boy could pass like this. He knew best how terrifying Maniac Hall was. Even if it was a creation realm expert, there might not be one in a billion people who could wake up after practicing Maniac Hall. But this boy did it. With the help of Maniac Hall, he broke through to the creation realm, and at the last moment he actually persevered. This is incredible. The black shadow felt like he was dreaming. 2 hours later, the aura on Fang Chen's body completely disappeared. However, he still hadn't woken up. Waking up from Maniac Hall required a lot of perseverance. Moreover, it consumed a lot of the body. He was recovering, but the black shadow had already regarded him as a martial artist who passed. I really didn't expect that after so many years, someone really passed. The black shadow was very excited. This boy broke 3 records in 3 stages in a row. It was simply unprecedented. If Master knows, he will definitely be pleasantly surprised. The black shadow continued. The Devil's Paradise regained its calm. During the time when Fang Chen was in Maniac Hall, the outside world was in an uproar. Yin Fang and the others all felt the strange movements in the Devil's Paradise. They were a little worried about the supervisor, but they didn't dare to go in. Yin Fang, what do you think is going on in the Devil's Paradise? Could it be that the supervisor accidentally triggered some mechanism? If the supervisor dies in the Devil's Paradise, how will we explain it to the Holy Land? Chapter 1474. Devil's Grotto, Mad Demon Hall. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, he felt his entire body was filled with strength. Where am I? Fang Chen asked himself. I remember I was cultivating the Mad Demon Technique. When he said the words Mad Demon Technique, Fang Chen's memory quickly recovered. Immediately, a bright smile appeared on his face. I've succeeded in cultivating the Mad Demon Technique. Fang Chen hurriedly checked his body and found that there were no signs of demonic qi invading his body. Of course, what made him the happiest was his cultivation. Creation realm. Fang Chen clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. In his qi sea, the starlight was agitated, and a terrifying power would emerge at any time. So strong is this the creation realm. Fang Chen could clearly feel it. After stepping into the creation realm, there were obvious changes in his body. Seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth, stealing the essence of the sun and moon. Kid, congratulations on passing the 3rd test. Fang Chen was thinking about the benefits of the creation realm when the shadow appeared. I passed. Fang Chen was also very excited. After experiencing the Mad Demon Technique, Fang Chen's mentality had matured a lot. In his heart, his obsession was very deep. In the long run, there would be signs of qi deviation. But after the release of the Mad Demon Technique, it was much better. Moreover, he learned how to control his obsession from the Mad Demon Technique. Having an obsession was a good thing, but it needed to be controlled well. The black shadow carefully observed Fang Chen, wishing that he could see through him. He couldn't imagine what kind of freak the person in front of him was. Half an hour to cultivate the heart-nurturing technique. 3 days to cultivate the body-tempering technique. And now, in an extremely short period of time, he cultivated the Mad Demon Technique that made people tremble in fear. Moreover, with the help of the Mad Demon Technique, he broke through the bottleneck. Master created the Mad Demon Technique and gave it to many friends to watch and learn. However, no one dared to use the Mad Demon Technique to break through the bottleneck. It could be said that Fang Chen was the first person in history. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that he actually succeeded. He had relied on himself to achieve this. Even the usually arrogant Black Shadow could not help but praise Fang Chen. This kind of heaven-defying monster was the successor that Master was looking for. Senior, since I've already passed the trial, what is the Devil's Paradise treasure? Fang Chen hastily asked. The black figure laughed. Immediately he grabbed with his large hand and brought Fang Chen away from the crazy demon hall. Arriving outside the 3 halls, Fang Chen was somewhat stunned. What on earth does the shadow want, however? Right at that moment, the black silhouette attacked. He waved his hand, and the aura around him became thinner and thinner. At the same time, the 3 palaces were uprooted, causing rumbling noises. 3 palaces. Fang Chen widened his eyes and held his breath as he watched the scene unfold. Under the Black Shadow's control, the 3 palaces quickly merged together and turned into a black ball of light. After that, the black ball of light rapidly rotated in the sky. Huma, terrifying aura, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth, quickly attacked. Fang Chen could not help but take a few steps back. The perfect sword body automatically appeared to protect his body. At this moment, 4 large words appeared in the sky. Dark demonic wheel. The instant these 4 words appeared, the black silhouette's body became very faint. Whoosh, like a gust of wind, the black silhouette's body directly drilled into the black ball of light. The black ball of light rapidly rotated, gradually revealing its true appearance. Wheel. This was a wheel the size of a shield. There were many leaves on it, and as it rotated, black demonic chi constantly surged out. The dark demonic wheel is the strongest treasure that Master left in this world. The black silhouette's voice came from the dark demonic wheel. Yes, Fang Chen was somewhat surprised. I am the spirit of the dark demonic wheel. After waiting for countless years, you have finally appeared. As he spoke, the dark demonic wheel stopped rotating and landed in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen extended his hand and grabbed the center of the dark demonic wheel. Immediately, a vast power drilled into his body. So strong, just the pressure emitted by the dark demonic wheel made Fang Chen's expression change a little. The dark demonic wheel is an invincible treasure in this world. However, when Master left, he was in a hurry and did not leave behind a backup plan. As a result, the power in the dark demonic wheel gradually dissipated over the countless years. The spirit explained. So, without energy, the dark demonic wheel is equivalent to a rank 9 divine weapon in your world. Rank 9 divine weapon. Fang Chen's heart trembled. After the power dissipated, there was still the pressure of a rank 9 divine weapon. If it was at its peak, how strong would the dark demonic will be? Drip your blood to recognize it as its master, the spirit urged. Fang Chen nodded and began to drip his blood to recognize it as its master. Actually, Fang Chen had never understood the meaning of the 3 levels of the test. But in the process of dripping his blood to recognize it as its master, he finally understood. If he wanted the dark demonic wheel to recognize him as its master, he had to pass the 3 tests. I see. Fang Chen understood. He cut his finger and a drop of blood dripped down, which was immediately absorbed by the dark demonic wheel. Buzz. Immediately after, all the information regarding the dark demonic wheel appeared in his mind. Too strong. Fang Chen cried out in surprise. Master, I can now display the power of a rank 9 divine weapon. But you're too weak, so it's very strenuous to use it. The spirit said. He was too busy being happy that he didn't notice this. You mean? Fang Chen asked. After all, Master has already passed the test. So, the demonic chi left behind by the old master is relatively easy to use. The spirit said. However, every time you use it, the power in your body will be quickly exhausted. Fang Chen understood the spirit's meaning. Unless he had no choice, he couldn't use the dark demonic wheel easily. Master, you have to work hard to raise your cultivation and let me recover to my peak. The spirit said sincerely. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Although the dark demonic wheel couldn't be used without limit, it could still be considered a trump card. A rank 9 divine weapons hardness was comparable to a life and death realm Imperial Emperor. A casual attack from it could recreate a mid-level transcendent realm expert. Fang Qin put away the dark demonic wheel with a smile on his face. By the way, are there any phantasmal demon stones here? Fang Qin asked. Of course. The phantasmal demon stones were trash to the old master. When he left all of them here. The spirit said, but because the old master used some of them for some experiments, there aren't many of them left. Where are they? Fang Qin continued to ask. The spirit guided Fang Qin to a hidden place in the Devil's Grotto. Master, the phantasmal demon stones are inside the formation. The spirit said. Fang Qin waved his hand and opened the formation. The scene in front of him completely stunned him. There was a dazzling array of phantasmal demon stones piled up like a mountain. There aren't many of them. Fang Qin couldn't accept it. This was clearly a mountain of phantasmal demon stones. But the spirit said there weren't many of them. Fang Qin spread out his divine sense and roughly estimated that there were at least 100 million phantasmal demon stones. Master, you have obtained the dark demonic wheel and have accepted the old master's legacy. You have to look further. 100 million phantasmal demon stones are nothing, the spirit said. After a long time, Fang Qin tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and curled his lips. Green Bamboo Island. Because a low-level heavenly body tier formation master had appeared, the human race was defeated. In these few days, the human race had chosen to call a truce and had been thinking of a solution. Yin Fang couldn't afford to lose face by asking for people from the Holy Land. But no, the current situation couldn't be solved at all. Yin Fang was conflicted, and so were the other cultivators. Senior Yin Fang. Suddenly, in the meeting hall, a voice broke the silence. Yes, Lord Inspector. Yin Fang and the others, who were deep in thought, suddenly looked at Fang Qin. Lord Inspector, have you come out of the Devil's Paradise? Fang Qin nodded and said, Senior Yin Fang, I see that you all don't look right. Is there some difficulty? Hearing that, Yin Fang sighed, and then told Fang Qin the matter in full detail. A low-level heavenly body tier formation master has appeared among the foreign race. It's very terrifying, Fang Qin said. Yin Fang nodded. This foreign race's formation level is too high. Our human race's cultivators are no match at all, and the losses are heavy. Senior Yin Fang, as the inspector, I didn't do anything when I came to Green Bamboo Island. Why don't you let me fight and meet the foreign race? Fang Qin said with a chuckle. Hearing that, everyone shook their heads. How could they let the inspector take the risk? Once he died on the battlefield, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Wang. Strength was the best proof. Fang Qin released the aura of a creation tier. This is... Yin Fang was the first to notice this aura, and immediately his face was wild with joy. The others widened their eyes and looked at Fang Qin in disbelief. Lord Inspector, you've broken through to the creation tier. Everyone was shocked. When they first came here, the inspector was only a half step to the creation tier. How long had it been? And he stepped into the creation tier. The gap between half step to the creation tier was like a cut from the heavens. Everyone was very clear. At this time, they put away the contempt deep in their hearts and replaced it with respect. Genius. The inspector was a genius. After the joy, the faces of Yin Fang and the others dimmed again. Even if Lord Inspector broke through to the creation tier, it's useless. They didn't think that the inspector could rival the foreign race's formation master just after breaking through. The others sighed and shook their heads. For a time, the atmosphere in the meeting hall became solemn again. How do you know if you don't even try? Fang Qin said. But we can't let the Lord Inspector take the risk, Yin Fang said. Fang Qin shook his head. I'll participate in the battle as the inspector. Does anyone have any objections? At this time, only by taking action himself could the human race be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Fong Chin also wanted to see how strong he was after stepping into the creation tier. As for the foreign race's formation master,